though. Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have been
the
with Stanley.
squints in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American culture.
that it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Come to you live when I come to you. And today we're going to talk a little bit about what families are for. It's not obvious what families are for. And I made a lot of presuppositions in my last video about how children of no-fault divorce have been disserved by their parents. And I want to clarify some of the issues at play in a way that's intelligible. So if you're doing premarital counseling, you need to watch this video. If you're thinking about marrying your fiancé, you need to watch this video because this is the stuff you're going to fight over. And if you guys don't agree on about what I'm saying, you'll screw up your kid, right? So what are families for? It's not obvious that families serve a purpose, that parents serve a purpose. And so I'm going to tell you that purpose. And let's just start with a child. A child comes into this world radically underdetermined. They have all of these needs, but the needs are not defined very well. Do they need breast milk or do they need formula milk? Do they need a diaper? Some people say yes. Some people go diaperless. So like all of their needs, and they have a universe of needs, but they're underdefined. And the children don't have the power intellectually to define them, nor the power physically to procure them. Right? So they could be procured a few different ways. The children's needs could be procured directly from the state, but the state has its own interests. They could be procured, although not directly, from the market, but the market has its own interests, and the market wouldn't be interested in the child that way because the child can't pay, right? So if it's procured directly from the state's got its own interests. If it's procured directly from the civil society is not interested. It could be procured directly from the parents, which is fine, but what if the parents can't make it themselves and do it themselves? They themselves have to go into the market or petition the state to get it for them, but it's been mediated by their parents. The children directly has not interacted with the state and not directly interacted with civil society. It's their interaction with the world has been mediated through their parents. And when the interaction with the world is mediated through their parents, it's not alien from the child because the parents are immediately connected with the child, and they're immediately connected with the child through this feeling of love Hegel talks about. But it's the immediacy of that connection that makes parental determinations of the child actually self-determinations of the child that complete the child, right? The child is not born completed. It's born undercooked, not just physically, but also mentally and ontologically. And they are completed by the parents' mediation, parents who are preferably adults, mediation of both civil society and the state, right? So it's a parent to decide whether the baby is going to be breastfed or bottle fed, or what clothes or what name the baby has. All of this, the baby is not free to decide of themselves, and they are free by having the parents decide this for them. Not only are they free, they are particularized. They are made what they are by their parents' decisions, by their membership in the family. And by particularized, I just mean that the child is made this and not that. Now you should say, well, the child should pick its own name. Yes, maybe you think that children should have their own names and pick their own names, but I am not one of those people. I think children should accept their membership in their family, which means as subordinate members of the family going with the family rules, which means due to their underdevelopment, their parents pick them. The children do not have the rational capacities, insight, nor experience to decide these things, but since the parents are immediately connected with the children, when the parent decides them on behalf of the children, it's not alienated. In the same way that when markets get the child to decide for themselves, they know the child is undercooked, and so they distort the desires of the child for the market's own end, which are alienated from the child. So this is why when parents decide for the child, it's actually more free and more representative and expressive of the child's self than when the child chooses under market relations what to do with their lives. Right. So a lot of people, stupid people, not stupid, uninformed people in the comments will say that you should let children choose for themselves. No. Parents should not let children choose for themselves. Parents should work with the other parent and figure out what's best for the child, often in consultation with the child, but the child does not have majority power over their desires, actions, and realizations. Like that's up to the parents, and you have to enforce that. Preferably short of getting called a DFCS on you, but you have to enforce that. So, what are children for? Children are for complete. What are families for? Families are for completing children. That's one of the things. Families are for a lot of other things, but the one I'm talking about right now, families are for completing children. And the market has an interest in telling your child or convincing your child or convincing your parent that your child is already completed. That your child is already completed. And if the child is already completed, any intrusion that you insist upon is an affront. And I'm saying, like, no, your child is incomplete, underdetermined. You particularize the child, and that just means you say the child does this and not that. And in making sure the child does this and not that, you are realizing the child. Because, like I said, children come in with amorphous needs, and those amorphous needs are serviced particularly. Now, they could be serviced particularly by the market or by the state, unmediated by the parents, but if that happens, that child becomes a creature of the market or the state, not its own self. For the child to become its own self, it needs to be, its desires need to be defined and realized as membership of a family. And it's because that family, and the distinction is that family is immediately tied to it, to that child. The market will sell you anything for its own interests. The market producers are other than the child. And the state interest, while not other than the child, because the child is a citizen of the state, is generalized, abstracted from the child. It's not immediately felt. The parent's interests for the child are immediately felt and standing with the child, right? So when the parent decides this child's going to be a Muslim and not a heathen, that's not a decision of the child, other than the child. It's a decision that completes the child. Now, it's a different decision after the child, reaches has the experience and the rationality of past 18. But other than that, generally past 18, maybe 13, depending. But other than that, these are completions of the child. And these are completions of the child that might actually not be smiled upon by the incomplete versions of the child. Right? So people say, you make your kids do all these things they don't want to do. Yes, they are incomplete. And in their incompleteness, and some of them have been tainted by the market, in their incompleteness and in their taint, their wants have not been fully formed, and so I impose my wants on them like a good parent should. And they do what my wife and I decide they do. And it turns out we're pretty good about our decisions. So that's what parents are for the completion of children with respect to these issues. Now, someone says, does the same logic apply for adopted kids? All right, so adoption, we think of it as this neat scenario, but since children cannot release their biological parents from their responsibility of completing them, it's really kind of messy business. It's really kind of messy business. Yeah, as parents, you're supposed to complete your children, but since children are not of the age that they can release their biological parents of the responsibility, and this is asymmetrical because biological parents seem to be of the age to be able to release their children, it creates an unfortunate position for the biological children. I mean, it's not the worst kind of unfortunate position, but it is definitely not ideal. Ideally, biological parents should raise their biological children. And so you don't have what I call floating authority out there in the world that can just kind of drop down and make claims on your feelings. Make claims on your feelings, because that's what love is, right? Love is a feeling, and immediate love is a feeling.
Folks, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Happy Wednesday. The Sovereign Beer Fund's open for investment come this Saturday. Looks like it's going to be a holiday. And I haven't really decided what my hours are going to be. I noticed that CNN is going to be starting to cover, not CNN, C-SPAN is going to be starting coverage of July 4th festivities at like 7 in the morning. So I'm thinking maybe I'll just start early and do a long show over the course of the day. Might even take intermissions. You know, it kind of depends on how I'm feeling. But I got a couple days to decide. There'll be parades and other festivities. I'm sure Trump will be smack dab in the middle of it. And I think he's actually given a speech again in front of Mount Rushmore. So that's to be determined. Everyone, please make sure you have hit the like button if you haven't. And if you're new to the show, please consider subscribing. Who knows? It probably won't change your life, but never know. It might be amusing, if nothing else. What's up, Beef and Brat? To Iramy's points, one of the problems I have when philosophers make these sorts of arguments is they always assume a perfect thought experiment. The reason adoptions occur is because of tragic circumstances. Generally, people in their right mind don't give up their kids unless they absolutely have to. For one reason or another, there's probably a myriad of reasons. But the other thing, sometimes parents are not good parents. Sometimes the best thing to do is remove a child from two parents that are toxic for one reason or another. And Iramy is actually like an academic philosopher. I have problems with these sorts of perfect world scenarios. I was reading something earlier today about the Declaration of Independence. And, even the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Even that's kind of a thought experiment. In the real world, in the political world, in the social world, in short, the real world, that sort of sentiment is pie in the sky. When you go and you look at the Enlightenment, people like John Locke and Hobbes, who differed on how man existed in the state of nature, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that is in the state of nature. And the way it reads, if you're not actually familiar with these Enlightenment type flowery languaged documents, you would actually assume, and rightly so, that they mean in the real world, in the political world, in the social world. And it all falls down when we start talking about economics. That's where people start actually understanding that, oh, hey, it's not going to work in the economic world. Even politically, even socially, it is not self-evident that all men and or women are created equal. It's just, this is why you need a public, this is why you need a good education. You need a public that is educated so they can kind of see through some of the flowery language. Same thing with Irony here. Dude, he's assuming a perfect world, and that world just doesn't exist. If you walk out your front door and down the neighborhood, there'll be people who, are not living perfect lives, and almost no one does. So, I just bear that in mind sometimes when Irony wants to talk about this stuff. So let us continue. We got about 20 minutes more, and Irony does tend towards the end to repeat himself. So we may not even make it through the next 20 minutes, but I got news articles. And by the way, today we're going to concentrate on some of these Supreme Court decisions, primarily the birthright citizenship decision. Went through and scanned through the majority opinion, which Chief Justice Roberts wrote. Then I looked at Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent. She was joined by Sonia Sotomayor. And she goes after Clarence Thomas. And then I looked at Clarence Thomas's dissent, which was interesting. And I also looked at Brett Kavanaugh's partial dissent. He just kind of took a different route to a route to concurring with Roberts' decision, but it's a kooky, and there are people on the right who think, well, Kavanaugh was really just laying breadcrumbs for a workaround of the birthright citizenship thing. And I think that he's too clever by half. It all winds up being about the definition of jurisdiction. And in my opinion, Clarence Thomas, dude, I'm kind of disappointed in his dissent. And we'll talk about it later on in the show.
And when my kid get hurt, it actually, when I feel it in a way that others don't. All right. So what scholarship would you suggest about West African family structure? I'm reading a comment. Do you think it's important to investigate that? Or are we just taking the nuclear family to the best iteration of the family institution? I think you should look into reason. So my scholarship comes from like this reason, right? I've given you arguments not based on a particular. They are culturally embedded and they emerged in certain varieties of German idealism. But they're justified not because of their history and not even because of their track record. They're justified because I can justify them in reason. The logic of the family and the logic of the market and the logic of the state can be justified regardless of its history. And if you don't agree with me,
well, Black Knight, I'm not so much disappointed that he was dissenting. That kind of didn't surprise me because he is MAGA. His wife is like ultra MAGA, and we can assume that Clarence Thomas is ultra MAGA. I'm disappointed in his inconsistency and his naked, to me, when people say the Supreme Court isn't political, they are right. And both sides of the aisle on the court are political. But Clarence Thomas's dissent, dude, I'm just he just cherry picks his way through this argument. And I honestly think that these right wingers who think Clarence Thomas is like some sage, what they really mean is Clarence Thomas is their magical Negro. Okay. And I think I made the joke yesterday or the day before. Clarence Thomas is their Bagger Vance. and if you're wondering what I'm saying, go ahead and look up Bagger Vance. It was a movie that had Will Smith and Matt Damon, and you'll get my point.
That makes sense too, but I need a reasoned rebuttal, not just, well, that's not how we do it. You could do it wrong. You could do it wrong. That's not how my religion does it. Well, your religion might do it wrong. My liberal Christianity says children of 5 years old get to decide whether they blah 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 blah. Well, that is an inadequate understanding of human development, and it's an irresponsible form of parenting. And markets will tell you that children can make their own decisions and that parents can buy their way into good parenting. None of that's true, but markets have an interest in actually convincing you of that being the case. All right, so the Urban League was bought by Israel. Yeah, the Urban League was bought by Israel. That's not a surprise. I don't know. Israel buys black people because we need money and we don't have autonomous money. So we need Jewish money. Now, I need your money. Go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, $50 a month, and you'll still hear this free Negro talk, which I think is good for the world. So go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll still give you my quality of wisdom, which I think is a quality of wisdom you're not going to get anywhere else, especially anyone in market-based civil society, because I'm telling you that families are the bulwark against the market. Because the market wants to complete your child in its own image. They want your child to become a creature, a creation of the market. You want your child to become a creation.
Well, to Iremy's credit, either yesterday or day before, it was something that I read. I read so much these days. Iremy basically said that that families are basically the DNA of society, and he's absolutely right. And it goes back to a point that I have made several times. If I'm not sure that I agree with this point, but you'll hear a John Galt, or you'll hear even JP has intimated that, you know what, black culture is broken. All these MAGA blacks and all these soul brother anti-black blacks swear that, hey, you know what, black culture is broken. It is atrocious. It is bottom feeding. Well, if we believe that, then hey, let's just give up on the black culture and start over. And that start over begins within the four walls of your house. Doesn't matter whether you're a single parent or not. Let's just say that, hey, black culture, if it starts over, and I think it's always been that way, because culture gets replenished from the home. How you raise your kids, what values you instill in your kids, that is the DNA of society. And, you know, every cell in your body has DNA, and you got billions of cells. So let's just use the body, I don't know, the body politic is kind of an analogy for any given society, and use the home as a cell with its own, strand or strands of DNA. So the bullshit about Black culture being messed up doesn't really matter. My question would be, well, if the culture is messed up, what's happening inside your cell, inside your home? And most of these people that I run into on the internet, their homes are probably a wreck as well.
Of your family, which is not alienated from the child. To be the child's own self is to be a member of the family. Right? That is not an alienating relation, unless the family is completely distorted. It's actually a completion, and it should be seen as such. It should be where the family aims to complete the child, knowing that the child of its own is ignorant and susceptible to other sort of more predatory ways to meet its desire. So yeah, that's what I believe. Parents need to be parents, and your job is to complete the child, and that's how. It sounds like it's not ideal to adopt children if you want to raise kids in the methodology you intend. Yeah, no, it's not ideal to adopt children. It's not ideal to give your child up for adoption. But we live in a non-ideal world, and there are a lot of children who need completion. So should these children be in a group home where there's not even the appearance of love, or the imperfect love and the imperfect relation of an adopted family? I think if those are your options, I think adopted families are better than group homes. But adopted parents have a real responsibility that I don't think often they understand. All right, so Love Dreamer says, I don't agree or disagree. I don't have kids yet. I'm in my mid-20s, but I'm just forming political analysis of the world. And I always question adherence to white hegemonic structures. And so I was, just wondering if there are other. All right, so, that's fine. Be wary of the whites. However, the argument I'm making is race neutral. And it's especially important for the Black family because there's so many agencies trying to destroy the Black family. Because if the Black family is an institution of autonomy, of self-determination, then a nation that does not want Black people to be autonomous is going to go after the family. And I think it effectively has. It effectively has, by normalizing a quality of liberalism. That's the insidious aspect of liberalism. It doesn't actually tell you what to do. It tells you that you don't have to listen to anybody else telling you what to do. And so, and
there we have it, folks. And he's absolutely right. Liberalism is not going to tell you what to do. It wants to educate you to a point to where you can decide for yourself, and hopefully not destructively. What he's calling a problem, I call freedom. Nobody's telling you how to raise your family. Hopefully you got the good education and the good parental, the good home training. And see, this is what the left, like Iramy's left, and he's kind of a hybrid, but this is what the left wants, and the MAGA right and the farther reaches of the right. They want to be able to dictate how you raise your kids. On the right, it'll be Christian principles with a patriotic education. On the left, it'll be something similar, but it will be a class-based analysis. I like the middle, where the liberals are and liberalism is, because I don't want anyone particularly telling me what to do. You need to raise your kids. There's already enough of that, to be honest. There are things you must do with your kids, everything from vaccinations, et cetera, education, all that stuff. But it's for a common good. And, those are things that I do, whether they were requirements or not. But I think I like that Irami is forthcoming with his critique of liberalism. What he has a problem with, I don't. And you know what? This is assuming that people need to be told what to do. He and I would thoroughly disagree on that. Let's make sure your kids, and he does it. He talks about it all the time. Make sure your kids are equipped with the fundamentals to make good decisions once they become adults. That's what parents are for.
It kind of gasses up the worst part, most reptilian aspect of your personality and desires, completely abstracted from a sense of duty or responsibility, and then they convince you that that's what's best for you. And so that's the most insidious aspect of liberalism, I think. They'll convince you to do things that are wholly inadequate to the realization of your freedom and your responsibilities. Katashi, ever thought of writing a book on the market and its relationship to the Black family? Well, I mean, my dissertation is on no-fault divorce as a form of child abuse, because the family has to be a coherent unit, if conceptually coherent, for the child to actually mature into adulthood, into free adulthood. Now, you could mature into a kind of distorted adulthood, but I'm talking about free adulthood. And for the child to mature into free adulthood takes parents who are working together to create a particular identity for the child, for and with the child. So I'm still reading comments. All right. And should the Black family be fundamentally different than the nuclear family because of everything that's happened to the Black family to ensure the purity of the nuclear family of those ideas? No, in America. No, the Black family should be, the Black family has challenges that other families don't have, but it's still the bulwark of institution. There is no village that will replace the Black family. The village is actually networked families. The village is actually networked families. You know, I'm gonna jeopardize some things.
Yeah, he's 100% right with that.
Here, but I was actually refreshed. I was talking to two Black dads. One another one in an interracial relationship, another one married to a Black woman. They both have they both have kids, and we were all just talking. And these are Black sports dads, and they kind of get it in a way that was refreshing, because a lot of Black, and they're both outside of Georgia, right? So they're both transplants. I'm Black in Georgia, and I like Georgia fine, but I'm California Black. Right, so Georgia Black and California Black, two different kinds of Black, and like this matters insofar as what's called free Negro.
See, I told you. that is now I'm sure irony means it the opposite of the way that I mean it. I think California Blacks, and I call them Cali Blacks, no, they have no fucking clue what being Black is all about. They're Black. They're Blacks with avocado hearts in Georgia. We're the real Blacks. This is a locus of Black culture that radiates from the Southeast out across America, and the farther you get away from the locus, the weaker the transmission of the signal. So I want to hear what Army has to say, but no, sir. The Georgia Blacks are the real Blacks. You live in Georgia for a reason, son, and you've told us why.
And both free thinking and free in my actions, in a way that too many Black people here are not. And I'm not, and I don't have like the fear of the whites in the same way. So as I was just talking to Black dads about, life, and it was just kind of refreshing, because That's what the village is. These people are my village, like other families. Other families. The village is networked families. Networked families. All right. So, do you think the Democratic Socialist agenda is good for Black people? I mean, yeah, if it includes jobs and healthcare. I'll take jobs and healthcare. I'm a fan of jobs and healthcare. Good jobs, good secure jobs and healthcare, so you can raise your family without sucking up to the whites. Yeah, I would support that. So the Democratic Socialist agenda is good for Black people. I mean, yeah, I do think that the economy should serve the people and not the other way around. If you want your kid to serve the economy, instead, just give them a phone. Give them a phone and let them scroll and let them become creatures of the economy. Let them become creatures.
Yeah, this is a really good point that he makes. Hayek and that sort of Milton Friedman school of economic thought. Yeah, the market is basically determining and over determining how people live. Kind of similar to it's kind of similar to this cartoon that our executive producer oh damn, I don't have a I thought I had an overlay, but this particular cartoon that that Speak Radio made. Oops. What am I going to do here? This is Speak Radio's little thing here. You can't really see it. I'll have to make an overlay of it, but basically it says, I will beg for cash apps. That's what Army's talking about, being subservient to the market. Now, there are people like I don't know, I'm thinking of Carl Polanyi, who was like an adversary to Hayek. And cannot think there was a guy who's Keynes, who was basically opposite. The market needs to be a tool, not a determinant. So anyway, I'm getting way off and actually over my head because I'm not an economics guy. So let's get back to this video. It's actually better than I thought it would be. That's why I'm watching it this long. Oh, look, I'm part of the wallpaper.
Of EdTech. No, but I think the economy should serve the people. I think the economy should serve institutions of freedom, which include families. Right. So if you appreciate what I'm doing, go ahead and go to www.funkyeconomic.com. Kick in. Kata Keshi 8566 says, Army, thank you for your work. You're welcome. It's been helpful in figuring out my way through the mess of American politics. Wish I learned this stuff sooner. Yeah, good. Here's what you should do. Go ahead, bookmark this or whatever, save it, share it with your friends, but also save this so the next time you get fianced or date someone, have them watch this. And, there's going to be a certain quality of woman who's going to watch this and be horrified about what I'm saying. And that's not someone you want to be with because they're going to raise your kids as creatures of the market. There are things I like and there are things I don't like. One thing
Black Knight, you're absolutely right. That is the role of parents, to shield their kids from outside influences. I hear a lot of people, and I'm not picking on Arabella because, she's right. And I haven't really talked to her about it. So I don't know, the extent of her argument. But, my son didn't really get a phone until he was in high school, and he'd been begging for years. And even then, it was a good thing for him to have a phone, because if I needed to get in touch with him, I know I could do it, before and after school. Um, but as it turned out, his high school actually, the teachers had phones in their classrooms. And I could always, if I really needed to talk to a teacher, and that was rare indeed, maybe once in his 12 years, maybe once or twice. But if I needed to get a message to him, his high school was pretty good about getting a message to him. But it's so weird because I never monitored my son's internet usage. I never put Net Nanny on his phone. He wanted to build a gaming computer, and he built a gaming computer. He literally, I have never, I spot check. But a funny thing is, the way my firewall is set up on the wireless modem, and if it's an unsecured website, I get an alert. So, even now, he's 20 years old. Every now and again, I'll get some alert like, hey, this unsecured website, we knocked it down. You can't access it. Now I can go in and I can allow access to it, but every now and again, I'm going, well, what are you trying to do? You're trying to hit this website about 80 times. What is it for? But even then, he can tell me what it's for, and yeah, okay. As a 20-year-old, I don't particularly care what he goes to, but I just, I'm technologically savvy as far as firewalls go. So no, I didn't need to check on him every 2 minutes. I had indirect ways of monitoring, but even then I didn't try that hard. Um, he so far, he's made it to 20 and never been, to be honest, he's never been in anything that concerned me. But then I've been working with him, especially, once his mother was gone. Dude, I just don't have the time. Don't be getting in shit I can't get you out of. And luckily, he's been able to navigate. And that's what parents do, though. Don't worry so much about the outside influences. I've had to tell my son plenty of times, well, if so-and-so's parents are letting them do it, why don't you go live with them? I will, my feelings will be hurt, but you got to do what you got to do. And I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And I don't care what other parents do. You've got to be that stern with your kids. Fuck what other people are doing if you don't approve of what they're doing. I'll tell you a story. Years ago, my neighbor was going to Disney World, and it was over the summer. And she's like, well, hey, if Trevor wants to go, give me, I don't know, it's 300, 400, 500 bucks. I don't recall. And I told my son, I'll let you go, but you better toe the line. If you piss me off, you're not going. So he pissed me off, and he didn't think I was going to do it. Dude, I lost like 500 bucks because my neighbor, the tickets were bought. So she just wound up getting like her daughter's boyfriend, to go instead of my son. And I think that really caught my son's attention. Dude, I told you that this was on the line and you decided to test me. Well, guess what? I'm out 500 bucks and I'm really fucking pissed off about this. And you're not going. So guess what? We're both losers on this. Next time, believe me when I say what I say. Every now and again, it's going to cost you money to make sure your kids understand that you mean business. And yeah, I was really pissed. I'm like, well, dude, why did your daughter's boyfriend not pay $500? You just literally took $500, but whatever. It was worth it to make sure my son, and I never had problems. Like, even today, it might be grudgingly, but he does take me serious. I will lose money just to get my goddamn point across. And that's what you got to be, in my opinion, as a parent. It might cost you, but it'll be worth it in the end.
Don't like is like going into a junior high school, going to any black space and seeing a bunch of fake hair and fake eyelashes and like ridiculous bangs. It makes me just sad for the state of my people. It makes me sad for the state of my people. Like anytime I see girls with like makeup on that's obvious like that, I just think we are not we're not setting ourselves up to win. This is me. I just think kids need to just drink water and play sports. And if you're worried about all that other nonsense, you are worried about the wrong nonsense. And there are stakes to being worried.
Palomino, welcome aboard. Whose GPA you asking about? My son's? Let me know. You want to know what my son's GPA is currently or in high school? I'm proud to tell you if you're really that curious. I guarantee it was higher than yours. It was higher than mine for that matter. You don't get into Georgia Tech with a low GPA, son. So let me know if you're wanting to know my son's GPA. I'm proud to tell you.
About the wrong nonsense, but that is just me. All right, so I'll go back through the comments. Do you think the Democrats will do anything about racist, crooked police? No. It's, we do the best we can. All right. So it might be more useful to say that we need to establish a new black family tradition than to say that we need to basically just do like the whites. That's the only point that I'm trying to bring up. Yeah, well, the conservative white family isn't a particularly egalitarian place, right? So the black families are more egalitarian than white families because that's how patriarchy works. It's actually a family arrangement. So the black families proper are more egalitarian relations. And that's egalitarian good and egalitarian bad. Like bidirectional violence among black families is pretty not great either. But at least the violence is bidirectional, right? So someone says, ha ha ha. All right, so its lack of unifying black grassroots institutions means differences in belief, differences in identity, not simple disagreements between tribesmen. Okay.
Let me help little Palomino, my Palomino pal out here. If you recall, oops, sorry, I just lost an earbud. Oh, darn it. Where did it go? Well, I'll find it in a minute. My son has a full ride to Georgia Tech. So he's got to maintain a 3.0 or above. To be honest, I have no clue how far above 3.0 it is, but it's high enough to maintain his scholarship. So he's in college. I don't check his grades like I would in high school. He knows what he needs to do to get through college. And he so far has exhibited good judgment. So I think if he can get through Georgia Tech with the 3.0 or above, I'm okay with that.
So institutions require money and they require standing. And there's just too much money in keeping black people sucking up to white people in the United States. Like this is a market. Money only means money. Money only means money relative to other money, and we don't have autonomous money, and we're not gonna get autonomous money short of reparations. So you need to be very suspicious of any rich Negro because they didn't get that way fighting for Black freedom. And if you actually care about you being free and you being and your family being free, you need to be okay with not being particularly wealthy. Like you're going to take the cut. Like one of the reasons why I'm not so eager to get a job at a university is, do you think I can really talk like this at a university? What university would have me talking like this? Not an HBCU. No. And, you know, meeting more Du Bois, and he spent, both him and Washington spent a good amount of time like just sucking up to white money. And I don't want that to be my life. And so I go to you, good people, for your $5, $15, and $50 a month, so I can help you not fall into some of the traps that has your daughter end up with your daughter walking around here like a thought. All right, so Javon says, so there's no tangible reason to network Black families just because. No, I think Black families should network. However, the Black families with the disposable resources to network are in hock with a lot of kind of dubious white interests, right? So free Black families networking is going to leave us free, but where can you find free Black families? Free in mind, and free in money? That's going to be a good question. I mean, I think I have a few watching this video stream, but that's going to be about it, right?
Palomino, by the way, I suspect some of it is shit. If he loses his scholarship, he'll have to come back and stay with me. I suspect that's his primary motivation. Lose the scholarship, you gotta come back to daddy, and you gotta hear him 24 fucking hours a day. That's motivation for any child to keep a scholarship. So it's not, you know, he is responsible, and he is also cognizant of his father's shortcomings. And patience is one of my shortcomings.
So Javon says, your belief around lashes and hair is a difference in creed for this same reason. Any African would understand the importance of imagery, and it could be debated. Yeah, imagery is a problem, right? Appearances are problems, because that's the thing about beauty. Beauty can be good or bad. Like imagery deceives, and with respect to functionality, it becomes a problem.
I probably should have left this video a while ago, but this is something new that Irami does. He never used to really react or interact, is a better word, with the chat. So it's actually kind of fascinating. He actually has he has a good chat. People in there tend to ask good questions, and that's why I'm just kind of letting this run through to the end. It's kind of fun seeing him interact with the questions in the chat. I wish I could be that good.
Too, because a lot of Black women can't swim because of their hair, and they can't do instruments because of their nails, and like there's a lot of junk that goes along with the imagery. And I don't want to see overweight Black women in high heels and makeup. I don't want to see that. I don't need to see it. It makes me sad. This is the kind of stuff that gets me trouble, but like I don't want to see it, because I think it's a problem that like we don't talk about food and exercise, but we'll talk about like uncomfortable shoes and makeup and think that that's winning. No. So yeah, imagery is important, but we have the NAACP Image Awards. We have the NAACP Image Awards because we don't actually have substance. All we have is image. We don't actually control substance. All we control is image. And so we have to award image. It's pathetic. I think it's pathetic. Right? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like I said,
Now, I'm kind of sad. I don't think Shiesty Bum is still here. I would love to hear her reaction to that. Let's see. No, she's gone. Damn, I would love for her to respond. Shiesty Bum, if you happen to hear this on a replay, I would love for you to respond to what Irony said about the whole beauty thing. Man, she gets bored and leaves.
a lot of people don't like this, what I'm saying. So I need you to support me, and I'll keep saying it. So someone said black women and hair equal brokenness. Oftentimes, unless you have some sort of, unless you've thought through it and worked through it, it does. And the white feminists will pay a lot of black feminists to tell you something different, but I'm just right. I'm just right. So what else do you need to hear from me? The next show, I'm thinking about second generation athlete moms. I'm thinking about doing that as a show because I'm also running into a group of second generation athlete moms. And it's a different kind of femininity that's being normalized in numbers because of Title IX. And I think it's interesting. It's interesting. The Title IX moms. That's it. Title IX. That's going to be the title of the next show. Title IX moms and the different culture that comes with being like that. Like Title IX birth in motherhood. Title IX created a different kind of motherhood. That's the show. Title IX created a different type of motherhood. Title IX moms. All right, that's my next show. This show
Yeah, all right. Well, let's move on because I will try not to make this show very long, longer than it should be, but I got a lot of stuff to get through. So this was just kind of hot off the presses. Navy Hilo, MH-60 Seahawk, forced to make an emergency water landing in the Arabian Sea early Wednesday morning. 3 of the aircraft's 4 crew members were successfully rescued from the water and remain in stable condition aboard a nearby aircraft carrier, the George H.W. Bush. Active military search and rescue utilizing regional naval assets is currently underway. Central Command officials stated there's no current indication the emergency landing was caused by hostile fire or military action. So we'll see how that goes. I can only imagine a water landing in a Hilo. Dude, those things sank like they sank like rocks. And oh my Lord, I am hoping that sailor's found, but wow. So let's move on. Well, it looks like GOP members are rebelling in the House. House stalls Trump agenda and heads for early holiday recess. Well, shit, they got parades to get to. House Republican leaders sent lawmakers home for a nearly 2-week holiday recess Tuesday after several hardline conservative members rebelled on the floor to demand stronger action on President Donald Trump's much desired voter identification bill. This voter ID thing is going to sink the Republican Party. The Supreme Court's already ruled against this well, they obviously got rid of the Voting Rights Act, but they ruled for states' rights in another voting matter. I got to go back and I can't remember the name of the case. It was just like a day or two ago. But Donald Trump doesn't seem to understand that he's not going to be able to rewrite the Constitution, and his little hardline groupies anything that they attach the SAVE Act to, don't plan on getting it approved because there are Republicans. It's so weird to hear these people talk about states' rights, but they want to federalize some of these voting laws. It's unconstitutional. In this weird obsession thinking that, voting is compromised, Donald Trump's just off his rocker with that. And most Republicans know that it is a lead balloon if they pass this bill or the actual SAVE Act. So, crowd size gripes. Donald Trump always has crowd size gripes. State fair troubles. The problems of an America 250 celebration tied to Trump. Yeah, it's going to flop. Damn it. I am not going to subscribe to CNN. And as I said Saturday, I may just actually come in early or start the show early Saturday morning, maybe around 8 or 9, just to cover some of the parades, but it's not set in stone. So E. Jean Carroll asks judge to release more than $5 million after Supreme Court denies Trump's appeal. Well, two things about that. Supreme Court ruled against Donald Trump. He's been trying to overturn. I think the specific thing he wanted to overturn was the defamation part, but he says he's going to keep trying, and I'd love to know how he's going to keep trying. The Supreme Court won't hear it, and they're not crazy. Why would they want to get involved in Donald Trump's personal business? And I'm not going to cover the story, but Donald Trump in the last year with his crypto thing, they started a crypto coin thing. Dude made $1 billion. So, hey, she's only saying, hey, let's get this $5 million that I won in my civil suit. Let's get it paid up, Mr. I made $1 billion in crypto. I think she's very right to do so. So what else is going on in Trump world? Trump says Dallas will host Republican midterm convention in September. And I've talked a little bit about it yesterday. Portia's all excited about it. So the Republican National Committee will hold a midterm convention for the first time. And they need to do that to rally the base because they're not doing well in the polls. For the first time ever, the Republican Party will hold a midterm convention. It will be in Dallas, Texas, one of my favorite places in the world. It will be fantastic. It has never been done before and will be a truly historic event, Trump wrote on Truth Social. This is what desperation looks like, folks. Trump needs a midterm convention because they're not doing well in the polls, and he just wants to whip the troops into shape. I wish he'd have that convention in Minneapolis. Having it in Dallas is just kind of like a softball pitch. And speaking of Trump's unpopularity, this is something I got in my email today. This is from Pew Research. Trump gets negative reviews internationally as fewer say U.S. is a reliable partner. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Dude, Trump just said in a speech at that opening speech of his for the state fair on the mall in Washington, D.C., how popular the U.S. is back and how popular and how the respect has been restored. 36 countries survey finds declining ratings for the U.S. amid rising concerns about its foreign policy and the health of its democracy. Thanks, Donald Trump. We are close to being a scourge. 57% unfavorable in views of the U.S. Views of Trump, 76% no confidence. 50% say the U.S. 50% say the U.S. is not a good partner to other countries. Not reliable, 50%. Reliable, 47%. So it's kind of 50-50. U.S. contributes to peace and stability. Not too much, not at all, 63%. Donald Trump ain't getting a peace prize this year. U.S. takes other countries' interests into account. Nah. 66% say no. And U.S., it should be a second order priority. Views of personal freedoms in the U.S., 56% of the world thinks that the U.S. does not respect personal freedoms. What in the fuck? Dude is tanking this country. And then they do a little analysis by country, like where it was in the past to where it is now. For instance, in Sweden, it's gone from 16% saying not reliable in 2022 to 69% in 2026. Reliable, 83% of Swedes thought the U.S. was a reliable partner in 2022. It's down to 31% in 2026. So Donald Trump has literally tanked. He's literally tanked this country pretty much everywhere. And the countries that are being looked at here are all like first world countries. Hungary, well, maybe let's call them first world. Singapore, Japan, Malaysia, South Korea, Poland, Spain, France, UK, Italy, Australia, Germany, Sweden, Canada, Netherlands. These aren't like second tier countries. So Donald Trump tanking the US's reputation in the world. And Trump is president till January 2029. If you say so. If you say so, Bobby. Let's see how long your goodness lasts. And by the way, Bobby, I thought you were going to drop a link. I didn't see it if you did. Oh, there it is. Because to be honest, I barely know who Gucci Mane is. So let's see here. Why do I not see it in YouTube? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at my phone. So it'll take me a second. For some reason, that link only works on the mobile app. So let's move on. So this is the Chicago Tribune. Supreme Court to hear Cook County assault weapons ban case, potentially setting up test for Illinois gun law. Apparently, Illinois, a lawsuit by 3 county residents and 2 gun rights organizations against county officials alleging the county's assault weapons ban, which includes prohibitions on the AR-15 and similar semi-automatic rifles, violates the Second and 14th Amendments. So we got a gun case coming up, and I actually have an accompanying video talking about how the Supreme Court is like made up history when it comes to the Second Amendment. And I agree on that. They have basically modified. They're an activist court when it comes to gun rights. And they're so hypocritical. Clarence Thomas in particular. Clarence Thomas makes a point, and I'll bring it up when I read his part of his dissent. Clarence Thomas talks about, or maybe it's Brett Kavanaugh, I can't remember now, about how Supreme Court rules have to be adapted to present day circumstances. And that is so hypocritical a statement, because we don't need AR-15s. So let us move on. Okay, so now we're going to get into some of the Supreme Court stuff. Supreme Court birthright citizenship decision renews conservative feud with GOP appointed justices. Yeah, they're not happy with this birthright citizenship thing. So let's hear, and there might be a commercial in here. This is the Washington Examiner. I might have to drop them because I'm not real happy. I have to go with the Washington Times. I need to figure out if they do commercials in their articles.
Supreme Court birthright citizenship decision renews conservative feud with GOP appointed justices. By W. James Antle EI.
And we're live on match day as Doug reaches for a buffalo wing. He's got it. Oh, and he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. What a finish. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi.
The Supreme Court's birthright citizenship decision continued a pattern of conservative disappointment with Republican-appointed justices many hoped would end with President Donald Trump's nominees. The 6-3 ruling striking down Trump's executive order limiting birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment was not a surprise to court watchers. But it completed a Supreme Court term that was a mixed bag for Trump and found conservatives in a familiar place. Disappointed in the court's rulings, despite a seemingly durable 6-3 conservative majority, and especially with the votes of justices nominated by Republican presidents. Recent decisions have also raised the question of whether Trump could actually afford the retirement of Justices Samuel Alito or Clarence Thomas, who have been more conservative and often more receptive to his administration's legal arguments than his own nominees. Over the years, Republican-appointed justices have provided critical votes upholding abortion as a constitutional right, protecting Obamacare, expanding the government's ability to take private property through eminent domain, establishing a right to same-sex marriage, and otherwise dealing major blows to conservatives. Republican-appointed justices such as William Brennan, Harry Blackmun, John Paul Stevens, and David Souter have even outright joined the liberal bloc of the Supreme Court. Others, such as Sandra Day O'Connor, Anthony Kennedy, and current Chief Justice John Roberts, have been more conservative but have also been a key swing vote delivering significant liberal victories. This is despite the fact that, starting with Ronald Reagan, Republican presidents have made a concerted effort to build a reliable conservative majority on the High Court. Every 4 years, GOP presidential candidates promise to nominate conservative justices and lower court judges. Republican presidents dating back to Dwight Eisenhower and Richard Nixon have lamented how their Supreme Court picks turned out. Only once has a Democratic appointee to the Supreme Court migrated to the conservative bloc during their tenure. Byron White, who was nominated by John F. Kennedy in 1962. Senate Democrats allowed Antonin Scalia, long viewed as the model conservative jurist, to be confirmed unanimously in 1986. They put up a bit more resistance to William Rehnquist's promotion to Chief Justice, but he too was comfortably confirmed by the Republican-controlled Senate. Next year, Democrats controlled the Senate and rejected conservative Robert Bork's nomination. Joe Biden was chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee at the time. Reagan's third choice, Anthony Kennedy, was eventually confirmed. George H.W. Bush's more liberal nominee, David Souter, sailed through the Senate while conservative Clarence Thomas faced a Bork-like battle and was narrowly approved. After nearly a dozen years of Republican presidents picking justices, The Supreme Court in 1992 heard a case conservatives hoped and liberals feared would overturn Roe v. Wade. Senate Democrats had worried that Thomas would be the pivotal fifth anti-Roe vote. Instead, Kennedy authored Planned Parenthood v. Casey, upholding the core holding of Roe. 30 years later, the Supreme Court majority, assembled by Trump with the assistance of then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican from Kentucky, was built differently.
Yeah, we can stop that here. So look, I don't know what these people were thinking. The law is the law. And supposedly, Roberts and these other conservatives are calling balls and strikes. I honestly think Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito are more politician than lawyers at this point, or judges. I just, again, I read bits of of Clarence Thomas's dissent on this birthright issue, and it was just appalling. The only winner of this birthright decision is Frederick Douglass. He's quoted by Roberts, Jackson, and Clarence Thomas. People, and I don't know, maybe it's just my impression, but people sell Frederick Douglass short. I actually saw a video the other day, or the title of it, I didn't watch it, where the question was asked, should we consider Frederick Douglass like a founding father, like a post, like a post. Well, there are historians who categorize two republics, a pre-Civil War and antebellum republic, and a post-bellum republic. And Frederick Douglass would be considered like one of the founding fathers, along with Lincoln, and probably someone like who's the Massachusetts senator? His name just escaped me. There's several founding fathers of that second republic, and Frederick Douglass would be one of them. If that, was kind of how we wanted to see it. So speaking of MAGA conservatives being disappointed, well, Amy Coney Barrett faces right-wing ire over recent rulings.
Amy Coney Barrett faces right-wing ire over recent rulings. This article is by Emily Davies and read by an automated voice. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett faced a torrent of attacks from right-wing commentators after she voted this week to reject two key pillars of the Trump administration's agenda, including the effort to end birthright citizenship. Justice Barrett sided Monday with Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. and the court's liberal minority to reject a push to restrict mail-in voting practices, which he has long blamed, without evidence, as central to his defeat in 2020. Prominent GOP officials and pundits cast Justice Barrett's votes as part of a pattern of betrayal of Mr. Trump and the Republican Party. Last year, she was the Republican-appointed justice most likely to be in the majority in decisions that reach a liberal outcome, according to an analysis of her record prepared last year for the New York Times, although that was not true in the current term. She previously cast a deciding vote to block Mr. Trump's tariffs. It turns out that Amy Coney Barrett is a DEI hire, little better than Ketanji Jackson. Matt Walsh, a right-wing commentator, wrote on Tuesday on social media, referring to Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the court's only black liberal. Terrible pick. When's the last time we had a Republican president who didn't put a liberal justice on the court? Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina, a far-right firebrand, called for Justice Barrett to, quote, be removed from the bench. A Supreme Court justice can be removed through the congressional impeachment process outlined in the Constitution, requiring a simple majority vote in the House and a 2/3 majority vote in the Senate. Republicans do not have the votes to convict in the Senate. Justice Barrett, whom Mr. Trump nominated to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the liberal justice who died.
See, listen to these weirdos. Like, if she doesn't follow a strict like MAGA agenda, they want to impeach her. These people don't believe in the rule of law. They don't believe in democratic norms. They basically believe in demagoguery. And every single American voter that voted for Trump this second time around, they're deplorables. Every single one of them.
In 2020, has been instrumental in shifting the court to the right. She joined the conservative majority in overturning Roe v. Wade and striking down affirmative action in college admissions, two of the most consequential rulings the court has issued in recent years. Her vote to uphold birthright citizenship in a decision issued on Tuesday intensified the backlash that had already been building after she had voted one day earlier to uphold a Mississippi state law allowing mailed ballots postmarked by Election Day to arrive as much as 5 days later.
You know, that's the one I meant to to address is a states' rights issue. The federal government does not get to decide the rules of how a state wants to handle it. You know, they're mail-in voting. They just don't. And she's right. So let's keep moving on. Democracy Docket says, despite Supreme Court ruling, the battle over birthright citizenship is just beginning. They are absolutely right. And if you, and we will kind of briefly talk about Brett Kavanaugh's partial dissent in a few minutes. So, though the Supreme Court may have struck down President Donald Trump's executive order attacking birthright citizenship Tuesday, the razor-thin majority that ruled against the president gave legal scholars and immigration advocates little cause for celebration. Indeed, for many, it marked a near disaster for birthright citizenship. It really should have been 9-0. While the court broke 6-3 against the president's order in Trump v. Barbara, technically, only 5 of the 9 justices agreed with the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause. The 14th Amendment citizenship clause confers automatic citizenship to children born to parents unlawfully or temporarily present in the country. Brett Kavanaugh thought he was going to be all cutesy. That should also worry anyone concerned with voting rights. A successful bid to restrict birthright citizenship would supercharge efforts to restrict access to the ballot, raising enormous questions about how to prove one's citizenship and right to vote. Experts are already sounding the alarm. The fact that 4 justices endorsed the ahistorical, atextual, anti-constitutional reading of the 14th Amendment means that this issue will not die today. Okay, so this ain't over. Brett Kavanaugh, and maybe since I've been talking so much about him, let's see, what is this next article? Yeah, it covers the same thing, so I'll get rid of it. So let's look at Kavanaugh's first. So this is the Supreme Court decision, and damn, it's hard to read, I bet, on a screen. Let me see. Let me see if I can enlarge it. Yeah, that'll make it easier. So this is Brett Kavanaugh's partial dissent. So, oh wait, is that the right one? No, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. Yeah, there it is. All right, let me blow this one up. Okay, so basically, Brett Kavanaugh did a partial dissent. Damn it. And he basically tries to get real fancy with the words. So, Justice Kavanaugh concurring in the judgment and dissenting in part. So, he wants to talk about Trump's executive order. It establishes new exceptions to birthright citizenship for children born to foreign citizens unlawfully or temporarily in the country. So, what Brett Kavanaugh is saying that there is a precedent with the Wong v. Ark case that that there can be exceptions to the birthright citizenship, basically 4 categories, but it all hinges on jurisdiction. Basically, by statute, this statute right here, it's 1940 1401A of Title 8, provides, you know what? Let me erase that. And let me recircle it. Maybe I ought to do it in red. Let's just do, oops. Sorry about that. So essentially, the U.S. Code provides that persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be nationals and citizens of the United States by birth. Where he's going with this is Wong Kim Ark. The Wong Kim Ark decision interpreted subject to the jurisdiction of, basically that language, a general rule of birthright citizenship. However, there were exceptions, and those exceptions were identified in that case as, oh shoot, let me go back up here. I missed it. Let's see. Indian tribes were one of them. I remember that part. Here it is. Children of foreign sovereigns or their ministers, or born on foreign public ships, or of enemies within and during hostile occupations of part of the territory, and children of Indian tribes. And basically what Kavanaugh is saying is Trump's executive order tried to introduce 1 or 2 new exceptions to the rule, basically kind of defining exceptions to who the United States has jurisdiction over. Well, the problem with Kavanaugh is this whole birthright citizenship case comes down to what you interpret or how you define jurisdiction. And Clarence Thomas is a little bit more clear about what he thinks about jurisdiction. But part of what these MAGA justices, they want to talk about domicile, like where you live officially, as part of what jurisdiction means. And that's not what jurisdiction means. It means they are subject to U.S. law. Now there's some limits, there's some nuances about who the U.S. has jurisdiction over. But at the time, none of the categories, the quote exceptions, the U.S. technically had no jurisdiction over Indian tribes back in 1898. They were kind of semi-autonomous. public ships, foreign ships, no, US law does not apply to a foreign ship. But there's some nuances there. Children of foreign sovereigns or their ministers, they're talking about ambassadors and that sort of thing. And then if the country gets invaded and, part of, I don't know, some territory, like the West Coast gets taken over by Japan, say back during World War II, well, anyone born at that point in time in a foreign territory, essentially, they're not automatically U.S. citizens. Trump trying to introduce these new categories. Well, Kavanaugh says that basically the commonality in those 4 exceptions are the parents are not U.S. citizens. Well, that's not in the Constitution. The Constitution says jurisdiction. Okay. And the dictionary definition of jurisdiction doesn't take into account domicile. And he's trying to add some definition to what jurisdiction means. Constitution doesn't say anything about your parents, whether they're citizens or not. It literally says born in the U.S. So I understand what Brett Kavanaugh is trying to do, but I don't even think that'll work. But it will work for some of these well, basically some of these MAGA folks, they really are illiterate when it comes to reading comprehension. So of course they're going to think jurisdiction can be defined by Trump. But the good thing, essentially what Kavanaugh is saying is that it's possible to overcome the Constitution by going into the statute covering birthright citizenship and adding exceptions to it. But the exceptions that Trump proposed, they're unconstitutional. To be honest, the Wong v. Ark thing makes perfect sense if you define jurisdiction as, hey, they are covered by U.S. law. That's the commonality. Those 4 exceptions are not necessarily, at least in 1898, subject to U.S. law. That's what a jurisdiction is, not domicile. And Kavanaugh, he's going to try and, use the language in a fancy way. And the good thing is that Congress will never have a 2/3 majority agreeing that domicile is part of the definition of jurisdiction. I mean, if you are a soldier overseas or a sailor overseas, you're subject to U.S. law, even if you're not domiciled here. Excuse me. Say you're in Korea or something like that, living on base. You're not technically domiciled, even though you will have a state of residence. You're technically not domiciled, but you're still a U.S. citizen and you're still subject to U.S. law, even though you're under the UCMJ. So anyway, I don't think Kavanaugh has given the far right and MAGA Republicans some hope. He left them some intellectual breadcrumbs, but I don't think that's going to work either. So next, let us have a look at. Well, let's look at the. Let's look at Chief Justice Roberts. Basically, he wrote the majority opinion. So let us enlarge this a bit so we can see it a little bit better, if I can. So right here, Roberts delivered the opinion of the court. At issue in this case is whether the Constitution guarantees citizenship to children born of parents unlawfully or temporarily present in the United States. The 14th Amendment provides all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. It's plain language. All persons born or naturalized. Doesn't say anything about the parents. It literally says nothing about the parents. And they're not going to be able to sneak the parents' domicile into this plain language. So, and essentially, I think Roberts basically says it is what it is. You know, that language is unmistakable, and it doesn't matter what the legislators at the time debated. They debated all kinds of different things about who would be covered, who could be a citizen and all that. And the upshot was all persons born or naturalized. I don't know how that could be mistaken. And these fake originalists, the only time they care about originalism, like Clarence Thomas and these guys, is when it suits their agenda. So let's look at Clarence Thomas right quick. You know what? Did I delete the wrong one? Let's see. That is. So this is Clarence Thomas. So this is just egregious. So Clarence Thomas, let's see. Let me go back up here. So Clarence Thomas's dissent is just a major, in the Navy, we call it a clusterfuck, but because we're on because we're on YouTube, I'll call it a cherry pick. So Thomas wants to go in and talk about the Dred Scott decision, which, yeah, I'm sorry. I think you could live without the Dred Scott decision, but he wants to talk about it. He says Dred Scott went to court and argued that to be a citizen, it is necessary that he should have acquired a domicile. Now, this is literally a brief, not the Dred Scott decision, for starters. And then Clarence Thomas wants to cherry pick. After this court held, he's talking about the Roger Taney court, who rendered the Dred Scott decision. He's basically saying, after this court held that Scott was not a citizen because he was Black, Republicans in Congress, such as Representative John Bingham, stated that a person was a citizen if he was born and domiciled. Now, when Bingham said that, Clarence Thomas is referencing the Congressional Globe, which was kind of like a record of what was said in that debate. Bingham said born and domiciled, saying that Scott was a citizen in their view because he was born to Americans, not to temporary sojourners. He is literally adding words and meaning to that debate. And then I talked about Frederick Douglass, being like way undercredited sometimes. Clarence Thomas talks about Frederick Douglass here. As Frederick Douglass had put it, the freedmen sought citizenship not as aliens nor as exiles, but as Americans. Besides the point, why he even added it, I don't know. Sought citizenship not as aliens or as exiles. So that means if they were aliens or exiles, they shouldn't seek citizenship. What these folks are missing is the Constitution. The 14th Amendment is talking about the actual child born, not the parents. It literally doesn't mention the parents. It talks about born. So Clarence Thomas just cherry picks his way through these arguments. He takes like 3-word quotes, pairs it up with another 4-word quote to come up with a narrative that meets his thing. Basically, he's saying that the 14th Amendment was about Black people, former enslaved people, et cetera, et cetera. And Justice Jackson kind of kicks his ass with this, Clarence Thomas literally said in the when they struck down affirmative action that the Constitution and the 14th Amendment specifically is colorblind. Well, all of a sudden, Clarence Thomas wants to basically talk about Black people. In the Constitution, the 14th Amendment was specifically for Black people. Well, which is it? Is it for Black people? Because if it's for Black people, then you got to go back and you got to revisit what you said about your comments on affirmative action. And I just find Clarence Thomas dude has an agenda, and justice ain't it. It's really problematic in my opinion. Really just disingenuous. So, hold on one sec here. Okay, so Ketanji Brown Jackson just takes Clarence Thomas to fucking task on this. She goes, I joined the court's opinion in full. I write separately to respond to some of the themes in the principal dissent. Despite his longstanding endorsement of a, quote, colorblind Constitution, Justice Thomas now surprisingly suggests that the Citizenship Clause was a race-conscious remedial measure relating only to freed slaves such as Dred Scott. That's a quote from his dissenting opinion. And those who shared with them certain characteristics, no other homeland called America home. It is for this reason, he says, that children who were born in the United States, but to parents not domiciled here, are not entitled to claim birthright citizenship. But the narrow vision of the 14th Amendment bears little relationship to the history of its ratification. Even worse, Justice Thomas telling elides the entire point of the second founding. The Reconstruction amendments were not an anti-caste, anti-subordination reset for the nation. They were an anti-caste, anti-subordination reset for the nation, not a mere spot treatment for the dark stain of slavery. Essentially what she's saying here is, yeah, the inspiration for the 14th Amendment were, a way to deal with the citizenship of freed slaves, but it wasn't all about just the freed slaves. And I it's there in plain language. And these goofballs like Clarence Thomas, who keep trying to get domicile of the parents into the meaning of jurisdiction, it just, you're either an originalist or you're not. And this interpretation that Clarence Thomas and Alito and all these others want to, Kavanaugh's one of them too, it's just not going to work. It doesn't say domicile in the fucking Constitution. And for every, if you go back and you look at the debates that they had over the 1866 civil rights law that eventually became the 14th Amendment, there for every talk of domicile, there's also talk of, hey, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the race of the child. If the child is born here, the child's a citizen. They talked about Chinese versus Germans. It's kind of intricate and kind of really boring if you're not interested in this stuff. But all I have to say is that those of you who are fans of Clarence Thomas, you need to go read some of his decisions in the flesh, and you'll be sorely disappointed. Dude is cherry. It's like political cherry picking. He picks out the parts that support his argument or his beliefs, his political beliefs, and then he leaves out anything that would basically contradict it. So that's that. So actually, while I'm thinking about it, I'm sorry, CKJ3. It literally, Clarence Thomas says that the Constitution is colorblind. Clarence Thomas has literally said that the 14th Amendment, it was either, maybe it was Chief Justice Roberts. Either the Constitution is colorblind or it's not. And your point here about it was for enslaved Black Africans, sorry, son, you're wrong on that one. You need to read a book on the topic. It was inspired, but it wasn't only for. They talked about Germans, they talked about Chinese, etc. Again, it was inspired to deal with freed African slaves, or American slaves for that matter, because a lot of them were born in the United States by that time. But the bottom line is, in the debates by 1866, and then I think it was 1868, so there was a couple years between the civil rights law and having it enshrined into the Constitution. It wasn't just about blacks, black slaves at the time. You're talking about distorting history. You need to actually be familiar with the history, CKJ3, because you're not, obviously. And I'm not going to even get into a back and forth. You literally need to do your homework. So, what's up there, EAE? So let's see, what is next? Oh, I was going to say, everybody, make sure that you have hit the like button if you haven't. If you're new to the channel, we sometimes get a little bit too much into the weeds. I could get deeper into the weeds, but I bore even myself. So we're going to watch some reactions to this birthright citizenship decision. And there's been quite a number of them, by the way. Let's see here. Give me one sec. Let me get to the right place. So there's some short videos, there's some long videos, but all of them, well, 3 of them are going to be pretty much reactions. And then the last video, at least what I think is going to be the last video, is called "Does SCOTUS Influence Politics?" And I think, to me, it's obvious that they do. They may be outright politicians, unelected politicians, by the way. So let's have a look at this reaction, starting first. This is more or less from the left.
Through congressional action, and he should take a look around him.
By the way, this lady, I think she's like either head or like the head lawyer of the ACLU.
And he'll soon realize the effort at a constitutional amendment is a dead end for him, because the vast majority of Americans cherish birthright citizenship.
I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show wishing 41-year-old LeBron James many happy returns as he reportedly plans to leave the Los Angeles Lakers for a new team next season. Sure, by basketball standards, he's nearing retirement, but by political standards, LeBron James is just a tiny child with decades of important contributions to make in the future. On today's show, it's the big one. We get into birthright citizenship with the woman who argued before the Supreme Court to save it, American Civil Liberties Union National Legal Director, Cecilia Wong. Before we get into all that, here's what we're following today, Tuesday, June 30th. Let's start with the other decisions the Supreme Court made today. The Supreme Court ruled against the rights of trans kids and their ability to play sports with their peers, because, of course they did, in a decision encompassing 2 cases, one from Idaho and one from West Virginia. The court ruled that state laws that barred trans kids from playing sports on girls' and women's sports teams did not violate either the Constitution's guarantee of equal protection or Title IX, which forbids sex-based discrimination in education. All 3 liberal justices dissented in the decision. In his majority opinion, Justice Brett Kavanaugh argued that the ruling was necessary to, quote, reduce the risk of physical injury and ensure fair competition. However, trans kids and their families, who are already facing an oppressive federal government and state governments willing to drive them from their homes, should take heart. Kavanaugh added, quote, no student athlete on either side of the issue, whether a biological female or transgender, deserves to be ostracized or vilified. Yeah, that'll make it all better. The Supreme Court also erased limits on how much political parties can spend in coordination with candidates for federal office. In doing so, the justices struck down an election law that is more than 50 years old. Limits on federal election spending were created after Congress wanted to stop the uber-wealthy from skirting caps on individual contributions to a candidate by just giving the funds to the party itself, with the understanding, of course, that the money would be spent on behalf of the candidate. Unsurprisingly, the lead plaintiff in this case was the National Republican Senatorial Committee. The Supreme Court had previously upheld the spending limits in 2001, but this is the Republican court, Roberts Court, now.
I believe that I owe an explanation to the people of New Jersey's 7th District, to my colleagues in this chamber, and to the American people for my absence. Several months ago, due to health concerns, I entered the hospital for some testing. I did not believe that this would result in a long-term stay.
After 4 months away from argued that the ruling was necessary to, quote, reduce the risk of physical injury and ensure fair competition. However, trans kids and their families, who are already facing an oppressive federal government and state governments willing to drive them from their homes, should take heart. Kavanaugh added, quote, no student athlete on either side of the issue, whether a biological female or transgender, deserves to be ostracized or vilified. Yeah, that'll make it all better. The Supreme Court also erased limits on how much political parties can spend in coordination with candidates for federal office. In doing so, the justices struck down an election law that is more than 50 years old. Limits on federal election spending were created after Congress wanted to stop the uber wealthy from skirting caps on individual contributions to a candidate by just giving the funds to the party itself, with the understanding, of course, that the money would be spent on behalf of the candidate. Unsurprisingly, the lead plaintiff in this case was the National Republican Senatorial Committee. The Supreme Court had previously upheld the spending limits in 2001, but this is the Republican court, Roberts Court now.
I believe that I owe an explanation to the people of New Jersey's 7th District, to my colleagues in this chamber, and to the American people for my absence. Several months ago, due to health concerns, I entered the hospital for some testing. I did not believe that this would result in a long-term stay.
After 4 months away from Washington, his congressional district, and his duties, New Jersey Republican Representative Tom Keene Jr. revealed on the House floor today that he had spent.
Let me skip ahead, because I'm not particularly interested in this part.
Efforts to end birthright citizenship.
Here.
To find out, I talked to Cecilia Wong, now effectively stateless. And what her consideration is, the Supreme Court ruled, but hey, I don't work for the Trump administration. And that's the news. Let's talk about birthright citizenship. The Supreme Court affirmed back in 1898 that the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment means that if you're born in the United States, you are a citizen of the United States. And today, some 120 plus years later, the Supreme Court ruled again that the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment provides birthright citizenship. Most anxiety-inducing reboot ever. The whole reason this was even up for consideration is President Donald Trump. On his first day back in the White House, Trump issued an executive order that would have made the children of undocumented immigrants and temporary visitors non-citizens and rendered them effectively stateless. And while 6 Supreme Court justices struck that executive order down, 3 sided with Trump. You'll be shocked to know that those justices were Scalia, Thomas, and Gorsuch. So what does this ruling mean, and what's next for the actually not controversial issue of birthright citizenship? To find out, I talked to Cecilia Wong, National Legal Director for the ACLU. She argued before the Supreme Court in favor of birthright citizenship. Cecilia, welcome to What a Day.
Thank you so much. Good to be here. What a day.
What a day, especially for you, because today the Supreme Court rejected the Trump administration's efforts to end birthright citizenship in a 6-3 ruling, which we'll get into. You were part of this. You delivered oral arguments to the Supreme Court in defense of birthright citizenship. How do you feel right now?
Well, I feel relieved and in a mood to celebrate on behalf of our brave clients, our 3 named plaintiffs and class representatives for the certified class in the Barbara case, and for the hundreds of thousands of American families who have been waiting for the decision with bated breath, and for the millions of Americans, for all of us who believe in the promise of equality that is the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. So, it's worth celebrating this moment, even though we never should have been in this position where the President of the United States attacked this cherished pillar of American society. But here we are. We got out of it with a definitive win by a majority of the Supreme Court.
Yeah. And again, this should have never come up. Birthright citizenship is in the Constitution. The Supreme Court affirmed that in 1898. I think for most people, according to recent polling, 7 in 10 Americans, this was kind of like, yeah, this is it. What was your argument for the Supreme Court? How do you argue something that just seems so obvious?
Yeah, here's kind of the big picture. President Trump, as with so many of his policies, was scapegoating certain non-citizens, certain immigrants, people who are lawfully in the United States on temporary visas. And I should note, some of those temporary visas leave people in that status for years and years and years, even though they're ultimately to become green card holders and to become US citizens. And he's going after undocumented immigrants, and he's using this kind of trope of birth tourism, which is actually a minuscule problem.
About 0.3% of births.
That's right. And that Congress has already addressed through other laws. So the president is taking aim at certain immigrants who are part of our American communities, our friends and neighbors and relatives. But really, he's targeting something far more fundamental and something that reaches into every corner of American life. It's the Birthright Citizenship Executive Order was part of President Trump's attack on the Reconstruction Constitution and the Second Reconstruction, which was the civil rights movement's legislative wins. And so when the president, took aim at the 14th Amendment's first sentence, he was really fighting uphill against the history, against the framers, the entire purpose of the framers. As Justice Jackson said in her concurring opinion today, the 14th Amendment is a repudiation of caste distinctions in American life. And the president was trying to reinstitute those caste distinctions that it took a civil war to eliminate. And luckily, he was unsuccessful with the Supreme Court.
Let me tell you something. That point about caste distinctions, I think Be Brave is basically Donald Trump when he talks about, hey, he has no problems with black people as long as they know their place. Trump and these blood and soil types like J.D. Vance, they literally want a caste system. They want blacks to be subordinate to the white man in a white man's country. And people like John Galt, the usual suspects, dude, all these guys. Let me tell you something. John Galt, and there are several others I could lump in with John Galt, even though they may not necessarily agree with John Galt's position on black culture. They are subservient to whites. There are people, and I don't know, maybe if I have a couple more beers, I'll be more willing to name names. There's some white worshiping motherfuckers in these YouTube chats, black content creators who are willing to not deal with white supremacists. As a matter of fact, John Galt fucking invites white supremacists on his show to talk about white supremacy and to glorify it. Trump and his ilk, the tech bros, the J.D. Vances, yeah, they want to go back to a 19th century sort of view where the white man, especially rich white men, are supreme. And they're just telegraphing it. Look at Project 2025. Look at this thing with birthright. Look at this thing with tariffs. They basically want to undo what FDR did.
Reaffirming their decision from 1898 and saying, once again, birthright citizenship belongs to all of us.
We'll get back to my conversation with Cecilia Wong in a moment, where she'll get into what we actually learned from the court's decision. But if you like the show, make sure to subscribe, leave a 5-star review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, watch us on YouTube, and share with your friends. More to come after some ads. This podcast is brought to you by Planned Parenthood Federation of America. The Trump administration and its backers in Congress are messing around with our healthcare. They already passed a law defunding Planned Parenthood that blocks Medicaid patients from getting life-saving care, like cancer screenings, wellness exams, birth control, STI treatment, and more. And now these lawmakers want to shut down health centers by defunding Planned Parenthood permanently. Our communities deserve better. To learn how you can get involved, text UPDATE to 22422. What A Day is brought to you by Helen Keller International. Here's a little good news. Helen Keller's birthday is coming up, and Helen Keller International is celebrating by helping more children and families around the world live healthier lives. Working in 20 countries worldwide, the organization works with local partners to improve nutrition, protect sight, and fight disease with solutions that are proven to work. Now through June 30th, gifts made in honor of Helen's 146th birthday will be matched, doubling your impact. A gift of $146 can help provide essential vitamin A for 146 children. Visit helenkeller.intl.org/WAD and help celebrate Helen's legacy with a gift today. Let's get back to my conversation with Cecilia Wong.
Be that many
Talking about this decision. What interested me in reading it, in reading the concurrent opinions and also the dissents, is that it was sort of a 6-3 decision, kind of a 5-4 decision, and weirdly, kind of a 7-1 decision all at the same time. How did you read the judges' opinions?
We have 6 out of the 9 justices, including 2 Trump appointees, Justice Kavanaugh and Justice Barrett, who joined the Chief Justice along with the liberal justices in striking down the president's executive order. Justice Kavanaugh writes his concurring opinion, concurring in the judgment, which nobody else joins. And he says he doesn't believe that the executive order violates the Constitution because he doesn't believe that, he believes that the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, can change over time, which is deeply contrary to what the majority of the court has done recently with respect to other constitutional provisions.
Right. I'm like, originalism, except for right now.
Right. So let's put a pin in that. At the end of the day, Justice Kavanaugh says, look, Congress passed a statute at first in 1940, and then again, reaffirming that and reenacting this citizenship law. And at the time Congress enacted that statute, everyone agreed that the 14th Amendment extended to everyone except for these really narrow English common law exceptions. And so Kavanaugh says, look, the executive order needs to be struck down under the statute. And he doesn't join the majority on the constitutional holding. So what that means is that you have 5 justices of the Supreme Court in a decision by the Chief Justice that is a really powerful repudiation of President Trump's effort to rewrite the text of the 14th Amendment. This is not about immigration. This is about the president's attack on the fundamental principles of Reconstruction, of equality, as the Chief Justice notes at the end of his majority opinion, of emancipation, right? And so, at the end of the day, we've got 6 justices who have definitively said no to President Trump, and we have a majority of 5 who decided this on constitutional grounds, which, let's face it, the court already decided, over 100 years ago.
It seems like Kavanaugh is saying, if you want to change this, you have to pass a law. And Trump already picked up on that. He wrote on Truth Social in part, quote, Congress should start today to work on ending expensive and unfair to our country birthright citizenship. They will have my complete and total support. Now, to me, it seems kind of dumb to get really all gung-ho about a dissent and try to pass legislation that's very unpopular, but would it be legal? And do you think that would be successful?
No. I've seen the post that President Trump has up on Truth Social already. Let's be really clear so everybody understands who hasn't had a chance to read these opinions. The majority of the court says that under the Constitution, President Trump's executive order is unlawful, and they strike it down on constitutional grounds. What that means is the only way to change the scope of birthright citizenship is to do a constitutional amendment. So President Trump can't do this through congressional action.
Let me put it to you this way. He can't if you actually want to define jurisdiction the way it should be defined, which means you are under the legal system of juris, basically the judgment. So what Kavanaugh, these people are trying, Kavanaugh, Thomas, and others. I didn't read Alito's opinion, didn't have time to do it, but what they want to do is concentrate on the parents and where the parents live And the 14th Amendment clearly, in plain text, does not even mention parents. It doesn't mention where the parents live. They want to create an exception by statute, but the statute, if you look at the exceptions that the statute creates, none of those categories, none of those exceptions are under the jurisdiction of American law. Now, there's nuance, like I said, to that, but on the surface, no. Back in 1898, there were Indian tribal authorities where U.S. law didn't necessarily apply, not without force. Diplomats, no. There was a case years ago, and it's very vague, so I could be wrong on the details, but it was like a kid or something like that hit someone with a car, and the victim wound up deceased, and it was a big hullabaloo, and I think they got the kid out of the country because it was like a diplomat's kid. Now, it could be that my memory's way off because I'm digging deep here, but diplomats are not necessarily subject to American law per se. The other exceptions, I can't remember off the top of my head, but these Republicans are digging deep when they start talking about the parents and where the parents are domiciled. It literally says born. Parents are not born. They can be naturalized, but if the parents are naturalized, that's obvious. Parents are not born. Kids are born. And the language is plain.
And he should take a look around him, and he'll soon realize that any effort at a constitutional amendment is a dead end for him, because the vast majority of Americans cherish birthright citizenship. This is foundational to who we are as a nation. And this goes beyond, as I keep saying, it goes beyond immigration. It goes beyond racial justice. It's fundamentally an idea that in the United States, and this goes back to our founding, the founders of this country wanted to repudiate the historical English tradition of aristocracy. They wanted to give every person born on American soil equal rights and opportunities without regard to your parent's status, whether your parent is a convicted criminal or the king. They want to treat everyone equally. And that, of course, was imperfect. It was an imperfect promise. It was an imperfect espoused principle at the founding. It took the efforts of free Black Americans to get birthright citizenship, a universal principle, not just for Black Americans, but for everyone. And it took a civil war to get the Reconstruction amendments as a whole. That is what President Trump was fundamentally attacking with this executive order, along with so many of his other executive actions. And it's something that the court has now definitively rejected.
So this ruling is a win. And I want to congratulate you, because I know also that you are a recipient of birthright citizenship, as are millions of other people in this country. And congratulations, you did a great job. The Supreme Court also handed Americans and the rights of many Americans some big losses. What are your major takeaways from this term?
So I think you're absolutely right. We've had some very major losses, disturbing losses that are deeply harmful to many Americans. In fact, this morning, alongside birthright citizenship, the Supreme Court handed us a defeat in our cases that were trying to champion the rights of transgender girls and women to play sports in public schools. And, there have been so many cases this term, unfortunately, where the Supreme Court turns another provision within the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, on its head. As we saw in our Louisiana congressional redistricting case, Louisiana versus Calais, as we saw in the decision that upheld the Trump administration's termination of temporary protected status for Haitians and Syrians, contrary to what Congress intended. And as we see in our cases on behalf of trans girls and women this morning, you see a court that's really got the equal protection fundamentally backwards, and in ways that have the additive effect, the cumulative effect of undermining the court's fundamental role as a check on the tyranny of the majority. The whole purpose of the Equal Protection Clause was to give marginalized minority groups, politically vulnerable minority groups, the ability to go into court and to defend their rights. There's a serious problem where we see the court failing in its fundamental job of standing up for the rights of politically vulnerable minorities against the will of majorities, as expressed by these elected officials like President Trump or state officials in West Virginia and Idaho who passed these laws that target, a single teenager, a single child who is affected by the law in their states.
Cecilia, thank you so much for your work, and thank you so much for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, so let us move on. You know what? I was going to actually do a boring Federalist Society thing, which I'm inclined to do, but let's do this short one. And then I noticed that Latino did a show on birthright citizenship, and that's got me piqued. My interest.
Ask most.
So we will watch this, and then we'll see what Latino has to say. Who knows? It might be entertainment, if nothing else. Why listen to people who read books when you can listen to, well, I won't go there.
Americans, do you believe that an illegal alien who traverses across South America, passes through multiple countries, shows up at our southern border, crosses over, and has a child, if that child should be an American citizen just like anybody else in our country? I think most people would say no. If you ask them, do you believe that a Chinese national who flies into the United States for the sole purpose of having a child, if that child should be an American citizen, most people would say no. And I hope that the Supreme Court recognizes that. For most of American history, we've always recognized that there are certain people who don't fall under that category of citizens. For instance, the children of an invading army, the children of a Native American tribe that maintains tribal relationships. The children of diplomats, for instance, have not been considered American citizens or have not been given American citizenship simply because they're born here. And I think that the same logic applies to the children of illegal aliens who never should have been in our country to begin with.
All right. All right. Of course, that was Representative Brandon Gill. And as you can see, he's laying out the case on why children of illegals should not have birthright citizenship. All right. This is one point of view, one perspective that many of us conservatives agree with. Okay. But there is another side to this, folks. Take a look at this next clip. A Harvard law professor is making the case for birthright citizenship. All right. This is clip 9.
Present in birthright citizenship. What is birthright citizenship anyway? Hi, I'm Kenneth Mack. I'm the Lawrence D. Beale Professor of Law and Affiliate Professor of History at Harvard University. Well, birthright citizenship is a principle that anyone who's born within the territorial bounds of the United States is a citizen upon birth. So in the early years of the United States, people came here, people left. There were a lot of people called sojourners. They would come for work and then they might go back to France or England or Germany. But if there were children born here, those children were citizens of the United States back to the founding, with a few exceptions. Diplomats, for instance, France sends its minister to the United States. The minister has children. Those children are citizens of France. There was a lot of debate about whether Native Americans were American citizens, and there was a lot of debate about free African Americans, not those who were enslaved, but free African Americans had the same rights as white people.
All right, that is not the right clip. But that's all right. Ladies, what are your thoughts here? I'll start off with you, Nicole. What do you think how do you think the court is going to go on this?
I think it's going to break along ideological lines. And this is the reason why I say that. Last week on Thursday, there was a tiff. It was probably the biggest tiff in SCOTUS recent memory. And I know most people didn't even pay attention to it. But Justice Sotomayor took the liberty to read from her 35-page dissent about TPS. Now, that's not unheard of. Sometimes they get a bee in their bonnet and they just start reading their dissent so people feel their emotion. But she got a little spicy with it. I mean, she put a little stink on the back of it. And then Alito, who generally, after someone reads their dissent, it's just quiet and they move on to the next thing. He took it upon himself to remind her that this is not new law. Temporary means temporary. And DHS has always had that power. This is about this.
And let me welcome Ryan. Well, Ryan, if you're gonna be a fucking racist, at least spell mammies right. Son, there's no reason for me to even get mad at you. Because, dude, you fucking mediocre white man, you can't even spell mammies. I thought white people were supposed to be good at English. Maybe you're not from here, but mammies isn't spelled that way, son. Let's see if maybe you'll want to delete that and try spelling it again. Oh, by the way, welcome. How's Seymour?
Separation of the three forms of government here in the United States. It has nothing to do with Trump himself. This is everything about how power works. She gave him a dirty look. He kind of gave her a toss over.
Oh, hey, Seymour, your mass is here, and apparently you're driving his fucking wagon into the chat. But the link is posted. Why don't y'all come up and let's have a chat? Maybe you can teach your massa how to spell mammies there, Seymour. Surely you know how to spell mammy.
For his head.
Mammies.
And notice rules. That's a damn knockout drag out. Somebody got their wig pulled the way that they act, the decorum that happens in that place. I think that wasn't an argument about the temporary protective status. I think that was about a bigger argument because although they're reading the rulings, they've already had the argument. They've already talked to one another, and everybody has cast their vote of what they're going to say. 5 for people who agree, 4 for people who dissent. However that's going to work. They've already had those arguments. And I think Sotomayor tipped her hand a little bit. I think she tipped her hand, and I think it's going to be her, Kagan, and Brown Jackson who are going to be dissenting. And I think the more conservative justices are going to lean into, this was the rule in the early 1800s when we needed more population, when we needed to figure out what we were going to do with these people that were enslaved, this great sin that stained our nation. How do we make this right? I don't think that they see that carrying over, especially when you talk about the people who are subject to the United States. Because if you hold a foreign passport, you're not a citizen. You're a citizen of that nation that you hold that passport for. So if you come here from Guatemala and you got a Guatemala passport and you live in the United States, it doesn't.
Hey, CM, looks like your massa is saying hello. Look like massa saying hang 10 or whatever that white bullshit is, some sort of secret plantation handshake. But welcome to you both. As I said, the link is posted. Which one of you bitches wants to come up and interact with your social better. See, you're Ryan's slave, and Ryan, you're just some fucking massa. Apparently, y'all came over here to clip some shit. Who knows? But I heard y'all got back together. So it's good to see you back together. Y'all are back on Candyland.
Not make you an American. You are Guatemalan, right? That's what the passport says. You are a citizen. When you open it up, a citizen of Guatemala. So being here does not necessarily make you a.
Oh, by the way, CM, this lady on the left, she's got the same hairstyle as you do. Did you notice? She's got those plaits. The only difference is you don't have the little metal bands or ornaments or whatever they are. But she looks like you, except she is somewhat prettier. Don't have those big lips either.
Citizen of the United States. Now, being born here to two people who are illegal, that's a whole horse of a different color. But if you were staying a diplomat, two diplomats get together, have a child, it's not an American, it's whatever nation they hold passports for. And I think that's going to be a very heartbreaking decision for a lot of people.
Well, the core of the debate is the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. So it was ratified in 1868. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are.
Yeah, Ola, she is pretty good looking. All I'm trying to say is Seymour has a fucking girl's hairstyle. This lovely lady has like an actual hairstyle that, you know, a woman could have. I'm trying to figure out why Seymour has these fucking braids like a woman. And my question is, did Ryan pay for the braiding? I bet Ryan did. I bet some of that money that Ryan paid got transferred into the black community for sure. So salute to Ryan. Your money got transferred into Seymour's black community. You paid for his braids.
Citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. All right. So we know this overturned the Dred Scott decision, which denied citizenship to Black Americans. All right. So this is the key. The 14th Amendment is the key to all of this. Shelley, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think this is going to be overturned? What do you think?
I'm going to say a 5-4 decision. And I think one of the primary person that I'm concerned about who can swing it either way is going to be Roberts. You know, Roberts is sort of what I guess I call him, that maybe others have too. I call him sort of this maverick, kind of this maverick of the Supreme Court. He's more focused on the image of the court, more so than the other justices are. He's focused on the image and how the court has historically been viewed and the things that they have historically stood on. So I'm just a little.
Well, ma'am, he is the Chief Justice. It's really his court. History's going to remember it as the Roberts Court. So that he's kind of concerned with the image. He is the steward. I don't have a problem with Roberts being concerned about that sort of stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm glad he is.
A little concerned.
We will have someone to blame.
I know some of the pundits or the political talking heads are saying it's probably not going to go in our favor or what we want. That's what they're saying. But of course, they've been wrong before too. So I'm trying to just stay. But that's what I think. I think it's going to be a 5-4 decision. But I'm mostly concerned about Roberts.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's going to pass either. And I think it's not going to pass based off of the same reason I said before. Okay, so this is being brought up because of Trump's executive order. The executive order sought to reinterpret or limit citizenship for children born to parents without permanent legal immigration status. So it triggered a nationwide class action litigation. And
let me make one compliment here, though. These are Black conservative women, and I'm kind of happy with them. I don't think they came up in my algorithm, and I'm going to make sure I subscribe to them. I don't have a problem with a Black conservative woman.
The Supreme Court are hearing arguments in regards to this, okay? But I think they're going to push it back to Congress and say, look, y'all, you need to either do a constitutional amendment or change the law. I think they're going to push it back to that. I don't think they're going to want to wade into this, because it's based off of an executive order. And once again, they are not here to make law. They are not here to change law. They're here to interpret the law that is here. And so I believe that, and again, I agree with the conservative justices and what you all said. I don't agree with this birthright citizenship, but I think that they're going to punt it back to Congress to do what they're supposed to do. Legislature, I should say.
Yeah. I don't, here's what we know for sure. Congress ain't going to touch it, because everybody likes staying in their seat, right? Yeah. Everybody likes the perks and all the things that come with. But I think this is a very interesting legal question, and taking a look at how they've ruled on all of the immigration rules thus far, right? Because nobody in a million years thought that they would make temporary mean temporary. People were saying, no, temporary means temporary. It does not mean forever, and it doesn't mean safe to an American standard. Haiti, God bless that nation, is never going to be safe to an American standard. It's never going to be America. Maybe in a millennia, possibly, but it's never going to be America. When I say that there are other nations, Syria being another one, we have sent other protected people home. When temporary is over, you have to go. And I think that was the crux of the argument. It wasn't necessarily about immigration. It was about narrowly interpreting the law. For this birthright citizenship, it's not so much the entire amendment, it's the part that says subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
And that's the part is actually, I do think that I agree with you, KJ, the Congress needs to have passed this this long time ago. But I do think this is the auspices of the Supreme Court, just that phrase, because.
And these ladies are wrong. It is the auspice of the Supreme Court. The auspice of the Constitution, and there is a way to change the Constitution if you don't like it. Sorry, folks, you cannot change the definition of jurisdiction. Let me look it up right quick, because I've done it multiple times, but why not do it again? Now, words change based on context, but this literally says jurisdiction is the legal authority granted to a court or official organization to interpret, apply, and declare law within a defined geographic area or over specific types of legal cases. Now, I could see where you could actually do some pretzel logic and work with geography. However, it would defy critical thinking to do so. It serves as the foundational power that allows a tribunal to bind parties to its judgments. Nothing about a domicile. They're just not going to be able to squeeze domicile. Now, they could try with the geographic area, but that would defy basic critical thinking as well. Sorry, Justice Kavanaugh. Sorry, ladies. Sorry, domicile has nothing to do with jurisdiction. The only thing as a matter of fact, if you want to go with domicile, it works against the anti 14 or anti birthright citizenship argument. If they're domiciled legally or illegally, the parents are domiciled, but the 14th Amendment doesn't talk about the parents. It talks about the born. Once again, they'll never be able to fucking take it. Congress will never be able to get it, a statute. And then I don't think the statute could pass constitutional muster if you read the text. What's up, Imperius? Surely you will oppose my points.
People are taking the ruling like, has anyone read? If you've read the judgment, it has nothing to do.
I actually read parts of it.
Yeah, all it has to do
As a
is
matter
that.
of fact, you missed it. You missed it. I talked about it on here. I had Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh is the one you need to read. Kavanaugh is the one you need
Jackson and Roberts. I read parts of all four.
Because remember, there's no with the court, like as Kavanaugh's what you need to read. As is his what he says,
and I disagree with it. His thing about
it's down to Congress defining it. It's down to Congress defining what domicile.
He's absolutely wrong about that.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
no.
I'm afraid he is. And it doesn't take a lawyer to see. Kavanaugh wants to basically take those four exceptions, and he says the commonality is that the parents are not U.S. citizens. That's his commonality. I think his commonality is wrong. I think the commonality is none of them are subject to the jurisdiction. And the definition of jurisdiction is up on that screen. Back in 1898,
that's my point.
Hold on.
And that's my point.
Back in 1898, the Indian reservations, those tribal authorities, if I understood the history, like what happened on those, on those reservations was actually beyond U.S. legal jurisdiction. So the U.S. now there, of course, there's nuance and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is the 14th Amendment says nothing about the parents. And that's where it ends. It literally says nothing about the parents. Trying to get an exception to the definition of jurisdiction, I don't think it'll work.
Stanley, you said a bunch of things that had nothing to do with what I was going to say. If you read Kavanaugh,
I'm just hold on. I'm laying out my case. So
okay, Kavanaugh in his concurrence and split, he mentioned that Congress has the right to define if certain people are under the jurisdiction. So all Congress has to do is say illegal immigrants and people that don't have a green card are not under the jurisdiction, and therefore it passes. This case was about an executive order.
Two things about that.
You want me to talk, or do you want to? Okay.
Well, no, I can respond to what you just said.
Yeah,
I don't think number one, Congress will misinterpret the definition of jurisdiction if they do that. To be honest, the four exceptions are not under jurisdiction, and it's obvious. You don't need Congress to say an ambassador, or the child of an ambassador is not under U.S. jurisdiction. You don't need Congress to define that. That is literally defined by jurisdiction.
It doesn't matter what Congress, if Congress defines it, that's it. Like, that's the point, Stanley. It has nothing to do with if they need to.
I understand your argument.
Stanley, how did they determine the people in the Second Amendment?
How did they determine the people? I assume they mean U.S. citizens.
No. No, that's
Okay,
not
well, you
exactly
tell
what it
me.
means. Citizen. The people refers to a quote politically active group of citizens within the United States.
And that's mentioned in the Second Amendment?
No, that's mentioned in
Okay,
the
well,
United States
then
statute.
you have my
No,
point.
but that's my point,
It's an
Stanley. They
interpretation of
refer
the Constitution.
they refer to, for example, in Bruin or Skirmetti or any of the cases, they refer to what Congress passed and defined as the people.
Mm-hmm.
So if Congress defines illegals or nobody that is born here by both parents or people that have 2 green cards are not under the jurisdiction, that's it. And
I'm
therefore
sorry.
the court has
think
no more
it
voice.
would be challenged. It would be challenged, maybe not successfully, but it could easily be. Dude, you could just challenge it because the 14th Amendment doesn't talk about parents at all.
But that's my point. It doesn't matter if it talks about parents.
I think
you're not
it does,
understanding
though.
the legal argument, Stanley. This is
Okay.
what I'm trying to. You're not understanding the legal argument.
Imperious. I'm saying that the legal argument would wind up in court because there is an equal argument. There's an equal argument that says parents were not considered. You can talk about the debates.
What if they just say
you can talk about the debates and all this stuff. They debated it, but the language wound up not mentioning parents at all.
Okay, and what if they define it as if you aren't given if you aren't born and have a social security number given to you while you're born, you're not a citizen.
Let me ask you a counter question.
No, answer the question, Stanley.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
And okay, you're talking about parents, like this is like the holdup. Like Congress can
it
define.
is the holdup.
No, it
They're
isn't.
not mentioned.
No, it isn't.
I know what you're saying, and I'm not a lawyer. So
what I'm saying, the holdup on
let's
this
just admit that you have the advantage.
No, it's not about. I'm not trying to say you're
argue
stupid.
it as a non-lawyer.
That's not what I'm saying.
It's a hang up. You don't think that there's a hang up that German kids of German immigrants, kids of Chinese immigrants were mentioned in the debates because remember, it was a civil rights law before it got codified. So there were extensive debates, and it wasn't, number one, it wasn't just about Black people, for starters. Justice Thomas gets that wrong. And number two, I think there's a reason the status of the parents were not mentioned. You say it's a legal argument if you think it's a good legal argument if Congress decides what the exception is. My thing is, I think it's a good legal argument to go, Congress doesn't have the right to make exceptions without changing the Constitution.
Okay, but again, Congress has the right to do whatever it wants.
No, Congress does not have the right to go against the Constitution.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Congress is the Constitution. Congress defines the
Constitution.
Constitution.
No, Congress is not the Constitution. It doesn't say we the Congress.
Yes, it does. The people is Congress.
It doesn't. It literally does not say
Stanley, let me ask you a question.
Congress.
Stanley, let me ask you a question.
Look at the preamble.
Yeah, no, Stanley, let me ask you a question.
Okay,
let me ask you a question. So what happens if Congress passes a law and impeaches every federal judge?
It would probably be struck down as unconstitutional.
Oh, there's no judges.
Hold on,
there's no
hold on. The which judges are you talking about?
Congress has the right. Okay, Congress has the right to.
Congress.
Okay,
there's a nuance to that,
go ahead.
And there's a nuance to that. The Supreme Court and the circuit judges, that's constitutional. I think that's Article 3. The district, like the lower courts, they're not part of the Constitution. They could be eliminated.
Again, Stanley, Article 1 created all circuit and district courts. Article 1 also has.
I thought
Article
it was just
1,
the district courts.
Can I speak? Or you haven't let me speak since I've gone on here, Stanley. Every other word is something.
Well, I'm sorry.
Like Stanley, literally.
I'm a little worked up. It is my show.
It's fine.
Let's remember that.
No, I know it's fine. I'm just trying to explain that, Stanley. Article 1 has the explicit power of impeachment for any reason in any way it wants to do it. If Congress tomorrow wants to hold nothing and just say, we're impeaching all 9 Supreme Court justices, and tomorrow the Senate just votes to impeach all 9 of them, they're gone. And then the Senate decides to not put any in. So you have no court.
Okay, well, let me help you out. And I love the thought experiment, but what's the likelihood?
Very likely. That's what I'm trying to say. If Congress,
I don't think so.
Oh, it is. Stanley, this is the same thing that happened during Roosevelt. The court tried to stand against him, and what did he say? I'll have Congress kick you all out and add more that I want.
But did he do it? He didn't have to.
Because the court shut the fuck up and gave him what he wanted.
It was a threat.
Yeah, because the court today needs to learn that. Like, why is it, Stanley, let me ask you a question. Why, and if every decision by all political branches comes down to the courts determining if it can do that or not, aren't we ruled by the court?
I don't know. I still think, you know what? Let's just say we are. In a way, I'm very sympathetic to your argument that we should be ruled by the Congress.
Exactly. Congress has the power. This is what I'm trying to say.
It should have the power.
Judicial review was made up, Stanley. It's nowhere in the name me where judicial
Marbury
review
versus Madison.
Made
yes,
up.
I know.
Made up by their own branch. Now, what happens if tomorrow?
And you know what? I would love, dude. Marbury versus Madison was bold.
It's bullshit. And tomorrow,
bold.
what if the president tomorrow makes up that he has divine veto authority, that he can do whatever he wants by any court whenever he wants? It's the same thing that the judicial review did. What this is all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you a question when you're done.
No, I was just saying, Sam. I'm telling you.
Why do you think any of these branches could get away? Now, Marbury versus Madison, it's not going to go away. At least not, with Donald Trump in office, and it'll never go away. And quite frankly, I don't have a problem with judicial review.
I do.
However, I think that what the court did with what is it? What's the one just this week where they struck down? Was it
Humphrey's
what's
executor?
the one? Humphrey's executor. Oh, dude, that to me, that is the biggest case.
It is, because it's as it should be. It's the unitary executive.
Okay, well, you and I'll never agree on that.
Well, but the presidency. If you're reading Constitution, it says the presidency is.
Oh, absolutely. And I disagree with that
in one man.
interpretation.
No, but the words in Article 2 say the presidency is vested in one man.
Okay, well, it doesn't say. I don't know.
Well, remember, the presidency was supposed to be
saying, if I ever could organize a Congress that was very left-wing, I'd just get rid of all the administrative state and go, okay, let's see. I know, but let's see what happens when the president or the executive branch gets to make all these regulations. Let's see how long that lasts.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you got rid of all the branches, they couldn't make any. They couldn't.
Well, no. I mean the federal agencies, all these, because they were created by Congress.
Yep.
And in retrospect, Congress probably should have kept a little bit
more oversight,
authority.
Well, but the difference there, see, it's a good idea. I mean, I think that, again, it is Congress, and Congress has ceded all their power over the last 100 years.
And that's they
remember the ultimate power in the Constitution is Congress. Congress is the one that can really do anything.
Yeah, it's Article 1. But let me ask you a question. You remember this part of history? Was it Andrew Johnson that tried to get rid of somebody? It was, I think it was a cabinet secretary. Was it a secretary of war
He was the
or
Secretary of
something like?
War. I think it was the Secretary of War. He was
Yeah,
trying.
and then it wound up being a kerfuffle because they're like, you can't just fire.
Yeah.
It's a big thing.
It was.
Can you tie that to Humphrey's executor and what the Supreme Court
Yeah,
just did? Because I don't know the history that
well.
well.
It's kind of really what enforces Humphrey's executor is the Administrative Procedures Act.
Mhm.
Okay, that the Administrative Procedures Act is what defines the rules, regulations on rulemaking and implementation for all congressional and executive branch agencies.
Mhm.
And the Administrative Procedure Act, or Humphrey's executor was a case in regards to the Administrative Procedures Act on how much breadth and deference the executive agencies are given in making their decisions on oversight. And that what pretty much said is that the agencies have to follow the APA oversight on specific implementation of rules, like they have to announce the rules, they have to give it certain amount of time to do all, you know what I mean, all things like that.
Right.
And Humphrey's executor has kind of overruled that now, so it's very interesting to see. This is going to be a whole new legal kind of field to where it's okay. Humphrey's executive is gone now, but there's still legal questions in the Administrative Procedures Act that is going to have to be reanalyzed now that Humphreys is gone. That's kind of what's going to happen. Is what's the breadth of the the Administrative Procedures Act on these activities now that Humphreys is gone? That it's kind of like how it's like Bruin. Now that this is the new definition of tradition. You have to go back now and look at those other cases in light of this new standard.
Well, I have well, I think what is being broken now, it won't be fixed quickly. That's one of the more effective things that Trump and his administration has done. It's quickly broken. It would take years, depending on exactly what you're trying to fix.
Yeah, it'll take another 10,
But
15 years.
I also think that I fear that there's going to be a Democratic version of MAGA at some point. Now, maybe it'll happen in 2029. Maybe it'll never happen. That's what I kind of fear, that this pendulum is going to swing back the other way.
Well, you're seeing a fomenting of it in New York and Colorado.
Yeah.
You see last night in Colorado?
Yes.
15-year Democratic rep gone, dude, by 60-40 vote in her district. So you're seeing, it's the same kind of thing what happened with the Republicans beginning with the Tea Party and stuff. You're seeing the base to reassert control over the more middle ground people. You get what I'm saying? Within the parties themselves. You're seeing more hardline control.
I predict's gonna I predict and I hope you're not right. I see a cleaning of house. I don't see Schumer being there much longer.
Oh no, he's gone, dude. He's gone. I don't see I don't see Newsom in there. I don't see Newsom. I don't see the people I see are the
Newsom.
No.
He's
like one of the old guard.
No,
yeah, he's the old guard. He's the old guard.
Right.
He's the Getty's pet. I mean, the Gettys promised him 20 years.
Jeffries, I think he's gone too.
Yeah, I think he'll be gone too. Well, look at the Republicans too. That the senator from Louisiana's gone. What's his name? Mitch McConnell's on his deathbed right now. Did you see that?
Well,
he's gonna die
Mitch
this week.
McConnell. I mean, he's gonna age out.
Oh, he's dead. No, he's in the hospital for 3 weeks. He's probably gonna pass away this week. They say he's on his last. Yeah, if you're in that hospital that long at 84, it's probably not going to go with. You know what I mean? If you're in there 3-4 weeks, it's probably. I mean, I don't wish that on him. I don't wish that on anyone. But that's it. the aging out, you're starting to see. I mean, you're seeing like on the Republican side that young guy from Missouri. You're seeing you're seeing the new kind of faces on both parties kind of assert themselves because the old guard is kind of dying out and losing their control over the systems. You know what I mean? They're just they are.
This is what I fear, though. I honestly think if it's polarized now, they're already talking about AOC, like trying to get AOC, in a position to at some point be Speaker of the House. This isn't going to get better.
It's just going to get more extremes on both sides. You're just going to push
now, the
push
thing
more
is,
to the extremes.
There is horseshoe theory. Do you think that might be a thing?
Yes, it will. Yeah, it's happening right now in some social things. If you notice, like the war. The war is kind of like political theory. You're seeing. Okay, I'll just give you a general. I got to get out of here in a second, but a general kind of overview. What about foreign policy since 9/11? You saw it go really, really aggressive for about 10 years, that we were bombing everyone, going into everything. And now, if you notice, the American public is very against intervention. You get what I'm saying?
Do you think Trump made a misstep? I think it's an obvious
absolutely.
misstep.
Obviously. Absolutely. You could have, dude, this is the thing. Look, if you're really that intent on getting rid of their nuke things, you could have used tactical nukes and just gotten rid of their nuclear sites.
Well, let me tell you why I don't think they did. Persian culture is a thing. It would literally be an atrocity.
No, it would. No, but what I'm saying is, if Trump's going to be the big bad guy, like going to push around Iran, and it's not going to happen by doing munition weapons from airstrikes. The easiest thing, like I said, if he wanted to accomplish his goal of just getting rid of the nuclear sites, the easiest way would have been using tactical nuclear weapons on those specific sites and just not bombed anything after that. You wouldn't have needed to bomb the civilian infrastructure. Hold on.
Do you think I don't think that I think Obama was right. I think history's going to prove Obama right with where he was with what is it, Jay something or another. Trump, Trump hasn't got much farther.
No, and the thing is we wasted a bunch of money and a bunch of lives for not really anything more than what Obama. I mean, look, if Trump can get actual inspectors in there through this negotiation, that'll be a big thing that actually go in there. Like, because remember, Iran never let any inspectors in there.
Yeah, but Obama had inspectors in there.
Yeah, but not. You know what happened when they did that? They just the IRGC just went up to him and said, "Get the fuck out!" Like they didn't let him. You know what I mean? I'm saying like actual being able to monitor it, kind of like how what's that? Like Pakistan allows monitoring. You know what I mean? Like India and Pakistan allow the international. What is that? The international nuclear. God damn it, Stanley. What's it called again? The nuclear proliferation something.
Oh, I don't recall.
You know what I'm talking about, though. You know
the
that
IAEC.
Yeah, the Atomic Energy.
Like
yeah, the International Atomic Energy Commission. There you go. Good job, Stanley.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah.
Well, I'm old.
No, but you got it out of your head. I didn't get it. Yeah. So no, but anyways, I gotta hop up. But good discussion.
Well, I'm glad you came up, dude. You really ought to come up and talk politics more.
Well, and Stanley,
I know I annoyed you. But
here's another couple big. Did you get the couple big ones that the court took though, by any chance? The for next.
I talked about them yesterday.
Yeah. That assault weapons one is the
gun
big one.
case.
That's the big. That's the big one.
Chicago coming up. Pretty much this shows between yesterday and today, it's been pretty much about the Supreme Court.
Well, and then you got two.
Unfortunately, I don't get lawyers up here who actually know shit.
No, Stanley, you're smarter than most lawyers. I'll tell you that. Like, trust me, people think a lawyer just means you're not. A lot of lawyers are really fucking stupid.
Well, it's critical thinking.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, Stanley. A lot of them just push papers. I mean, to be an orator is a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like I have to do a lot of administrative law. Like I have to do a lot of negotiations and things like that. And I have to do like a lot of
have you ever thought of teaching it?
I don't have patience really, Stanley. I'm just not like my dad's Like my dad's a teacher. He taught my dad actually. See, my dad, after he got his brain injury, he actually, what he did was, because he got all the money and, you know, all that shit from that, he's like, I want to go back and do what I wanted to do as a kid. I want to be a teacher. And my
Good
dad
for
actually
him.
went back and got 2 masters and taught down in downtown LA for about 15 years.
Really?
So
Did
I
he-
have nothing wrong with teachers. I enjoy, but my dad's also a very old school teacher who stayed every day till 6 o'clock grading papers, staying with the kids, you know, things like that. And what's
Right.
funny is they actually respected him. Like as a white dude down in downtown LA, where it's all Mexican kids, you know, even the gangbangers, they were all Mr. C.
Your
Mr.
father
C.
sounds like a fucking hero.
Well, he's my hero. I mean, a guy that survived a
Damn,
brain
dude.
injury like
Congrats.
that, you know, he's
You
my
are
hero.
so lucky.
I am. I think every day that he's still with me, man. You know what I mean? Like every day. Because I remember when I was 9 years old, I was at the Hoag Hospital. I heard my dad's head being sawed open.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Like, you got to understand. Like, my dad's my fucking hero, man. Like, he told, like, you know why I'm such a believer in God, Stanley? It's from my dad.
I know now.
Well, because my dad was literally had no brain activity and no heart activity when he died. Like he died on the fucking the surgery room.
Really?
And my dad
How is
told
he
me
now?
he's one of the smartest men I know.
Fuck.
He just can't taste and smell. But what I'm saying is, like, dude, literally, like like a guy that can remember, he had the intelligence of a 3-year-old after he got out of that hospital, and to get 2 master's degree after that, he has more willpower than I could ever do. Like that's why he's
Well,
my
all
hero.
I have to say is salute to the strong fathers who, you know, that story, because I never knew it before about you. It explains a lot. That's why he's so fucking confident.
Well, my dad, and the thing is, my dad is so
strong
opposite.
fathers make confident.
Yeah, but my dad's so opposite of me. My dad's a very quiet, confident. You know what I mean? My dad doesn't. He's not like me. I'm like my uncle, like very boisterous. My uncle's an attorney. He's a judge over in LA or in Southern California, and he's the same way as me. He carries a keychain that says like, "We'll get along perfectly as long as you realize I'm God." You know, that's his kind of personality. But what I was saying about God is that my dad made me realize God exists. If I ever questioned, it's because he told me, he said, when I died, I went somewhere and a voice asked me, do you want to stay or do you want to go? And my dad said, I want to stay for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
He stayed.
Good
Came
for
back.
him.
And so that's always what I hold on to, why I always know a personal kind of example of why I believe God exists.
And it never made you want to have a family?
No, I it's a different.
I don't know. It might be
I'm afraid of kids. I think it's a
dude.
lot of it of insecurity of myself. I don't think I'd be as good as my dad and my parents were at being a parent.
Fuck that, dude. You'll make all I can say is with a father like that, dude, your best. I don't know. It's again,
He's
it's an
he's
odd
really not. He's
position,
never
but
questioned me about that. My mom and dad have never. They have other kids, grandkids.
right. But so.
No, I know. I mean, I could. I mean, eventually. I'm just saying, like, to me, like, I'm much like I sit down and talk to my dad about more like spiritual shit. Like, I talk like I don't talk to my dad like my brothers do about like money and finance and like thing. I talk to my dad more as like what's going on. Like, I talk to my dad about like more personal shit because he's able to like put things in perspective for me that I have a problem with. Like, I have a problem with letting things go. I'm very like a perfectionist. I don't let things go. If there's something bothering me, if there's something perfect, has to be perfect. Can't let it go. Can't let go. Whether it be relationship stuff, whether it be work stuff, finance, like, and my dad like puts a lot of things in perspective for me. He's like, kid, he's like, when you're missing half of your brain, you stop worrying about the little things. You know what I mean? That's what he tells me. So, I mean, and he's able to kind of, and he's able to kind of like, keep me grounded on a lot of things. So I have a different kind of relationship with my dad in that kind of way than they do. Like, they're just always like, Dad, you have all the money. Tell us how to buy this. Buy like, what do we should do on this? What should we do on that? You know what I mean?
Are they younger brothers?
No, they're older. Well, one's younger, but the other's older. Yeah. So it's a little different because I was the closest to him, and I was the one that was there going involved with the whole shit when it went down. Like, I was a kid when, I was a kid when I was the most like age of, how would you say that? Like age of, not manipulation, but influence. Like I was at that age of influence, like when my dad had that accident, and I was around the most when he was. So
Right.
I have a different kind. I saw more of it. You know what I mean? So that's
Well,
that's all.
yeah, that makes sense.
Like I used to see my
Well,
dad riding
you
around.
got to see the ascent. He
Yeah,
went
exactly. Like
from
I remember my
yeah,
dad.
and who wouldn't be impressed by that?
Like I remember my dad, like a year or two after the accident, riding around on like because he couldn't drive, on a bike with a helmet on, and he always wore a helmet 24/7 because of the surgery and the metal plate and even after like 2 years, it was still fusing and everything. You know what I mean? This was back in the 90s, dude. This isn't this. My dad was one of the first 3 people in the world to have this kind of major surgery. It cost like $20 million, the surgery. They had to pay it because he was working for the HMOs and got injured at Hoag Hospital. So they had to pay it, or my uncle was going to take the hospital.
Wow.
You know, and my uncle told him he was going to sue him for like $200-300 million. Like, so they just paid everything and paid for my dad's rehab his whole life, paid him a certain settlement.
Damn, that's fascinating. Why don't you tell these stories or more? All I have to say is it's fascinating. Damn, I kind of get you a little bit better now. So, Mariah, good to see you, ma'am. And Ryan. Oh, go ahead, Imperius. That's fascinating. You know what? It's a fascinating story.
Yeah.
Why people don't know this about you?
I'm a very private guy, Stanley. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I'm a very
Understood.
private guy. Like even my brothers and sisters, like I very rarely have people at my house. I don't really like my friends come. I'm just a very private, quiet. Like I like my houses like my little pocket universe. You know what I mean? How everything's
Right.
how I want it.
I know exactly what you mean.
That's just how I am. So I'm very
Kind of a
like
life of
private.
the mind.
Yeah, I'm just very private and quiet, like about what I'm actually doing. I'm like I never go about telling, like when I buy a new house or car, so I don't tell people about it. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going about and telling people what I'm doing and all that. To me, it's like I'm so old. Well, I'm not that old, but I've lived enough in the world to notice that no one really gives a fuck what you're doing. You know, people have their own lives, so I just kind of do what I do and kind of just go along with shit. You know, and I'll input some little things here or there, but you know, I go about.
But you know what though? You don't have to tell everyone, every detail of your life, but that story just in and of itself, that means, dude, it actually means a lot.
Yeah, Stanley. I mean, I told that story to like CT and Gimpy. That's why me and CT talk and Gimpy talk. You know, like
I see.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I told that story to people before, and the people that heard it understand what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Anyways, I got to get off, but I'll hop back.
All right. Well, damn. Appreciate you coming.
Good talk again, man. Yeah, good talk. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Okay. Bye. Well, that was Imperius. Fascinating story. So I want to play the rest of this. It's not too much longer, mainly because I kind of like these women. So I will be right back. Nobody important. Oh, hey, what's up, Frost? Is your microphone fixed? No, it is not fixed. What on earth? Well, just hold on one sec. Let me play this video and I'll be right back. Work on that microphone.
Because it's in the Constitution.
And quite frankly, 2 of these 3 ladies, maybe 3 of 3, but 2 of these, at my age, they're cuties.
It's in the original, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So I think the Supreme Court does have the wherewithal, if you will, the right, maybe the responsibility to make a ruling on that constitutional original phrase and meaning. So I think that may be the part that may go 50-50. I understand what you're saying. Congress is derelict, if you will, lazy. But I do think that that particular phrase does give the Supreme Court the right to make a decision without making law.
Right. So that's the thing. It would not be, a complete reimagining, as Democrats like to say, but it would be clarification of what that means. Because the lawsuit isn't because Trump said, if you're born to foreign parents, it's that particular section, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What does that mean? And the Supreme Court can interpret what that means by today's standards, not what it meant back then, but what it means now. If you're born to two people who hold foreign passports, they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. They are not Americans. They are not subject to our laws. They are not subject to our rules. But here's this baby born on our soil. Does that make that baby subject
once
to
again,
our rules? Now that
this woman literally sounds silly. She's letting that conservatism cloud her brain.
subject to the jurisdiction.
And yeah, I'm going to replay this because I missed a bit of it.
The right to make a decision without making law.
Right. So that's the thing. It would not be, a complete reimagining, as Democrats like to say, but it would be clarification of what that means. Because the lawsuit isn't because Trump said, if you're born to foreign parents, it's that particular section, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What does that mean? And the Supreme Court can interpret what that means by today's standards, not what it meant back then.
Literally, today's standards don't talk about the parents. It doesn't talk about domicile. How about look up the word jurisdiction? Let me ask this particular lady, Nicole, and I'd subscribe to this show. We're going to watch a lot more of them because they're kind of good to look at. And I know I'm objectifying, but it's the cores talking. But the bottom line is you're not going to change the definition of jurisdiction in complaining about the parents, complaining about, where they're domiciled. It literally says born or naturalized. But let's just concentrate on the born. The parents are not part of that 14th Amendment, Section 1. It doesn't mention parents. It talks about born. Only children are born. Why are these people all of a sudden not textualists? Now they want to interpret instead of dealing with the plain text. Funny how these fucking far right weirdos get they get bees in their bonnets when the text doesn't agree with their opinions.
But what it means now, if you're born to two people who hold foreign passports, they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. They are not Americans. They are not subject to our laws. They are not subject to our rules. But
okay, by the way, if you didn't know this, non-Americans are subject to the jurisdiction as well. The fuck is she talking about? So only Americans are subject to U.S. law? That's where the jurisdiction, judgment. Come on, dear, catch up.
here's this baby born on our soil. Does that make that baby subject to our rules? Now, if that's the case, and if they do say that, diplomats are in for a world of trouble.
Yeah, well, that's the thing where you said all persons born in the United States. That's what that's sweeping. And then, and like you mentioned, they need to interpret it because the subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Hold on.
Some are saying simply means subject to the U.S. law and authority while physically present here. Then we had the precedent. I mean, you had the Kim Ark case. which that established strong, ties here. The lower courts and decades of practice applied citizenship to children of undocumented parents. Okay, so it sort of overturned.
Okay. Uniquely, I don't exactly understand this point. Obviously, the parents aren't, but the kid is. Supreme Court just said so. Supreme Court interprets, it doesn't make the Constitution. We're talking about 14th Amendment, Section 1. It doesn't talk about parents. So the Supreme Court just looked at the Constitution and said, oh, hey, it doesn't talk about where the parents live. It doesn't even talk about illegal or not. It just says born. And I know we're going to fight for 50 years over what jurisdiction means, but what Kavanaugh's going to have to do is go and change the very definition of the word jurisdiction. Jurisdiction doesn't talk about domicile. It does talk about geography, but the geography where the country's law actually applies. Nothing about domicile. So good luck with getting it through Congress. Congress isn't that stupid. Some of the MAGA people are, but the rest of them aren't.
Or narrowed what we settled expectations for millions.
Right.
So
that's where that's where our Congress has been again derelict over decades with this immigration. This is how the immigration ties in, of course, where Congress again, both administrations over decades have allowed our borders to be so porous and come and go, have as many children here, go where this is where the law and the legislature, the Congress is supposed to come in. But again, the Supreme Court, I don't know if they're going to, but I think they do have the auspices to interpret that phrase.
All right. Well, folks, sound off in the chat. Let us know what you think is going to happen tomorrow. This is going to be a landmark decision. There's going to be uproars on both sides. This could change. This would change everything here in the United States.
Yes.
Either way, no matter what they decide, the nation has changed forever. And again, this is where we go back to that preacher who preaches to maybe 1,000 people a Sunday. The world is waiting with bated breath on Clarence Thomas and these other justices making this decision with bated breath. And thank God it hasn't leaked. Thank God, like Dobbs, it has not leaked. But whatever the decision is, as a citizen of this great nation, I know that there has to be more value to my citizenship than two foreign-born people coming here and having a baby. One of the things that DHS has already done is all of these anchor baby businesses, literally businesses that have what they call anchor baby tourism, where you're 8 months pregnant, you fly in just to have a quote-unquote American baby, and they don't just claim American citizenship, they claim dual citizenship. So whatever nation their parents are from, plus the United States, and then they fly back home. So if home gets ticky-tacky, the kid comes to the United States, he's a citizen. So you know what that means? We call this chain migration. Now he's here. He's a minor. Where's his parents? He's going to need some parents. When the parents come, you might as well bring the grandparents. The grandparents, you can bring the nephews, nieces, aunts, and cousins. And before you know it, you live in Dearborn. You live in Dearborn.
Yep. Wow.
Welcome to Advisory Opinions. I'm Sarah Isger. That's David French. And today, we do have an opinion from the Supreme Court. Well, wait, no, we have an outcome from the Supreme Court. Ham v. Smith, death penalty and IQ. How many IQ tests do you need to take to be ineligible for the death penalty? And what do those scores need to be? And how many times does the case need to be relisted before we actually get a decision?
Okay, sorry, I let that overrun. Here's the deal. Bottom line is I hate to see young Black people be as racist or racist-ish as some of these MAGA people. But, you know, it is what it is. They need to pick up a dictionary and they need to concentrate on the definition of jurisdiction, in my opinion. Let's see, where are we? Well, we are at 3 hours and 19 minutes. And so Latino for Trump, or let's talk about it, 1212, whatever he calls himself now. He talks about birthright citizenship. I'm kind of interested in, oddly enough, what he has to say about it. Probably won't be much better than these three beautiful young black women, but I need a good laugh. And I'm sure Jewel will come up there and say something illiterate as well. but so it goes. Huh. So let's see let's see what's up with the and let's skip through this. Probably not that interesting. Oh, Josh is up. Big Dog is up. Oh boy.
So you know, I want to give my respect and my and flowers where the respect and flowers are due to him and his family for going through all this situation that he's going through right now, man. What up, Aztec? Oi, oi. What up, BD Sports? What up, RLM? We're gonna be getting into this, man. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that wants to have discussions or conversations about this situation. But I do kind of want to add something too, though. Like, I get that a lot of people be like, yo, but you're Hispanic and all that. Like, why is it that you're against this whole birthright citizenship? Like, wouldn't that affect you in turn? And I said, to be honest, bro, like every other country in the world does this shit. Like, it's just like,
I love hearing these fucking MAGA idiots. Every other country does it. Why should we be the exception? But we're exceptional. Totally dumb argument and inconsistent. This is Clarence Thomas level stupid.
I don't know, man. Why we got to be the exception? Like that's my thing, bro. It's like we allow all these people to come in here. We don't really know who's coming in or not, and what their intent is, if they're going to stay here or live or become part of the United States. We don't know any of this shit. People just happen to have kids because, you know, they feel like, hey, this is the best outcome for my child to be born a citizen. And I get it and I understand that because, you know, America is the greatest country on this planet. But is it fair? No. So, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, what up, BD? So now that people have vacations, like, can we like put a caveat to that? Like, hey, you can't be here and be pregnant, or you can't just have your kid. Like, once you get like about to give birth, we're gonna put you on a plane and get you up out of here. You know, like we can't do any of that.
Nah, we can't do any of that. And here's the thing, Latino. I'm for the banning of the men that want to be women trying to play in women's sports. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I agree.
But this with the 14th Amendment thing, the birthright citizenship thing, here's the thing, it's a trick bag. Like they ruled against it because they didn't want a direct challenge to the 14th Amendment, the same way you had a direct challenge to abortion. The difference between the 14th Amendment.
The fuck is he talking about? You know, I knew this was going to be entertaining. And Big Dog, I hope you come up here and explain what the fuck you're talking about. A direct challenge? Ooh, boy.
In the abortion stuff, though, that abortion wasn't in the Constitution, where the 14th Amendment is in the Constitution. And they didn't want a direct challenge to it.
Yeah,
that's what this was about.
Because it's straight on the Constitution. So my whole thing is they can't challenge this in the Senate like they would with TPS. Like if TPS wanted to make certain adjustments or new rulings on it, they will have to go through the Congress and Senate, right?
Do these idiots understand that Congress can't pass laws that are unconstitutional either? So listen to this motherfucker. Number one, the president, executive orders don't have the force of law. So that was Trump's first mistake. The second mistake is that Congress is not uber alles. Congress is not uber constitutional. The role of Congress is literally defined in that parchment. And I know I should have questioned Imperius about, no, Congress isn't uber alles. Now it can be if they can get 435 dictators to agree, but no, Congress can't pass unconstitutional laws either.
But with the 14th,
yeah,
I don't think there's no Congress or Senate. It's just written in stone.
Well, the 14th Amendment, an amendment can only be changed by Congress, right? Technically, but the Supreme.
Okay, listen to this. No, Congress can't change the Constitution. It's got to be what, 3/4 of Congress and 3/5 of the state? No, Congress can't do it on their own, big dog. Apparently, they didn't teach civics class in Brooklyn. You know what? I might not be able to finish this. This is going to be all kinds of miseducated folks on the technical details, and I'm going to piss some people off. Look, I'm going to get about 10 people unsubscribing.
Court can overrule an amendment if they feel it's unconstitutional. But you got to remember this: the 14th Amendment is the post-Civil War amendments. So if you directly challenge the 14th Amendment, by default, you would be challenging the 13th Amendment and the 15th Amendment too. So they didn't want to have that fight.
Yeah,
that's why they ruled like this.
But this is my thing. Do you think that there could be a different type of solution where we could, there was such a time where, for instance, if my mom was pregnant, let's say at the time, and she wanted to go to DR, she couldn't travel to DR after 6 months or some shit like that. Like, can we bring that shit back? Like,
okay, does he understand that it wasn't DR telling her she couldn't travel after 6 months? It was the fucking doctor. Dude, where is he going with this? There's a whole decompression thing. Dude, so surely Latino doesn't think the DR said you can't travel after 6 months. Pregnant women after a certain time shouldn't be traveling. That's like a medical thing.
If you're 6 months pregnant, when you have a 3 months visa, like that's enough time for you to pop a baby over here. So we shouldn't allow these women to get on the plane.
Maybe they could do that in the courts in that way. But the way they was trying to do it, like a all sides fit all thing, you're directly challenging the 14th Amendment, and they didn't want to have that fight.
That's why I said it's complicated.
That's basically what it boils down to. They did not want to have that fight because let's say if they would have did what Trump wanted them to do, right, and limit the birthright citizenship, you'd have had somebody come along to directly challenge the 14th Amendment right after that. Somebody would have came along to directly challenge the shit. And they didn't want to have that fight because now, instead of just challenging the 14th Amendment, You're challenging all of those amendments, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th, because they all coincide together. It's not a one-size-fit-all thing. You can't just separate one from the other. They all come together.
I had to agree with Stanley a long time ago. He's like, it's in the Constitution, and that's it. And I'm like, yeah, I have to agree with you, but I don't.
Okay. What do I have? I literally haven't watched Latinos show in a bit. I wasn't in the chat, but I am charmed and humbled that he brings me up. But you know what? Funny enough, MAGA can't defeat the Constitution. Now they can, but they'll have to fucking do a January 7th.
Like the optics of it, bro. It's not fair.
Hey, Chocolate.
It's not right.
How you doing?
And I get it. I get it because it's written down. I understand. Those are the rules. But damn, man, can we as a country take measurements, bro? Like, because, dude, when Joe Biden opened that border, God.
Yes, you can take measures. There are provisions to amend the Constitution, but you got to get everybody to agree. Come on, Latino, you know this. You can amend the Constitution. You could strike down Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, but it's not going to be easy to do.
Knows how many freaking terrorists came through that border, bro, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Right.
I am.
We all afraid of that.
Well, Chocolate, this was all about the pretty much birthright citizenship and some other news, but I'm just listening to some of these arguments, and I'm just like, there are all kinds of ways you could get your way with birthright citizenship, but Section 1 of the 14th Amendment is clear. It does not talk about parents. It does not talk about domicile. It talks about naturalized and born. And these folks are just throwing a hissy fit. So I'm amused, but somewhat disappointed that people can't read and interpret. It shouldn't be rocket science to understand that if you want these laws passed, Congress can't supersede the Constitution. It just not without, a revolution or some shit. I don't get it. Why do people talk on shit they don't know? That's for starters.
You go to work and then some fucking dude is starting to pray. Boom. Like, nah, man. Like,
Right.
I want to go for this shit.
Yeah, nobody wants that, Latino, and I'm with you with that. But again, like I said, they ruled like this only because they didn't want a direct challenge to that 14th Amendment, because that would have opened a whole can of worms.
Years to come.
The fuck does he mean by a direct challenge to the 14th Amendment? Okay, Trump did a direct challenge and lost it. Come on, dude. Well, I guess sometimes you just got to let people talk. I'm still trying to learn that lesson.
Yeah, you'd have had challenge after challenge after challenge. If they'd have ruled in Trump's favor,
20 to 10 years.
Yeah.
No bullshit.
yeah, you'd have had people coming after the amendments directly. It's just like somebody, you know what I mean? Let's say, you are you familiar?
What the fuck does that mean, coming after the amendments directly? What process is he talking about? He's not getting clearer in what he means by direct challenge.
Brown versus
how about a president signing an executive order creating exceptions when there really are no exceptions? People are really not understanding what jurisdiction means. Okay, they think that you can create exceptions to jurisdiction, but you can't really. Jurisdiction, the definition of it is very clear. Domicile is not an exception. Jurisdiction is, do you control that person legally? And the thing is even if you want to make an exception for the parents, you can't make an exception for the child. The child is born here. This is really just kind of a exercise in logic, and the words betray what these far-right MAGA fools want. The words betray their critical thinking. They want to add meaning to jurisdiction, and they just can't, and they're going to struggle. They're going to struggle for years. Eventually, stupidity will win, but I probably won't be around to see it. So I won't be around to do a show criticizing it.
Or because it's setting a bad precedent. Then now, if it's the 14th, then what next?
Right.
I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, that's what it basically boiled down. If you challenge one amendment, that means all the amendments up for grabs. And God forbid somebody challenge the Second Amendment, right?
Yeah, or the First.
Or the First Amendment, right? Exactly. So that's what they were thinking about when they were thinking about the decision. If you could,
the 5th and the 4th, you know.
Yeah, if you directly challenge the 14th, that opens the door to challenge the First Amendment and any other amendment, right? And they don't want to have that fight. Basically, they don't want to have that fight.
Oh man, this is crazy. But this is how I woke up.
I'm gonna go back
morning.
in the chat because I'm at work, so I'll be in the chat.
No problem, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up. That's BD Sports, y'all. Go to his channel, subscribe, y'all. This is how I felt this morning when I heard the news.
Perjury.
So the motherfucker felt like a saxophone being blown. That's weird. So I felt like a fucking saxophone. Very interesting.
Leave that baby's an automatic citizen, and then when that baby grow up to be 18, that baby can ask for his parents, because that like, dude, they have a plan for this shit, and that's how they get to cut ahead of the line. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen this shit happen even in DR, and sometimes I'm just like, okay, I'm happy for you, but I'm kind of disgusted. What up, Josh? Any opinions on this situation today, or anything particular?
Oh no, from the DOS side, which I guess now ICE would probably enforce, but for it's gonna basically the effect it's gonna have is directly on visa processing. I promise you that it will most likely be the case that any visa applicants might actually have to submit a pregnancy test for the females.
Bro,
I'll bet you.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to agree with you.
Yeah, and Josh, once again, not the brightest bulb on the tree. Sorry, you're not going to be able to submit a pregnancy test and get away with it legally. It's an invasion of privacy. Sorry, Josh. We're not at your level of autocracy yet. Listen to these weirdos.
Within the next couple of years, that will be
I'm gonna have to agree with you, Josh. Like how do we stop?
You're gonna have to agree with him because you don't have. Okay, you're gonna have to agree with him because you agree with this non-thinking. I agree with your not well thought out thought experiment that could happen. Dude, it's amazing. This conversation is amazing.
Alternative.
Yeah, there's already been pilot programs for that. They've been done in the past, but only for like a specific set of countries. I pretty much think that'll just now become a requirement.
But no one is concerned about that high 80 rank. Yo, dude, I mean, I'm concerned about all that, but it's like, this is my thing, Aztec. Like, the reason why I worry about the terrorism over the little petty, stupid ass crimes is because usually those petty crimes, you know, they let them out. I mean, that's how it works here now. Like, if it's less than 1,000 or 2,000 or some shit, they just let you out with no bail, dude. In certain liberal, you know, areas in the red states, it's not like that. You better pay that bond. And that's what I'm saying. When it comes to those minor little, you know, things that the migrants do, like, yeah, it kind of affects the overall, you know, community, but at the same time, is it as big as a terrorist attack or something? No. So I that's why I worry more about the terrorist attack than, you know, a Venezuelan stealing a bike or some shit. You know what I mean? Because it's a bigger.
Okay, once again, it defies logic. Terrorist attacks don't happen that often statistically. And I'll just stop there. What the fuck is he? Now, I do have to concede that Latino is kind of a conspiracy-minded person, and so is Josh. So it may be just a total disconnect. I don't understand how conspiracy theorists actually think, because they don't think mathematically, they don't think logically. They just, it's almost like, hey, there's a soap opera going on in that space between the right lobe and the left lobe of your brain. So, you know, I struggle to understand why they think what they think.
It's a bigger problem. Like, we don't really know who's here, dude.
Just think of the cost that comes with not doing it, right? So, like, think of all of the visas. I think these aren't the official numbers; these are estimates. But I think, well, the year before last, we had something like I think it was 2.7 million immigrants. Now, this doesn't include the student visas, right? That was actually literally people that were processed through it. If we're looking at total numbers from immigrants, like all people that came to the U.S., it was actually closer to 51 million in the last 3 years.
Shit, man. Yeah, I don't think that, like, we should, I don't know, man. And I know it's going to seem kind of fucked up to say these things, but we should have a rule where I think that if you were a student, right, you can have a relationship. You can't stop anybody from that, right? But like, if you have a kid or something, dude, like, you gotta, like, I don't know, man, like, something's got to give, dude. Like, we can't just keep doing this shit.
There's ways around that too, right? So it can be the case because there are different types of visas that require basically like swearing a promise kind of thing, right? Where you won't do this or that. And basically violating those agreements are considered perjury. You can't really, like, lie. So the idea would be to make a swear or an oath.
Now listen to this dumb fucker. So if the U.S. doesn't have jurisdiction over the parents, how are you going to make a case and convict someone who lies on the fucking visa? Listen to this circular pretzel logic. Pretzels are roughly circular, oval shaped. Listen to this stupidity. So even if they lied on the application, if we don't have jurisdiction over that parent who lied, what are you going to do? Deporting them would be, like, I guess something you could do, but the jurisdiction, listen to these fools. I love this. I love my stupid folks.
Of some type, right? And then violate that by basically breaching their agreement that you have with your visa. There's ways of going about it. However, the cost of that enforcement goes back on to, well, basically the visa applicants, right? So imagine all of the, and I'm guesstimating somewhere around 700,000 students getting processed. all of the females having to take, basically pregnancy tests before they come. It's already bad enough. Keep in mind, it's already bad enough. You have.
Actually, he brings up a good point. What if some unpregnant female goes to a college in the United States on a student visa and gets knocked up? So what would they do? Would they deport this student, female student, and her unborn child, or once the child is born? Dude, so many bad ideas. Such a wretched, ignorant, and not well thought out thought experiment. It marvels. It makes me like laugh to hear. Josh is the white nationalist who is a white supremacist who thinks black people are dumb. But obviously he's smarter than the dumb black people. Dude, there are so many permutations of these stupid ideas being tossed out. Ooh, bad.
To pay all of these fees. Like,
how about we just deport stupid people?
Getting a visa in the United States kind of expensive, and the requirements.
It is.
Yeah, and these are just tourist visas, right?
Yes.
Not only on top of that, right? You got to meet all of the requirements. I think some countries it requires like $15,000 deposit in a bank account that you just have to show that you have access to liquid funds, right?
I'll tell you how it is in PR, because my mom, it took her literally like almost 8 to fucking 10 years to ask for my aunt just for a visitor's visa, right? So the first time around, they'll give you a what is it, a 3 or 6 month visa. And the second time around, they'll give you a year's visa. And that's like the highest limit that you can have, right? In order for her to get that, my mom had to have an income, right? And show that she at least has been working for at least more than 5 or 3 years or some shit. She had to have a place to live. So if my aunt does come and visit, she has an address. What else? Oh, and of course the fees that
this is what I'm talking about. So knocked up by an American Stanley. That's the difference. No, it's not. It's a single mother. Okay, 12th man, you literally are as slow. Why don't you go up on Latinos show more often? Knocked up by an American. Yeah. If the American shows up and claims, 12th man, do better. I'm talking about the single mother. I'm talking about that baby. Maybe the American claims, maybe the baby daddy don't. Come on, 12th man, keep up.
That my mom had to pay to get all this, shit for her and stuff. It cost her a good like $4,000, dude.
It's usually the case that when a government does something, they're going to push the cost off onto I'm calling it the end consumer. It's just kind of how we operate. That's really what it's going to boil down to. So that's pretty much my prediction as to how it'll go. They'll just push all of this down to the applicants themselves. So it'll be the people that, to be fair, right? Nobody really gives a shit about the legal tourist or the legal visa or the legal immigrants, right? It's the illegal ones.
It's the illegal ones.
It's the ones that are trying to screw.
I don't really have a flock for like residents, bro. Because at the end of the day, they stationary here to live here to, do a life and hopefully become citizens and, assimilate.
Right.
It's the others, bro. It's the the student visas, the fucking the tourists, the illegal ones that come here, no matter from where. They could be from Ireland.
You know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say. All these Negro nativists who care about immigrants, these lowly underperforming Delta Novembers now care about immigration now? What?
Dude, it is they're worried about their black jobs. Hey, them black jobs.
Listen, man, it's just like, bro, they over here like you can tell these people don't go nowhere. Because if you've been to Ireland, if you've been to Sweden, those whites have those jobs. That's why they don't have immigration issues in their country. Because everybody gets the jobs that's available. Underperforming men create the immigration issue. They literally create the immigration issue.
That's an interesting point.
Yes, and it's 100% factual.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm not going to doubt you. I don't know.
Go to Scotland. Go to Scotland. How come Scotland don't have an immigration problem? Why? Those whites decided that we getting every job in this society, and we ain't leaving nothing on the table for nobody.
Cold and miserable.
But the thing is that if you wanted to stop immigration, you would just simply skill up and go in and take all the jobs. And what they don't understand is that I'm very strategic about immigration. Just punish the CEO. Just put the CEOs in prison. If you have an immigrant that work at your company,
you know what?
put the
You are
CEOs in prison.
right about that, dude. You remember, because you're not as old as I am. You know, I'm 61. I remember back in like the late 70s and the early 80s where Johnny Carson, there were fucking like illegal immigrant jokes.
Yes.
Like my gardener, my lawnmower, my gardener. Dude, it was the Republicans who created the problem.
They created the immigrant. Like, look, if Reagan had not brought those immigrants in, it would be a straight Democratic ticket across the board.
All I have to say is no one ever. I hear people like Latino and Josh and all these people talking about the fucking American history and stuff.
Now,
who exported the jobs? The Chamber of Commerce Republicans created this problem. They never liked E-Verify. What's the? It's not E-Verified.
That's our I-9 system. That's our I-9 system.
Yeah, I-9. Dude,
the government already has the database. They already have the database already.
Republicans balked against that shit for decades. It's the Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce Republicans. And I kind of lived it. I've had a job where, exporting jobs affected my job. Dude, no one knows this history. You listen to a Latino or this Josh, and Josh is a good guy. He's just unknowledgeable. Dude.
Yeah.
Republicans, Reagan created these problems. And then all of a sudden, immigration's a problem. Dude, Reagan fucking gave amnesty.
He did. And this is what people should hate about immigrants. Immigrants wish they can bow down to absolute power in their society. They wish they could do that and be taken seriously. But they can't do that anywhere but here. They come here to do that. They come here to agree with the people that would ill-cave their actual people who look like them in a heartbeat. As long as they got their household together, they're fine with what happens outside of that, which is an anti-American idea, by the way. But they will side, like most of these Muslims who come over here. Oh, they right wingers on, get out. But they know that these people don't like them. But guess what? They wish they could agree with absolute power and carve out their own slice of things. They were never able to do that in their own country. Now that's what people should hate about immigrants, but it's never brought up that way. But at the end of the day, everybody just piling into the boat with the conservatives. But the conservatives, that's not going to be able to work across the board. Not how they think it's going to work.
I think in some ways, like Brett Kavanaugh agreeing with the majority decision, but for the wrong reason, he's literally leading Republicans down the wrong path. And a lot of people in the chat, I literally went into Robert's majority decision, the court decision. I went into Clarence Thomas's, like Clarence Thomas, dude. I hate to call that dude substandard, but he cherry picked. I was making jokes last night about Clarence Thomas never had like the actual experience that Thurgood Marshall did.
No, he didn't.
And Justice Jackson has way more courtroom, like judge experience. She was a actual, like a federal, what do you call them?
Public defender.
She was a public defender. She has way more experience than Clarence Thomas does.
Trial and negotiation and everything else.
Hell yeah. Dude. And again, Clarence Thomas is from Chatham County. He's, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful, but he's kind of my elder homeboy. Dude, every time I read a Clarence Thomas decision, dude is quoting Thomas Sowell is some sort of like source of, oh my God, no one else. This dude quoted Thomas Sowell in the fucking affirmative action. Like, I'm like, what?
Unbelievable.
Thomas Sowell is like the poster child for affirmative action.
Yes. Yes.
What in the fuck? So maybe there's some sort of irony that you quote an affirmative action elder in striking down affirmative action. But the bottom line is no, Clarence Thomas. Ooh boy.
What's going to be named after him after he leaves? Nothing.
I guarantee you there's going to be probably like there'll be schools in red states.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's schools named after W.E.B. Du Bois. There's schools named after Booker T. Washington, you know. But, you know, it's just that.
Well, see, I don't think Clarence Thomas is in that. He doesn't have that kind of stature.
No, he doesn't. And that's the whole thing of somebody being up there for that long and being parts of decisions. It's just crazy to me. I mean, all these people who care about immigration, you know what they don't like about immigrants? What they really don't like about immigrants?
They work harder.
They do more with their American chance than these unapologetically shiftless, lazy, entertainment and sports talk radio laden idiots would ever do. And that's why I want immigrants to replace you all. I want you all
let me
gone.
tell you something right now. There are a lot of content creators in this YouTube space.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's why all I have to say is that I'm retired. You know, people have said, well, maybe you ought to get a job in your retirement. I'm like, well, you know, maybe once my son is done with college, I'll go do something, but probably not. Dude, I've done my time. I've done my work. I'm retired because I can be retired and do a YouTube show.
I don't think I could ever retire. Yeah, I don't think I could.
Oh, I have books to read.
Hey, I mean, you know, I have a 280 book on tape thing strong. Trust me. I got books to read.
Look, I'm not talking about you, of course. Dude, work as long as you want. Maybe one of these days I thought about teaching school. Who knows? I might do that. But all I have to say is, you young folks, you know, these Tazes and Sharons and Nightish's, and dude, I listen to these shows and I'm like, you're not making the kind of money that could substitute. And it's really none of my business. I am being a little snarky here. The bottom line is, don't talk about the immigrants who are why can't we be more like Asians? No one ever says, why can't we work hard like Asians? Why can't we work hard like the Mexicans? Dude, I watched this YouTube show where this really cute little Mexican mother's up there, like several months pregnant. She's up there fucking hammering in.
Yes.
She's up on the roof with her husband's roofing company.
Look, I seen that stuff when I went through Mexico. You know, in Mexico City and Ciudad Juarez and Tabasco and, you know, the Yucatan Peninsula. There's no such thing as your ass is not going to work. And you ain't going to work hard. And if you don't want to work hard, look, just plant those cartel crops and just wait for a change of leadership. If you want an easy life.
So when
are
these Delta Novembers going to go? Well, why can't we work hard like the Mexicans or the Asians? Dude, there are so many things that you actually have to do to be like X. Why can't we make our kids demand A's from the kids in high school? Maybe when that happens, how about stop worrying about how these communities, these immigrant communities, are making money? How about actually be like them?
But Stanley, they're under the assumption that they have a place for Delta Novembers, and they clearly do not. They don't have like there is not this, people trying to be content creators and TikTokers. Like, dude, they ain't got that shit in Mexico. They ain't got that. You gotta go learn a craft or a trade. You ain't got people who's trying to play sports. You ain't got that.
Let me make one quick point to my darling Aruela. Of course, nobody gets a driver's license to drive a car to have a wreck. Aruela, do better, man. I've made a point about I was thinking, what if some female on a student visa comes over to the United States on a student visa and gets pregnant? Well, if her baby winds up being born here, that baby should be an American. That's how this law is going to work.
That's how it's always worked.
Yeah, and the scenario is an American father, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Either way, as it stands, that baby's gonna be an American. It's just how it works, and I simply don't have a problem with that. Now, Aruela says, well, student visas are expensive. Nobody's getting a student visa to give birth in the United States. And my response is, no one gets a driver's license. No one gets a driver's license to have a fucking car wreck. Accidents happen is my point, Aruela. How about hit the link? Let's not spar in the chat. I'm sorry. It's not
but most
good
of
enough
these people,
response.
but what they want to do is they want to hoard the opportunity of America because they're afraid other people are going to do better with it than them. And guess what? When they get their stuff together, they should treat you like shit. They absolutely should. If they came here on a bus or a boat and they're doing way better than your dumb ass is in this country, shame on you. Your ass was born here. You have history here. You should be exuding excellence. There should be no excuses. But they come here, they shift the argument and the conversation around underproducing men, and then they get passed up by immigrants, and they're like, well, you know what? If we just got rid of the immigrants, then we could be the bottom barrel minority with no competition. And it's like,
let me tell you the most shameful thing. You remember up in Chicago, you had a bunch of black people in this neighborhood going, well, these immigrants are, why are they getting all this money? Why aren't we getting all the benefits and stuff? Dude, I don't think I've ever been so ashamed.
I've had that conversation. I went to Chicago because my uncle lives in Chicago. I went to Chicago and I took a person and I actually showed them what was wrong with their argument and why their argument was wrong. So I'm like, okay, you don't see the billions in infrastructure that's actually spent on you for actually to walk through the door in this liberal area of Chicago for you to go get the job training and move up out of here. Okay? Take multiple years of earned income tax credit money. You could have invested in the skill. You could have been got a new job. I'm like, oh, they're getting all this money. I'm like, why don't we go to this school where they're sleeping on the floor, drinking Capri Suns and eating Lunchables? And because they get $35 a week, you think this is a good life? You really think this is a good life? Sleeping 16 to a classroom? You really think this is a good life? Like, They don't want anything being spent on anyone else, but then they don't understand how infrastructure works and how much stuff is already pre-built for them to actually be a part of it. What I do now is I just separate myself from these people and just let them complain about the things they're going to complain about because they're never going to change. And they're going to pick the most ignorant, the most dumb people to actually be their actual avatars of basically ignorant conversations. And I'm like, look, I have separated so many kids away from their parents by just telling them how to be successful than ever walking into somebody's community or walking into their household and telling them what's what. You're not going to help people over Xbox Live and Zoom. Hundreds of people I help through Zoom. The only thing they got to do is just be given the information and you step back. And I tell them two things. One, I better not see you with no older woman. Because she only sees you when you got something to offer. Because these women go and throw that expired ass on these young ass kids and get a kid up out of them. And now this dude don't want to produce, just like the older dudes don't want to produce because of child support. Second thing, because this goes for the women too. Because women, they got their, like self-esteem issues, and they end up with some dude that every woman wanted to be back with back in the day, and that dude ends up messing up that woman's life. So there's two sides to this. But at the end of the day, you got to deal with people who's on your level and higher. You cannot be bending down. You cannot be coming back to hang out in the hood around these people. They don't want to see you do good, and they don't want to hear that you do good. They want to see you do good, but then they want you to stay humble, don't say anything, and share everything with them when they would never do that with you. I'm just saying this. You got a good life, leave. They're not going to come looking for you. Don't put your life on social media. Just go out and go have fun. Go out and go experience life. Go out and have different experiences, travel. Document stuff. Keep up with the people that you left behind from a distance, not up close. You got a good-ass life. You better not end up with somebody from the starting gate once you get your stuff together. That's the only time that you get to be seen is when they need something. No, sir. No, ma'am. You leave these people behind. It's about class and culture. And it has been a overproduction.deltanovember.exe going on. And it's crazy how these people are trying to intentionally crash Black America with the overproduction of these lost, angry, dumbass kids from a bunch of lost, angry, dumbass adults. I mean, you think about how many 50-year-olds who are still trying to get some ass, no custody of their kids, can't even retire, working a menial job, but they got their ass online talk about submission out of women. Like, just crazy shit.
Well, that ass is like definitional of their lives, apparently.
It does. I mean, their whole lives revolve around obtaining and suffering the consequences from illicit booty. That's what it is. It's either you're in the obtaining phase, or you're in the complaining phase, or you're in the trying to separate from it phase to come right back to it and cause all the same problems over and over again. This stuff is easy to dodge at this point. If you want to dodge it.
What's up, 12th man?
Hey guys, I hope y'all are doing well today. So I wanted to ask you guys something. So we all agree that border and immigration laws should be followed, right? And we also agree that
Okay, let me stop you right there. Do you agree?
It's a yes or no question,
Okay.
Stanley.
Do you no, I'm gonna interrupt your question because the dumb questions you're asking about statutes, we need to level set your question. Let's start with, do you think the Constitution needs to be followed?
So you're not going to answer my question.
What I
if
need
you agree
to
with
do,
border
what
and
I need you to
immigration
do, I
law
will put your
or
ass
not.
in the back. It's a dumb question. It's a dumb starting point.
I mean, I cross the border a lot.
Son,
I cross the border a lot.
if you really
Illegally?
want to ask those sorts of questions,
No, legally. No,
start
legally,
with the
bro.
source.
So you
Start
believe
with
in
the-
border?
Okay, enough.
No,
Start
Stanley,
with the source of the law. Do you believe before I answer questions about statutory law, I need you, 12th man, to answer if you believe in the Constitution, and then we can trickle down the logic from there. I will not answer your question until you answer, do you believe in the Constitution? And we can go from there.
Of course. I believe that.
Okay, well then if you believe in the Constitution, I don't believe that statutes can defy the Constitution.
Well, border and immigration.
Okay, we're not
border
talking
and
about
immigration laws were
immigration.
put in place
None of
by
that
Congress
stuff. None of
in
that
the
stuff can
Constitution.
okay, I'm going to put you in the back again. None of that stuff can defy the Constitution.
Border and immigration laws were put in place by Congress.
I
Ratified.
don't think any law regarding the border or immigration, none of it can defy the Constitution. Do you agree with me on that?
In the 14th Amendment, it clearly states that Congress is in charge over our borders and.
Nope.
What?
It
What?
does.
What on
It does
earth?
not state that at all.
Say that.
It literally doesn't clearly say that nor indicate it. Do better.
No, not the 14th Amendment. No, sir. No. All right, but along with this point, I do agree that there should be.
Hold on. Where do border and immigrant? So Congress doesn't have the authority.
Where does the 14th Amendment talk about any of this? Let's keep it orderly, son.
No. Just put the 14th Amendment on the screen and point so he can point it out to us about what he's talking about.
Here's where I'm a little butthurt about this. Dude, I talked about the 14th Amendment, had it up on the screen, talked about 4 Supreme Court justices' opinions, literally had the PDFs up on the screen, and this Johnny come, dude, fucking go back and hear what I had to say about it, 12th man. I'm not going to redirect the show. I'm not going to rewind the show. I've talked about this, but just for you, let us put the 14th Amendment up there. And then you fucking tell me where it talks about borders. I literally, dude, why do people come up here and want to talk
Hold
shit?
on, I'm looking it up.
Okay, you know what? and control
why he's doing that?
Control F will search for a word and border is not there. So keep
immigration.
No,
all right, so here's the thing.
I didn't say it was there. It's not in the Constitution.
Okay, well, don't
You're right about
go
that.
farther. Don't stretch the logic that you're not capable of supporting. Borders have nothing to do.
The Constitution gives Congress the authority to make those laws.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment. Let's narrow it down very specifically to birthright. Tell me what the 14th Amendment has to say about.
Let's not go to birthright yet.
No, I'm sorry. I will put your ass in the back. You're going to follow my lead, son. What does the 14th Amendment have to say about borders?
Well, we got to start with, does everyone in the world have a right to come here?
We have to start with the 14th Amendment.
Okay.
Stanley, another good place, another good thing to do, which none of these people about immigration ever does, is go over every single time the 14th Amendment has been challenged and what was said in the majority opinion every single time that it was challenged.
Well, the thing is the 14th Amendment just doesn't talk about birthright. There's some other things it talks about.
It talks about a whole bunch of stuff.
Due process, all that stuff.
Yeah, but they want to little it down to you born here, you get no citizenship. Like there are places like that. England's like that. There are places in Europe where it's not automatic. Here it is automatic.
Citizenship Clause Section 1. Thank you.
It's literally where does it mention borders?
Yeah,
I never said it did.
Okay.
What?
12th man, I'm sorry you never learned how.
I was saying that the Constitution gives Congress the right to write border and immigration law.
Literally, the Constitution does not. Certain amendments to the Constitution does, because if you want to go, it gives Congress, the 14th Amendment gives Congress the right to establish laws to enforce what the Constitution says. It does not give Congress the right to just make up laws on its own. They can make laws to enforce the Constitution, but that doesn't give Congress the right to be extra constitutional. You need to motherfucking learn literacy. So what's next, 12th man? Twelfth man, you still there? It doesn't give Congress the right to do extra constitutional
Immigration and National Security Act.
All motherfucking base. Motherfucking. Okay, do you not understand that Congress cannot pass unconstitutional laws? Do you agree with that?
Have no authority.
Bitch, enough. You will concentrate on the question I just asked you. Do you understand, 12th man, that Congress cannot pass unconstitutional law?
Of course.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about? Every goddamn law that Congress has ever passed in the history of the United States, has the ones that actually passed Supreme Court muster, they've all been constitutional.
So you think anyone?
So what? No, bitch. I'm not done. Because now you're pissing me off. Not a goddamn statute has survived to this day Now there are always exceptions, so I'm not going to go too far because you could probably find exceptions. But the bottom line is all the immigration laws, all that stuff has to pass constitutional muster. Whether we agree with how the Supreme Court interprets it, that's kind of a different argument. But son, don't tell me what the 14th Amendment says because it says nothing about borders.
I never said it did, but
Okay,
it sounds.
you wanted to stretch the logic. What you don't understand, and a lot of people don't understand, 12th man, is I rarely come up to this panel unprepared. No one brings up like you don't tend to bring up original arguments that would challenge anything about the 14th Amendment. I don't know. I don't care about borders. I don't care about any of this stuff. We're talking about Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, and it doesn't mention anything you're talking about. Now, if you want to get into the statute, yeah, we can do that.
It's tickle.
So you think anyone and everyone in the world has an inalienable right to be here and have a baby?
World.
Bro,
Does the
that what you
14th
think?
Does the 14th Amendment cover the world?
I'm talking
It's
about
the
our
United
borders.
States
And
Constitution.
you think everyone in the
not
world
okay,
should
bitch,
come here
I'm
and have
gonna
a baby?
kick you in the motherfucking back. Answer my question. Does the 14th Amendment cover the world?
I never said it did.
No, but you fucking want to talk about the world.
Because you think everyone
I
in the
don't
world
give a
has a
fuck
right to
what
come
the
over here
world is
and have a
doing.
baby.
Okay, dude, let's talk about the United States Constitution. Don't talk about the world. Anything else, man?
You don't think there should be
No,
any
I
laws
think
or limitations?
I think that laws in the United States should be constitutional.
You
That's
won't
what I
answer
think.
the question.
Nothing got no fuck no. I don't have to answer the question. I just did a blanket. I just did a blanket.
You
answer.
believe exactly the
I
questions
believe
I asked you.
all laws passed by the United States Congress should be constitutional.
You think everyone in the world should come here and have
I
a
don't
baby
give
and
a
it's all
fuck
hunky
about the
dory?
goddamn world. If they're covered by United States law, we'll cross that bridge.
No borders, no border immigration laws.
Where
all
do borders
overridden,
or
right?
everyone in the
None
world?
of that counts.
Tell me, bitch, where does any of this get covered in the Constitution?
Let's abolish prisons while we're at it.
Now we're talking about the 13th Amendment. You see, this is what happens when MAGA bitches lose an argument. They sputter about the world. They sputter about prisons.
I mean, they were never going to overturn the 14th Amendment. They never were going to. Like they don't understand that the smoke screen of the 14th Amendment was about firing people within the administration without cause. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that passed that is clearly not part of, that is new here.
They
were never going to overturn the 14th Amendment.
I admire Justice Kavanaugh for trying to focus on the statutes, but that's not going to work either.
Yeah.
He's saying Congress can create exceptions based on, hey, this motherfucker literally wrote an opinion based on coincidence. He literally says, well, the coincidence is none of the four exceptions. The parents weren't U.S. citizens, but that's literally not coincidence. Parents not being U.S. citizens and domicile, not in the 14th Amendment. It literally says born or naturalized. What does that have to do with the parents? They're talking about the child that's born. It's not going to pass muster. And I understand that MAGA is basically illiterate and it promotes illiteracy. But as long as, people actually know how to find a dictionary.
Now, can we look up Article 1,
I'm not
Section
looking
8?
up shit. How about you look it up? Because I
I
already
just
know what it
did.
means. Do you honestly think I talk about things I don't know about, 12th man? And
I
probably
just
a
did.
lot of it I know by rote.
So you're afraid to look up Article 1,
I
Section
don't
8.
give a fuck because I know you're
That's
wrong.
the sovereignty clause.
Article 1, Section
What?
8 of what? Of which amendment?
14th Amendment, dumbass.
It literally is besides the point. Does it
Look
mention
at Section
borders?
8.
Does it mention borders?
No, I never said it did.
Okay, the motherfucker,
Claims
it's
we're a
besides my
sovereign
point.
nation.
Where does it talk about a sovereign nation in the 14th
Article
Amendment?
1, Section 8,
It literally does not talk
necessary
about
and proper clause.
does not talk about a sovereign nation.
Necessary and proper clause.
Nothing to do with Article 1. Here, let's indulge you, bitch.
Supreme Court has ruled over
I
and
don't
over
give
again.
a fuck about the Supreme Court.
Of course you don't.
We're talking about the 14th Amendment. What does it have to do with the Supreme Court?
Because they have ruled
They have ruled
on the plenary
nothing-
clause.
Okay. Sorry. Nothing to do
The plenary
with
clause.
nothing to do with birthright citizenship.
It gives broad authority for Congress over the border.
Yes, it gives broad authority. And
Article 1, Section 8.
Want to
Look
read
it
it
up.
all out because I can put it up on the screen for you.
Well, that's what I asked you to do a minute ago.
The Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Okay, and?
Okay, Stanley. I'll start believing these.
You're
about
breaking up a
locking up
little bit.
CEOs of companies who profit and benefit. Hey, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, it's a little better. MT.
Okay. I just drove under a bridge. That's why. All right. So I will take these immigration people seriously the moment they start wanting to lock up CEOs of companies that profit and benefit off of immigrant labor. Other than that, I don't want to hear anything that they have to say. If you want to criminalize the people and not the people who actually benefit, I have nothing to talk to them about. If you start pushing I-9 verification, if you start pushing increasing the minimum wage for the people that are here, you wouldn't have an immigration issue. But the problem is that if you want to allow people to fall through cracks in society, then there's really nothing to talk about.
12th man, anything else to say? Now this is a summary. Let me find the actual.
No, like Stanley, I want 12th man to answer my criticism about punishing corporations who benefit off of immigrant labor. Why have you never focused on that?
Uniform rule over the borders.
No, I asked a very specific
What
question.
do borders have to do with the 14th Amendment again?
Well, it mentions it. It doesn't say borders, but it says broadly.
So there's your originalist. There's your text.
Uniform rule of naturalization.
So you are interpreting. You're not reading the text.
No, yeah, I'm uniform rule of naturalization. That means
nothing to do with borders.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Man.
Because it gives Congress authority to
borders,
make the
12th
rules
man,
of
12th man,
naturalization.
12th man. Can borders be naturalized?
Borders are borders. I don't know what you're
And they
talking
can't
about.
be naturalized because they're basically made up.
Yeah, mostly by wars and people who took it
Borders
over.
are artificial. They can change over time. They can't be naturalized.
Yeah, you want to abolish the borders
And
just
no,
like
all
your
of a
fellow
sudden you're going to
Tommy
switch
back.
gears and ask me what I want.
You want to abolish the borders and all that other shit.
Nope, I'm
Just
sorry.
like Joe Biden
I
did.
don't want see.
Let anyone.
This is the MAGA fallback to demonize, villainize.
Let anyone and everyone
bitch,
in the
I'm
world.
gonna put you in the back, bitch. I've served this country more than you fucking ever have in your goddamn miserable life. I've done my service to this country. Don't talk to me about borders and all this bullshit. Son, you need to know your place on this panel. Don't ever insinuate that I'm un-American. I've never goddamn committed a crime. I've never been shot at by cops.
Could have changed since then.
A bitch. Know your place. That's all I have to say.
Again, the immigration issue doesn't criminalize the actual corporations that benefit from the immigrant labor. And once they start focusing on that, I'll start taking them seriously. If you mandate the I-9 system be used, and if not, you jail and imprison the human resources people who work for the corporation, I'll start taking you seriously. Other than that, look, if they have a place to stay, they have a place to bank, they have a corporation that gives them a phone to be communicated, I'm sorry, then they belong here. And here's the thing. If they work here one day, I want them to be a citizen. Period. If it comes to the point where we're using immigrant labor for stuff that American citizens should be doing, is either we raise the pay so that way people can actually live off of that actual wage and use the I-9 system. Because all these other countries got equivalents of the I-9 system. I don't see what the actual issue is of really not understanding that. I don't get it.
Well, you know, and I don't want to get too knee deep into this, but all these far right motherfuckers who are just like lamenting this this obviously right decision by the Supreme Court. Who created this problem in the first place?
Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan created it.
Dude, it's like hilarious.
They celebrate their right-wing victories because of Ronald Reagan. And I would say next to Donald Trump.
When the 14th Amendment was written, there were no border immigration laws. That's why sections were added on to the amendment.
Do you honestly think that's an argument?
I wasn't making an argument. I'm just saying.
That sounds like you are. So what is the point of you saying that immigration laws didn't exist when the 14th Amendment was written? What's your point? Connect those dots.
That's why those sections were added on later, Stanley.
No, absolutely they weren't.
Sections added on later? What?
Again.
You don't know what ratification of the
you literally
Constitution
don't
is?
know what you're talking about. I need you to connect the dots. What sections are you talking about?
Article 1, Section 8, where it gives
the 14th
Congress broad
Amendment?
authority to write immigration and naturalization laws.
That's not in the Constitution.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Naturalization. You're saying naturalization
It
isn't
literally
in the
says,
Constitution.
all it says is this: all persons born or naturalized. What section of the fucking Constitution are you talking about?
Article 1, Section 8.
Yeah. I'm about to give you something to eat. I'll be back.
I don't think. Okay, I'm confused. What Section 8 are you talking about? There's 5 sections. Help me out here. Tell you what, you looked it up. Put the link in the back so I can see what you're seeing, because I'm not seeing a Section 8. Other than like a MASH thing about crazy people that used to be a big thing that Klinger used to talk about.
Well, I guess you don't have the
and
full
proper clause.
Constitution
What the fuck does
on
the
your
necessary
PDF,
and proper?
evidently.
Okay. What does necessary and proper clause have to do with the 14th Amendment? Help me out here. Just put the link in the back.
Hold on, give me a sec. You still there, Stanley? Hello?
Sorry, nature was calling, but
I wondered where you went.
how does the necessary and proper clause intersect with the 14th Amendment?
Well, it's in the 14th Amendment.
It is literally not.
Well, I sent you the link from Congress itself.
Okay, Congress doesn't write the Constitution. The Constitution
From the Library of Congress.
I need you.
Jesus Christ,
I'm sorry.
Stanley.
Jesus Christ, you literally don't know American history.
So you're not going to read the link.
Oh, sure I am. But it's mostly going to be to mock you. You better be right.
Oh, okay. You're going to mock the Constitution.
Yes, I'm
now.
literally going to mock you who doesn't know the Constitution. Emphasis. Okay. So here we go. Now, let me ask you a quick question here. Do you see this part? Can you read out that part there? What is
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8.
That's
what I've been telling you.
Okay, is the 14th Amendment a part of Article 1?
I thought it would, but maybe I was mistaken.
So wait, hold it. Let me work with you here. So the 14th Amendment is part of Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution?
This is a part of the Constitution.
So what I asked you is the 14th Amendment part of Article 1 of the Constitution? It's all in the Constitution. We agree on that. Is the 14th Amendment part of Article 1?
These are clauses
Okay,
of the
I
Constitution,
need
right?
you to answer the question yes or no. So the 14th Amendment is part of Article 1 of the Constitution.
Or I thought it was a part of.
Okay, I didn't ask you what you thought because I wouldn't be asking you the question if it was. I'd be eating crow. You do realize that the 14th Amendment is not a part of Article 1. It's literally an amendment. It's literally an amendment.
All right. Thank you. It's an amendment. So what?
Okay, and then you don't fucking understand how
Still
your
a
own
part of the
country's okay,
Constitution.
bitch, I will put you in the back. I'm teaching you a goddamn lesson, son. Article 1, 2, and 3, and then there are amendments. You need to, dude, where did you go to fucking grade school?
Isn't this related?
Okay, let me give you, and I'm not even a lawyer, dude. Clause 4 of the Constitution provides Congress with power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization throughout the United States. And where does it talk about citizenship?
That means Border Patrol, ICE, all that shit.
Where does it mention citizenship? Because if that were true,
Naturalization, Stanley.
You are literally illiterate. If that were actually the case, black slaves born, Dred Scott would have never stood had this actually meant something about citizenship.
So naturalization has nothing to do with citizenship. Okay.
Not in this part.
Foreigner has nothing to do with citizenship.
And you do
None
realize
of that shit.
Okay, let me help you out because apparently this is an overview. Would you like to actually see Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4? Let's do this. Give me 1 sec here. Do you see what this says?
Yeah, same thing as the other one.
Nothing to do with
For the most part.
Nothing to do with the 14th Amendment. See this part right here? This clause centralizes the authority to define citizenship for non-citizens, preventing the inconsistent state laws that existed under Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, you're going back before the other one.
Bitch, it's literally there. This is the part that you literally didn't read.
Which one came first?
I need you to understand. Do you know what an amendment is?
Rewrite.
Do you think an amendment? Do you think an amendment can change earlier parts of the Constitution?
We can basically kind of rewrite it.
Okay, I need you to hear my question again. Do you think an amendment can change earlier written parts of the Constitution?
No, it could be changed later, though.
Okay, you don't think an amendment, do you know what an amendment is? This is the part about illiterate.
It's like an additive.
Okay,
Yeah,
slavery
you
was
added
legal.
on to that.
Do you remember the Fugitive Slave Clause? Would you like me to look that up?
No, we're not.
Do you
going
think?
to the
Bitch, I'm
citizenship
talking.
thing
It was
first.
a rhetorical question. Do you think the 13th Amendment nullified the fugitive slave clauses in the Constitution? Do you think the 13th Amendment?
Well, the 14th Amendment
Okay, I need
certainly
you to
did.
goddamn listen more than you talk. Do you think the 13th Amendment eliminated slavery that was compromised over in the Fugitive Slave Clause? And I can't remember exactly where it was. It was okay. So if an amendment can change, nullify, or reinterpret earlier parts of the Constitution. Okay, bitch, I'm talking. I'm teaching you a lesson. You don't think the 14th Amendment basically defined how Congress should interpret naturalization? You don't think amendments change earlier parts of the Constitution?
Right. That's why we have clauses
Okay, well then
and articles
here's
and all
where
that
I'm going
shit.
with it. Here's where I'm going with this. The 14th Amendment does not mention anything about borders. Naturalization still works, but it adds born.
It gives
Which
power.
is a separate,
It gives
okay,
Congress
bitch, I'm
power
talking,
over
god
all
damn
that.
it. Do not overtalk, god damn it, when I'm talking. I'm teaching you a lesson. Nothing that you brought up with Congress's power to define naturalization. Naturalization is still a thing, but they added born. Born is not naturalized. Born is born.
Right. We can go to that now.
Naturalized means that Congress gets to say, oh, hey, you just came here. This is what you need to do to become a citizen. Born.
Okay.
Born is what the 14th Amendment is talking about.
Yeah, we agree.
Okay. Born, it has nothing to do with naturalization. It has nothing to do with the parents. Born means the kid was born here.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then you've learned your lesson.
I think it's flawed.
Your constitutional opinions. You need to read more of the Constitution.
I didn't give an opinion on that.
Naturalization has nothing to do with natural born. Dude, if
I wanted to go over.
Oh, bitch, I'm talking. If naturalization was the same thing as born, do you recall that a president of the United States? Okay, son, I'll put you in the back if you keep over talking me. Can a president be a naturalized citizen?
Of course.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
Or no.
You are absolutely wrong.
I meant no.
The president of the United States has to be a natural born citizen.
I'm used to agreeing with
Okay, I don't give a fuck
Damn.
what you are used to. How about use your brain and actually process what I'm saying through that pickled gray matter? Can a president of the United States be a naturalized citizen?
No.
Okay, well then there's a difference between born and naturalized. Naturalization has nothing to do with born in Article 1 of the 14th Amendment. It's obvious. How about not talk about shit you actually haven't studied and actually know? Two different things. Naturalization and born, two different concepts.
Well, to me, if I'm a naturalized citizen, I was
don't
born
care
here.
about you. We're not talking about you. We're talking
I'm a
about the
natural
Constitution.
citizen.
We
I was
are
born
talking
here.
about the Constitution, not 12th man.
Not eyes, I guess.
All I have to say is, do we agree that naturalized citizens and born citizens are two different avenues to become a citizen, and one is not like the other?
Yes, and we also agree that Congress
Literally,
has authority
I
over
need you to stick with the
immigration
script.
laws, right?
No, sorry, we need to stick to the script. Answer my
That was the
questions.
script.
I don't need.
So now,
Okay, you just want to be obstreperous, and I'm getting bored with it. A naturalized citizen is different from a born citizen. Look at the presidency and the qualifications. If you think they're the same, they're simply not. One qualification qualifies you, the other does not. The 14th Amendment talks about born versus naturalized. Your little Article 1 thought experiment, nothing to do directly with the 14th Amendment or birthright citizenship. It literally has nothing to do. This naturalization thing has nothing to do with birthright citizenship, other than to say if you're naturalized, you weren't born here. Next lesson. I'm kind of bored. Took me all
not necessarily true,
took me
Stanley.
all kinds of time to just fucking like explain something you should have learned in grade school. It is annoying.
No, I already knew all that.
I don't think you did. What's up, Y High? So what
happens to all these kids that were born here,
I honestly
but their
don't
parents are illegal?
I don't care. I do not care.
But you care about the parents being separated from the child,
I literally
right?
don't care
You
about the parents
that.
either. I do not care about the kids or the parents unless I know them personally. I don't care.
But the baby was born
I
here,
do not give
so it's
a
an
fuck.
American.
Dude, I'm gonna have to be rather crude when I say this. If it's not my baby, I don't care, unless I have to. Anything else?
Well, evidently you do. All you've been talking about for hours is
I don't think
illegal immigrant-born babies.
Dude, don't be sore because you're illiterate. My only recommendation is don't come up here if you haven't done your homework. So let's get back to Latino and Josh being as illiterate as 12th man.
They could be from fucking what is it, Norway? I don't give a shit. They're not supposed to be here, period. Because everybody always wants to
look
just,
at Norway, Stanley.
The Syrians.
Okay,
no.
Why would I
even the Ukrainians?
Why would I be looking at Norway?
Because they're being taken over by Muslims. Is that what you want for the United States? Because they were born here.
Keep struggling, 12th man. You will keep throwing that Trump bottle of ketchup at a wall, and maybe
gotta go.
It will be the case that the majority that are basically doing what they're supposed to do will suffer the consequences, specifically the economical cost onto the minor groups that are actually like basically causing all of the problems. That's really what it boils down to. The small group is going to get, basically, they're going to ruin it for the large group. And they're the ones that are ultimately going to have to pay for it.
The others. And I like that you put it that way. I'm going to start using that. the others.
Well, I'm a supremacist, right? I believe in the idea of the others.
Same here, dude. I'm a supremacist too. I was told I was racist last week, 2 weeks ago.
Stand on it. I embrace
I'm
mine.
standing on it because I'm not racist. It's just that I don't like bullshit. And everybody always wants to put feelings with racism. And it's like, stop doing that because you don't have an argument.
I agree.
Like, it's ridiculous. It's like basically a cop-out. Oh, let me give a shout out to CCM, my favorite CCM here, because you know there's another guy named CM. He's useless. So just saying, shout out to you, CCM, not CM, CCM. All right, continue, Josh.
No, there's not much I can add to it. My take is a little bit weird, and I actually predicted this is going to happen. No offense.
Oh, same. I knew it was going to happen.
I wanted it, like I actually honestly wanted the birthright citizenship to get ironclad, but that ain't gonna happen.
No, it ain't gonna happen.
So I kind of that. It's just ultimately that this is my prediction, and only because we've done, or at least State Department's done this in the past, right? Now they're just gonna basically make it a generalized policy.
Do you think now, because of this, ICE is gonna crank it up now?
No. And there's a reason for that. Well, because so if you look at like,
okay, where the fuck did that question come from? So ICE is going to crank up because Trump lost? Oh my God.
What do you mean? I don't
That's like
understand that myself.
Dude, this dude must be high.
For a reason.
Well, I'm just looking at the statistics, right? So the first, when ICE basically got activated, right? They've been around for a while, right? But by activated, right? I think the first month they had some crazy number of deportations, and then the next month it dwindled down. The next month it dwindled down, right? And it keeps going down, and it's because they basically are enforcing stuff that just hasn't been enforced in I don't know how long, right? So it was easy to get everybody, or get huge amounts of people. They won't be able to crank up because there'll be lower numbers of people to go after.
Man, bro, I personally think that they need to crank it up now.
Yeah, but crank it up on who? Crank it up on who?
On everybody that they got on paper that fuck it, bro. You've been here 20, 30 years illegally. You never tried. You got to get after these people, bro. Especially like, let's say TPS, right? Let's say we have young people at TPS. They finish graduating. They're supposed to go back and they still around. Fuck that. Go after these people before they start having children and shit, dude. Go after them, bro.
Well, they have. I mean, effectively,
but they gotta crank it up, dude. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Wherever level we at right now, which is probably like 5 or 6, we need to crank that shit up to the max. That's what I'm saying.
Well, technically, I don't know how enforcement is either max. It's either on or off, right? I mean, really, what it boils down to. What I mean
by the max is like you see these liberal states that are saying, "Oh, we're going to make it difficult for these federal agents to come here and follow the fucking federal laws." Guess what? Fuck you guys. We're gonna push you to the side. I don't give a shit what you say. We're federal. We power state. And that's what's gonna be.
It's kind of a misnomer, right? So basically,
that's how it used to be. That's how it used to be when Bill was around, dude.
Well, it just means like a sanctuary state, and all they're really saying is they're not going to basically, like, let's just say somebody goes through booking, right, and they can't verify citizenship or they can't verify residency. That instead of them actually notifying ICE, they just don't do it. That's effectively what a sanctuary city is. That doesn't actually stop the feds from coming in and doing what they want to do. It's the difference between being very easy and just typing in a computer network or physically going to a location. Like, that's really what the difference is between the two.
Man,
in the concept of a cracking down, you're going to technically over the last year and a half, it's always been this way, but every month that goes by, you're going to find less and less deportations.
Were you surprised at the number?
No.
Oh, 5 to 4?
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was 6-3 on the.
No. It was 5 to 4 on the birthright citizenship.
Yeah, no. I'm not.
The
really
TPS was 6 to 3.
Once again, talking through his ass, it was 6 to 3. What he heard was kind of like a conceptual thing because Brett Kavanaugh had a minor dissent, but it's 6 to 3. But let's let Latino carry on because this motherfucker.
Hey Stanley, can I stick up for Clarence Thomas for a minute because he was saying the 14th Amendment.
Hey, a Supreme Court justice needs you to stick up for him, so I'm all ears.
So he was saying that was meant for black slaves and their children. It wasn't meant for every Tom, Dick, and Harry that walks over the border.
He's the
same
guy.
What he was saying.
He's the same guy who said that the 14th Amendment is colorblind.
I didn't see where he said
that. Did you not read Justice Jackson's chastisement? She literally went after Clarence Thomas because he's a fucking hypocrite. He literally said, or maybe I'm pretty sure Justice Thomas said that the 14th Amendment is colorblind. It's a colorblind constitution. I know he said that. So it
was supposed to be.
Okay, bitch. The 14th Amendment is either for black slaves or not.
You don't have to call me a bitch, Stanley.
You just gone beyond my patience level. Because you honestly,
I don't call you that shit.
Did you ever think my patience level was high for a 56-year-old man who talks shit but doesn't know shit? When did you
not 56?
When did you ever think I had this kind of patience? This isn't the first time we've talked.
Yeah, but I'm not a bitch and I'm not your bitch.
Clarence Thomas, when you've never read any of his decisions, of course you're going to do
that.
You are literally ignorant of some of Clarence Thomas's written decisions. Honestly.
But you don't think he's a good justice?
Why are you just talking shit because you like Clarence Thomas?
I was talking about the 14th Amendment.
You literally got the 14th Amendment argument wrong. Thank God you're not on the Supreme Court. You'd have embarrassed yourself.
Clarence Thomas said basically that it was written for African American.
You are not the right person to defend Clarence Thomas. You don't know as much as Clarence Thomas for starter.
Well, I probably don't know him as much about him as you do.
Why defend something you're just whistling Dixie? So let's get back. Let's get back to this.
Well, I am getting kind of buzzed.
I'm not.
You're just getting? Interesting.
Yeah, I'm just getting buzzed now.
Oh, shit.
Wait till later.
You were sober when you thought this Article 1 bullshit had something to do with the 14th Amendment because naturalization is the same thing as being born here, right?
I tried starting off the conversation about Congress having the authority over immigration, motherfucker. And you changed it to a whole different thing. Is what you did. And confused the point I was trying to lead to.
You like a lot of fucking MAGA voters are half drunk most of the time and illiterate the other half.
Well, you're half drunk most of the time. Shut the fuck
Not
up.
a goddamn thing you said about Article 1 linking in.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Okay, bitch, you're about to be in the back. I won't be back talked. This is your last chance.
Well, you talk.
Okay, bitch, enough. What you can do, 12th man, is listen to Latino and his ridiculous takes, or you can just fucking like come up here and dude, you did not prove your case. You failed miserably. Thank God you're not on the Supreme Court. And you and I will just disagree about Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas wants the Constitution to be colorblind when it fits his agenda, but it's all about black. He literally said it. He literally said the word black and what the 14th Amendment was about. If you've been up here and heard me actually read a segment of Clarence Thomas's dissent, you would know this. I'm not going to do remedial Stanley versus the world tonight. You can fucking watch the replay. You're wearing my patience thin, 12th man.
Calling brown people black came from
okay, what the fuck?
A lot of European. They started doing that.
That, to be honest with you, that's kind of like indicative of, like, say, voting within the United States. If you take the college electorate, right, like, it'll be like 60-40, right? It's usually pretty close to each other. It's usually how it works out.
Yeah.
Let's see what let's see.
Innate, you call it innate, salute to you. You call it classic. I call it annoying. And it's not even after midnight.
See what one of my favorite justices has to say.
Back to Shannon Bream for the view from Justice Thomas, who was a dissenter here. Shannon.
Yeah, in his dissent, he gets to that point, Bill, that you're making there. The 14th Amendment was enacted in the wake of the Civil War, quote, with the one pervading purpose of securing equal citizenship for the freed slaves. He writes, it was enacted, as Justice Harlan wrote, to secure to a race recently emancipated the civil rights that other citizens enjoyed. So Thomas has always been about that was the purpose of the 14th Amendment. He goes on to say that the court, meaning the majority.
No. It was a corrective, but there were other issues as well. What the fuck is he talking about? If it actually worked, the legislation would have worked to counteract the Supreme Court. It was not working. God damn it, dude. These people are fucking morons. If they addressed the Dred Scott decision with the Civil Rights Bill of 1866. The legislation didn't work. It kept, the South kept fucking it up. So they had to basically put it into the Constitution. Stop saying the reason they did... The reason they made a constitutional amendment was to correct Dred Scott. They tried it with a motherfucking civil rights bill and it didn't work. So they had to reinforce it. Do these people even have a concept of history? They didn't know that the 14th Amendment was basically a reinforcement of a civil rights law that was just being ignored. America has a huge history with civil rights laws up to now. I won't even get into Trump talking about the 60s civil rights bills, but this idea that it became a constitutional amendment because of Dred Scott, it's a historical, they fucked up the timeline, and Clarence Thomas is helping them fuck up American history.
Now has
Did you know there's a movement right now, Stanley, to
I'm sorry.
There's there's this constitutional movement to rewrite the constitutional right now. Like, oh yeah, it's called the Convention of States. Is what they want to have a convention of states and rewrite a bunch of stuff in the Constitution.
Well, let them call a constitutional convention. I would be impressed if they actually rewrote the Constitution. Who knows? It might even work. And
I don't think it'll ever happen myself.
I don't either. That's why I'm not that worried about it. Why high? Regardless of 12th man has carte blanche. We've known each other a while. He can say what the fuck he wants. I know how to check that. Sin, which decision are you talking about? Can you help me and be more specific?
Own set of preferred rights that the Reconstruction Congress never contemplated and that cannot find support in the text. Today, the court does so by recognizing a constitutional right to citizenship for the children of all foreign birth tourists and illegal aliens. Uses very specific language there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. So he agrees with what you and I are saying. You get what I'm saying?
See, this is really disturbing about channels like Latinos. Dude, he will never actually go and read the decision. Latinos comfortable with this Fox News version, they're not getting every detail and every nuance. The way to do it is actually put in some hard work. Dude, you can go to Supreme Court of the United States.gov and literally download the PDF. This goddamn thing is almost 200 pages of writings. A lot of it is just boring as fuck. Shitloads of footnotes, but it's there if you really care. This is what these fucking like YouTube charlatans do. They will just bring up Fox News and go, "Oh yeah, Justice Thomas agrees with me." Like, you have Justice Thomas's education. You agree with Justice Thomas. He doesn't agree with you. What? These people are illiterate. But Fox News is their thing.
But everybody else, I guess, was like, nah.
Well, no, they don't. So the problem is okay, right? So if it's the case that immigration is the disease, right?
Yeah.
There are multiple cures, right? It's just instead of using this way, which would be more of a, I'm going to call it a blanket, right? Like this is more of an inoculation, right? Let's say that you're worried about like basically somebody coming onto U.S. soil as a tourist, right? Popping out a baby, right? And that's basically a pathway to citizenship.
Sure.
That's
then they're on welfare.
The over-encompassing way of dealing with a lot of different issues, right? Is to
Based
just
on what
hit the birthright citizen. Just take that out in general.
Why they come over here?
Let me help you out, 12th man. There are way more white single mothers on welfare than there are.
I don't care about color.
Okay, bitch, you will care because God damn it, I'm talking. You will care. I think the bigger problem is white women on welfare than immigrants on welfare. There are way more of them.
I don't care.
Okay, why don't you, if you care so much about who's on welfare, how about get them white?
So let me ask.
Hey, bitch, enough. Bitch, you will hear what I have to say. I think the bigger welfare problem is white women on welfare. There are way more of them. Stop worrying about the immigrants and even the black women on welfare. Way more white women.
So because we have our own people on welfare means we should have more? Is that what you're saying?
Bitch, no, what I'm saying is, why aren't you worried about the fucking scores, the hordes of fucking single white mothers on welfare soaking up the resources? Why aren't you worried about that? So you're saying,
my woman.
Okay, bitch. So are you saying that white welfare mothers are not a problem because they're white? Oh, that's it. They're white at least. They can be on welfare. My tax dollars should go to white women on welfare, but don't be bringing in these foreigners. Dude, how about fucking clean up your own white mediocrity?
I don't care who's white or black.
Oh, of course you don't care. That's obvious. That's what I'm pointing out. You just want to be all fucking racist and worry about the non-white women on welfare, but oh, I don't care if the white women are on it. That's what we pay for. Dude, fuck you. Fuck that racist bullshit.
What did I say about white women, Stanley? You brought it up, not me, drunk motherfucker.
The problem. That's the problem. You literally said you don't care. White women on welfare, you don't care about. You only care about the foreigners.
Yeah, the ones coming in, getting on welfare.
Let me help your dumb ass out, because I don't share your xenophobia. I think white single mothers on welfare are a way bigger problem than non-citizens on welfare. And by the way, just so you know, they can't get welfare, dummy.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't.
Okay,
so don't ask
who do
me
you expect?
bitch. You need to do your homework.
Who do you expect to take care of the baby? And
I'm not going to have this argument with you. Do your homework.
Once it's born here.
Bitch, they can't get SNAP. They can't get any of those federal benefits. Look it up. I'm right. You're fucking wrong. Way more white women on welfare than foreigners. Look it up. Do you honestly think I'm saying this without an idea of what I'm talking about?
Not my problem.
Of course it's not. You don't care when it's white bitches on welfare now, do you?
They're American.
They're American. It's okay that they're on welfare. Jesus Christ, dude. This is what I mean.
Not my problem.
This is exactly what I mean by white.
Talk to your legislator about that.
It's okay for the white women to be on welfare. That's what I pay my money for, but not the foreigners.
They don't agree with that. It'll fall back. It'll just, like, as I said, it'll fall back to something like visa requirements, at least for females.
You want immigrants to be on welfare. That's what you want.
During their tourist application.
You know,
and you want white women to be on welfare. That's what you want. How many of them did you get pregnant in the first place?
I know. I thought we put a lot of black people on welfare
so
too.
All of us. See, this is what I do. I bring out the racist in you. I literally didn't talk about black women on welfare. I was talking white women on
You
welfare.
brought up white
Okay,
women. Why can I bring up what black women?
I brought out the motherfucking racist in you, didn't I? I literally didn't talk about black women, and kind of on purpose, just to see what would happen. Dude, way more white women than black women or foreigners. But all you did was all of a sudden you went to the black women. Let's pull the black women into the argument, you fucking racist. I told you you were a racist, and once again, you proved me right.
You can bring white women up, but I can't bring black women up. Is that right, Stanley?
Yes, it is absolutely right.
You sound like a supremacist.
It is abso-fucking-lutely right.
You're a supremacist.
No, I'm talking numbers, bitch.
You're a black supremacist.
I'm talking numbers.
That's what
bitch.
you are.
Tell me I'm wrong. Hey, I'm a number supremacist. There are more white women on welfare than black women.
You married a white woman, motherfucker.
Oh, wait, hold it. Look at you making it all racist. But you know what the thing is about that white woman I married? She motherfucking wasn't on welfare.
You loved her too, didn't you?
Bitch. Now you want to make it all about my wife? She wasn't on welfare when I met her, and she was never on welfare when she was married to me. Have you ever been married, bitch? See, you are literally gonna go down the toilet swirl, and dude, do you really want to go there, 12th man? You're going down where I want you to go.
Y'all wasn't on welfare. You're not on welfare now, and I'm not on welfare. So it's all good, right?
You brought up my white wife. How about stick to your horrible, deplorable point?
I love black women. How about that?
Okay, whatever. Sin, if there are services through the children who are citizens, okay, what's your point? Sorry, what's your point again? Keep trying, Sin. You and 12th man are quite the couple.
I'm not into gay shit like you are.
See, this is the weirdest bullshit. So if the children, what the fuck does utero in women who are not citizens have to do with my point? More white women get SNAP and those sorts of benefits. Why do you even bring it up, Sin? Are you as limited as 12th man?
Say what?
I was talking to Sin, who's talking about something about utero and all that stuff. I was talking
utero.
White women get more welfare than black women or women.
Okay. Well, they all get welfare. That's good, right, Stanley? Because you want everyone in the world to come here and have a baby and get welfare.
You want to be one of those broadcasters. You know, have you ever like poured grass seed into one of those spreaders and run it across the front lawn? So seeds get sprayed everywhere, so grass grows everywhere. That's what people like you do with these dumbass arguments. Dude, I'm not
Stanley, you won spot for our borders, but anymore you want open
you
borders.
Are literally a fucking bullshit spreader. I make a point, and then you want to deflect all over the place.
You want open borders.
I don't give a fuck about borders. Were we ever talking about borders?
You used to. You fought for them.
Okay, bitch. I mean tonight. Don't tell me what I.
Not your bitch, motherfucker.
You are my bitch right now because you're not making sense. You said I used to talk about borders. Am I talking?
No,
about
you used to fight for our borders, but
I used
not
to
anymore.
literally never fight about borders, idiot. Is it better?
You did when you
would you rather be called
join the Navy, motherfucker?
Would you rather be called idiot or bitch?
When you signed up to be a part of the Navy, you decided to fight for our borders.
Sorry, son. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You signed the document.
On the southern border, never been on the dude. No.
Doesn't matter where you've been,
There's
motherfucker.
nothing in there that talks about borders. Would you like
So
me
what
to
were you fighting
would you
for
like me to
when you
look up
joined the
that-
Navy,
would you
Stanley?
like me to look up that oath? It literally says nothing
Stanley.
about borders. Bitch.
No,
Enough. Nothing in that oath of office talks about borders. Keep trying though.
I want to ask you what
Listen to
you
this.
thought you were signing up.
Yeah, I can only deal with one idiot at a time. So Sin says there are more white women here, so of course they're going to get more of everything. That's a bad argument. No, it's a great argument. This is literally if there are more white women on welfare, why is 12th man worried about black women or immigrant women? There's a lot of goddamn white women on welfare. How about let's get them off? Sin, I never depend on you to decide what's a good argument or not. Ma'am, you are the most interesting, but not always the best at deciding what's a good argument or not. Everyone knows they're going to get more white women in America with welfare because, okay, again, just like puerile argument, like elementary school said. Thank you for noticing there are more white women in America. Oh boy, can't get nothing past you and 12th man said.
We should do. I'm pretty sure this is the law already anyways, but we just need to enforce it. When these women here, right, have these kids, right, let's say, okay, fine, your kid would be a citizen, right? But you as a tourist or whatever your time is here, you have to go, which means you're going to have to take your child anyways.
Well, they usually do, right? But keep in mind that kid is now a U.S. citizen abroad. So all they have to do is go back home and fill out a lot of paperwork, and they come right back in. Now the
parents.
is, yeah. Now the difference
I thought that the kid could ask for the parents after he was 18. Like, see, this is what we need to do.
So yes and no. There's always loophole. There's always a loophole, right? That's what it is.
That's how I see. So the way it works, like from the perspective of Dominicans, because I've known a lot of Dominicans in my life.
That's an interesting argument, Stanley.
For instance, like
okay,
if a mom is a citizen here, right, and she's married to a man,
Like,
or even
through all the
articles
and amendments and clauses,
18,
there's always a loophole.
As for that kid is automatically a fucking U.S. Citizen, which I think is fucking ridiculous. That's one.
Well,
right? So because he's under 18, but if he's over 18, it takes more time for that kid now to be able to come to the United States. It's a faster process if he's under the age of 18.
Yeah.
That's nuts, though. That's insane.
There's all kind. Well, see, if you thought citizenship would just be the problem, Social Security is another issue. Like, there's lots of things that are granted to. I guess if you hold the citizenship title, right? There's a lot of other benefits that come that way. There's special services that taxpayers pay. So now you're paying for a kid that technically being raised somewhere else, right? Like, even if they just want to go back home, they can.
Thank you.
I wouldn't call it a check, right? But it'd be services rendered.
Man, dude, I knew it in my hearts of hearts that they wasn't going to change this at all, because it's like BD just said, it's going to set a precedent where you can now start changing amendments, and we don't want that, you know. But does it really define what Clarence Thomas is saying, where it's just, you know, this was meant for, you know, blacks after slavery, and, you know, or is it really more than that? Because if you think about it,
when the amendment came out, yes, it was specifically for those people, right?
See, that's where I was going to get to. But hasn't the amendment changed through time?
Not that amendment. No, that was.
No?
I believe that was the one, right? 14th was. I'm pretty sure that was the last to that amendment. There's been other amendments. I think
they've been adjusted, right? But this one, like this is what I'm saying. Like, you sure that this one has not ever been?
Wait. How does an amendment get adjusted without another amendment? Listen to this. God damn.
Or a clause.
Where did these
Stanley
go? Okay, I need to finish what I'm saying. You can ask me a question when I'm done speaking. Where did these people go to school? Changes to amendments are done with amendments. Didn't they learn this in school?
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Let me help this little girl out. Ma'am,
okay.
You literally don't ever try and match wits with me, ma'am. A citizen gets benefits. If the mother is not a citizen, but the child is a citizen, then the citizen is getting benefits. Thank you very much, ma'am. The citizen gets the benefits. The immigrant mother does not. The benefits are for the citizen, not the mother, ma'am. Now, she benefits from the child's benefits. So we go.
Well, yeah, because we have to pay for her to be able to take care of.
Okay, enough. Sin, do better, ma'am. This is not knightish. You're matching wits with. Go back to knightish if you want remedial logic. So what else you got?
Well, we have to pay for the mother to stay here to take care of the baby, right?
The benefits are for the citizen, correct?
And for the mother to stay here and give her an apartment.
Yes, and
all that.
Your point would be what? Are the benefits?
She's getting benefits too.
See, that's that bitter bullshit. The fucking xenophobic racists,
who's in charge of the benefits? The baby? Come on, man.
Fuss and fight. Your fucking racist attitudes have just rendered you just livid and illogical.
Racist,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
12th man, you're fucking racist to the core. Look at what you do. Your last resort is to always call. You're talking about black women. And then you go, well, why are you talking
I
about black
love black women. What the
bitch,
fuck are you talking
Okay,
about?
see, you seem to think this is some sort of democracy up here. Well, let me teach you about racism. I think you're the stupidest motherfucker possible to even talk about this. How about you take a chill pill and learn instead of blabbing off? It's getting boring, 12 man.
Okay. I'm racist, yet I love black women
We've
just
established
like
that a
you
while ago.
love
We've
white women,
established that
right?
a while ago.
You married a
Wait, hold it. Did you just say I married a white woman?
yeah, didn't you?
And is that did good that you noticed? So I don't think there's really a big issue of illegal people coming over
You
here.
have a problem with me liking a black woman?
I don't know why you have to interrupt me constantly, but it is getting boring. Yeah, I don't think it's a big issue either, unless you are 12th man and a racist. If anything, I would say the problem may be in certain locations, but if those people are spread out better, I don't even know what that means. It's kind of besides the point. So they tuck in benefits. Is that supposed to be some sort of Caribbean patois? Aruella? They tuck them benefits? Yeah, whatever. There's no wind rush over here, man.
Just adjusted after the
I don't like women, white or black.
Let me see.
If they eat too much and they're fat, then fuck that. I ain't gonna be with either one.
14. To the Constitution. Okay. All right, let me stop sharing this. Pop this up. Yeah, because let's see what it says. Ratified in 1868, following the Civil War, the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution addressed citizenship right and equal protection under the law. Its primary purpose was to protect.
Here we go again.
Formerly enslaved people. Yeah, see? So, yeah, it does say former enslaved people. But let me see, does it adjust anything else on it? Amendment, America,
All right.
Yes. See, so they did adjust.
This is Latino trying to be talented. Uh-oh.
Actually easier to get rid of somebody than it is to put them in. But again, that's how our system works, and that it's just always been that way. Now, Trump might be a little bit of a meanie about it, but so what? That's the purview of the president. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't have voted him in. You don't put a guy into office and then bitch about like, oh, right, like he just turned crazy. So that's who we voted for. No, I didn't, But again, this is like not new to me. This has been discussed for a long time. It's kind of predictable where it's going to go.
What up, Deacon? Hello, kid. Yeah, man. Fucking. Yo, give me a second. Yo, babe. Nah, I was just talking to my wife real quick.
No, it's a problem. It's not a problem.
How's the other side of the world, man?
Shitty. It is a second world country, and it is shitty.
What country is that again? You say
This
Bangkok,
is-
right?
I'm currently in communist Vietnam.
Vietnam,
Hey,
right?
Kim.
Vietnam. Vietnamese. We got a lot of Vietnamese over here, man. In
Oh yeah,
Massachusetts.
yeah.
Oh wait.
Yeah, all you got to do
Steve
is
Moore-
find a nail salon.
Steve
Guarantee
Moore is
you
alive.
what nationality they're going to be.
What?
Fucking this guy, Mark Wahlberg. I don't know if you know him, the actor.
Bored and go
Boston,
over there.
piece of shit. Fucking, you know, in his racist rant, I guess, beat the shit out of like a Vietnamese, you know, in Dorchester, and fucking like knocked out his eye, I guess, like for real. Like the guy's like blind in one eye today. And I guess he tried to be like a sheriff or something like that in Boston. And the people were like, fuck no.
He's got a criminal record. I'm surprised that he even thought like that. There are some offices that are kind of limited, like you're not supposed to. You can't.
That was like, maybe he's Hollywood and shit, and it's like, no, fuck that, bro. Like you punched a dude's eye out. It happens to be fucking Vietnamese.
So like the idea that it's been adjudicated, or let's just say the Supreme Court has concluded it, right? That does not mean that that's the end of this matter.
No, it ain't. Like that's what people think. It ain't. They're gonna find loopholes around this. Like I told you, we're gonna find ways of like not letting pregnant women get on planes and shit like that. Like little things, bro. That's gonna add up.
Yeah, we're
All right.
well. Like I said, I'm Department of State used to have. They had a couple pilot programs for pregnancy test requirements, right? So I'm almost sure those
bored listening to these two clowns. So let's see. What does my darling and the most interesting woman on earth have to say? Hey, Kimmy. Let's see. Yes, she does. The proxy of the child, she getting medical benefits. Yeah. Obviously. Without a child. And thanks for the
Well, Stanley, I was gonna say that.
No. See, this is where I just laugh. Everyone in the whole family will get benefits of EBT.
That's correct.
Okay, bitch. That little low grade fucking like elementary school logic is boring. Yes, everyone will benefit from the benefit that the citizen child is getting. Thank you for noticing and proving my point, Sin. And by the way, I don't give a fuck about your education. I've known plenty of dumb people who have PhDs. They're just not good at making arguments. So
you don't want to break the fan.
Your education matters not. Your argument does. So thanks for confirming my point. Everyone benefits off of that citizen child. That is how it is. But I don't have a problem with the child getting the benefits. So
Once the child is born here, you got to keep them all here. Put them all on welfare. Isn't that right, Stanley?
Yeah, if it's legal to do so. They shouldn't do anything illegal.
You people are insane.
You motherfucking morons don't seem to understand that if it's illegal, change the motherfucking law, bitch. If you don't like the 14th Amendment, there's an amendment process. Change the law, bitch. Otherwise, we're a nation of laws, aren't we, bitch? Kim, why did you hit the link, by the way? I haven't talked with you in a bit.
I say baby. Bum 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 bum.
You're just a beat slow.
Get them out. Even my Democrat mama said that.
This woman, Kimmy, you are too kind. Again, too many people. You know, I have to say this. Too many people are just too kind to this old crotchety man. And Kim is the first supporter of this Saturday show. And actually, Kim
Is she?
Yes.
Is that Kimmy Cake or another Kim?
Yeah, Brooklyn Watson. Kimmy.
Oh, that's Kimmy Cake.
Hey, Kimmy. It's
Hi,
good to talk
Stanley.
to you. And you know what?
Hey, Kimmy Cake.
Videos.
Hi, is that 12 man?
Yeah, that's 12, man.
Okay. Hi, 12 man.
Well, thank you so much for, dude, your support is just, it's kind of undeserved sometimes.
Oh, stop. Stanley, you're doing the work. And, you know, you have a loyal community, so we're definitely going to support you.
Well, I should do better, obviously.
Are you being nice to Sin 7? Because it don't
Yes,
sound like it.
I'm being very nice.
Okay.
Look, Kim, and you will fuss at me like you have in the past. I'm treating her equally.
Okay.
I think if she makes a bad point, I haven't even used the B word.
Well, there's no need for that. So thank you for that.
But how many men have I called the B word?
Well, that's because they say nasty things to you. I think outright you respect people, but when they want to get to the name calling, you have no problem. You have no problem
And
saying
the problem is they don't take it as well as they dish it.
Yeah, but I think Sin is very smart. You know, she supports your show.
Is she?
You might not agree with her, but
Oh no,
you
no,
know,
no, no.
she has.
Look, this point about the woman getting welfare, it's technically wrong. It's the citizen child getting welfare. And sometimes it matters who exactly is getting welfare. You know, if I don't know, the family will benefit, but I don't have a problem with that citizen child getting the benefits. And the thing is, what in Sin, I'm not going to fuss at her about that. I'm going to fuss more about people like 12th Man. If it's that important to you, change the law, change the Constitution. And if you can't, well, keep complaining. But if it was that big a deal, more people
I think the
would
problem
agree
with that, Stanley, it's going to be another Minnesota. People are just going to steal left and right. They don't want these. They don't want to make improvements because it benefits someone.
I disagree with you, Kim.
Of course.
I honestly think that some people don't see.
While you're living in beautiful Savannah, you disagree with
I'm
her.
not, dude. I don't live in Savannah. I'm from Savannah, and I visit every month or two.
Or close to there.
I don't live in Savannah. I will eventually, probably sooner than one would think, but nope.
Not a bad town to retire in.
Right. So here's my point, because we apparently have wandered off to Savannah. All I want
from her point to yours.
I am so horrible about this, but I don't know what it is, and I think my mother is coming back to inhabit my thought. Dude, I just want you to get the argument right, because Black people can actually make good arguments.
Of course.
So why are we talking about mothers? You know, and I'm not going to belabor the point with Sin, because you're here and we need to just say hello to you. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah.
So how's life?
Life has been good. It's been a little busy, just because I ended my day job and started my summer job like around the same
No
time.
way.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you working for yourself this summer?
Yes, because I still have to run my business, but also
Mhm.
I work for a program that John Hopkins has in New York City.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so I do that in the summer.
Good for you. Well, that's kind of high level stuff, though.
It is, and it's really intense, but I think today we finally got a lot of our systems down, so hopefully it's just routine after, like, moving forward.
You know, I've got someone that I just discovered. I'm going to send you a couple links via email.
Yeah.
And maybe I have the luxury of being old, but well, I've got like a couple people I want to send links to. One is actually a historian, and the other is a philosopher. And would love to get your feedback. They're kind of on the left, so it may not
It's
be
okay. I
positive
don't
feedback.
automatically quote unquote cancel people just because they're on the left. I like to listen and understand what people are saying and see if it makes sense. And even if I don't
Right.
agree, I can still understand their perspective.
Right. Well, it's kind of like I don't understand 12th man's perspective. I don't understand Latino's perspective. There are a lot of perspectives I don't understand because it's like, what are y'all talking about? Like, you missed a bunch
I
of the
think you just
show.
don't agree. I think you do understand.
No, I literally don't understand. How can you
Sorry to
talk to
not
me
make you sad.
about
You just don't agree
Article
with what they're
1
saying.
of the
And that's fine.
Constitution when we're talking the 14th Amendment?
Hello?
Oh, I'm still
Oh
here.
boy.
Would you
I can't hear anything. I don't know if y'all
I
can hear
can
me.
hear you. Hold on one sec. So, folks, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. No, I don't think we're frozen. If you can hear me in the chat, just type a 1. Could be, I don't know. I don't think my earbuds. You know what? Let me turn up my phone. Yeah, I can hear myself on my phone. So it could just be, oh my God, it is chocolate, Earth, and Kimmy. Oh my Lord. What have I done to deserve this? this is like a blessing. You know what? I think I'm gonna put down this video and count my blessings.
Well, hello.
Hey
Nice
there.
to meet you, Miss Kimmy Cakes. Hello, Stanley. How are you,
Oh,
sir?
Kimmy is like a day one. She
Nice.
is so there are and she may be having some earbud or phone problems.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she'll be back or not. But she and Portia are like my guardian angels, and apparently you are too. Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh.
add you to. Hey, don't get mad when I say this. It is
What?
just a joke. I'm gonna add you to the harem. It's just a joke. It's just a joke.
I know
Just
it's a joke. I am fine with the joke. Okay, so for you, Stanley, I'll be in your harem.
It's a virtual harem.
Yes.
It's just a joke.
I don't get an outfit. Boo.
Well,
I'm going to tell you
Kim
right
is
now,
actually,
Stanley. Hold on.
Kim
real
is a
quick.
business owner.
Hi, Brooklyn. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now.
Well,
I'm
Brooklyn, I
inebriated.
call her Kimmy.
I'm inebriated. So I thought, let me
Good
come
for
up
you.
here.
Oh, that's even better. No,
and
let's have some
hang
fun.
out.
I didn't think you drank.
I do. I
Do
do
you?
drink. Yeah.
Most
Not every now
weed
and then.
smokers don't.
Yeah, I do both. I'm versatile.
Oh my god. Versatile, is that what you call it?
I call it versatile. I'm flexible and versatile. That's it. Just both of those things.
Ooh boy.
Yes,
Hey,
sir. Hi.
Hey, Chocolate. Finally, I
Hi.
caught you. Well, I always
Yes.
catch you when you're on the panel. And I love
Yes.
your synergy with Stanley. I love
Oh,
Oh my
thank
Lord.
you.
Well,
Thank
hey,
you.
you have
Milk chocolate.
synergy too, Kim.
I
Yeah,
do.
but Chocolate, she brings something different. I think she makes you.
Oh,
I think you
thank
melt
you.
her hands, Stanley. I just like watch it happen in real time, and I'm here for it.
Not in your mouth and not in your hands. She said you melting, baby. Oh wow, Stanley. Is that the case here? Is that what am I softening Mr. Stanley versus the world?
No. Just when you're here, I
I
revert
know,
back to
just when
But
I'm here.
actually Kim kind of saw Portia does the same thing.
Oh, that's
It
good.
is so funny. I don't know. Y'all just kind of I'd have to think about it, but y'all are just mature. Like, look, you probably have like I don't know. Y'all just have a way. And it's not like I won't curse you out or anything, but it would take a lot for me to do it. I just respect you.
You know what it is, Stanley? You love women, and I love you for loving
I
women.
do.
That's
Stanley
right.
loves women.
We can
And I
tell the
love that.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why
he
we
doesn't
come
care about
back.
that. He doesn't care about that
Oh,
simp
well, that's
language.
so
Like
kind.
a man is supposed to love women. I feel.
Come
I could be
on.
wrong,
Come
but I
on.
promise
No,
you,
you're not
Stanley
wrong.
loves women.
But let me tell you what I actually love. I like smart women.
That's
Like,
true.
You like women that
don't
can
be
read.
well, right. You right.
I
So
can
I
still
can
write
see
in
if
cursive,
you.
Stanley.
You know
I can
what?
still
That's
read
even
and write
better.
in cursive.
Now I am in love.
Wait, so Chocolate, what
And
were you drink? What were you drinking?
I am. Hold on, real quick, because I don't. I don't care about coming on camera. I'm looking a little wild, so just don't
no,
judge.
don't do it.
That's beautiful.
No,
Oh,
I'm
thank
serious. Now let me also, and I'm a little inebriated too, Kim.
you.
So
Yes,
forgive me. But let me tell you something.
we got some
I
Moscato
can't
here.
imagine.
Go
This
ahead.
is the wonderful thing. Y'all are really actually good looking.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
There's no. That's why, Kim, you need to drop your your channel link,
Oh yeah, I can do that.
and you too. If
Yes,
you
I
got a
will do
wrench,
so.
if you got a wrench, and this goes for everyone, drop your channel links. I need to add that to my script.
I would turn my
If you
camera
got a
on.
wrench and you got a channel, you really don't need my permission. Just do it.
Thank you. I would
Unless your
turn
name
my
is Steve Moore. Now he's a problem.
I would turn my camera on, but I'm in my birthday suit, and that'll
No,
get your channel banned.
you don't have to. Look, here's
So
the deal.
it's hot,
Everyone
Stanley.
knows
It's
what
a
you
heat
look
wave
like,
in New
Kim.
York.
Kim, everyone knows what you look like. At least here, everyone knows what chocolate looks like.
Yeah.
Y'all are wonderful. And I don't know what it is about you, but I appreciate you. And if I flirt a little bit, don't take it too seriously. But hey,
It's all good,
it's
Stanley.
I does love me some women, but they gotta be smart.
Now that does love me some women. What? Oh my gosh! Did you see Jesse Smollett? Did anybody see that?
No.
No.
Was he
He
on
is out
recently?
again. He's out. He's dancing.
You know what I did?
Oh,
Was he in
and
jail?
singing. Yeah, he was in jail for a little while.
Mhm.
After
Oh,
that
really? I didn't know that.
fiasco with
When
him
he made
saying
up
that
the
the two guys, and it wasn't true. But anyway, they've got these videos of him dancing at this event in Harlem. And I just want to know why. Like, why did y'all do this to this man? What's wrong with you? Who did the choreography? That's who I want to hit. And then at the end, he sings a note, and oh my gosh, I just want to dig my ears out. It was bad. It was just bad. All
Well,
around.
is it something we can watch?
Yeah, if you look up Jesse Smollett, I love his sister though. His sister's amazing.
Yeah, I think that's an amazing black family. They're just so talented. You know, I just don't know why Jesse did that. I don't know. Maybe
I think he wanted more shine. This was a man that wanted more shine. Now, he wasn't getting enough, and Empire was coming to its end.
Oh, that's true.
It was ending though, toward the end of that. And remember, his sister's movie had come out.
Yes,
that was successful. Like everything she's been in has been like amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, Journey's doing her thing.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. It just comes down to that. Like I understand people want to have their moment in time, especially siblings. I get that. But this was just ridiculous. Like, why would you?
I personally didn't like how he framed it as like these MAGA people attacked him. Like,
yeah, man, that was quite. People was ready. Now, if anybody, if at any time people was really ready to be down to get dirty, that would have been that moment because that was right after. And then everybody like, yeah, let's go, let's fight. Like, y'all better stop. Not are you on them 16s? Hi, Bobby. I still have questions about you.
I will say I've had a couple Coors Lights. So
well, I've had let's see, how many ounces is this? How much is in this bottle? Let's say I've had 2 cups. I've had 2 cups. 2 very large cups.
You know what?
Yes.
Now I'm gonna ask you, Crown Royal. No, there's a reason I ask you this.
I know many people who drink Crown Royal, but I am not a Crown Royal girl.
Well, you remind me of an old girlfriend of mine. I think I've told you this before, and she was a Crown Royal person. And you know how sometimes when you're together, it's like, yeah, I'll just get the Crown Royal and drink some of it with you. I never really liked it. However, she did. So, you know.
Nice. Do you know they have
That's
robes?
why I asked. You sound
they have
like a Crown
robes.
Royal drinker.
Oh my. It could just be that I got a rusty
a little
voice.
velvet bag.
Stop. Okay, let me tell you a story. One of my exes early in my life, let's say 20s, brought me gifts one day. And the gifts consisted of a Tweety bird, which I love stuffed animals, and a bag, a Crown Royal bag full of quarters. Thank you. That was the gift. The Crown Royal bag full of quarters. Not actual.
Whoa. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I dated quite interesting.
What were you playing video games?
No, he was just bringing me a gift. He was my boyfriend at the time. I know.
Let me ask you a question. Was it a bad gift?
It wasn't a bad gift. It was just a very strange gift. I felt it was strange. I'd never gotten it before.
Were you
like
going
a
to the
laundry
grocery store?
Right. Like,
Did
are you
he want you to put those quarters in the coin store?
Maybe so. Maybe I did though. I did take it over to the coin store.
How much was it?
I think it came out to be like $20.
Oh, that's not a lot.
In quarters.
In a Crown Royal bag?
Yeah, it wasn't no cash in there.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be about $100.
Man, I'd have took that too. That'd have made the gift even better. But nope. There was
absolutely would have
$20 worth of
was
Crown
it a
Royal
small
change.
like I've actually
the big bag. Yeah, that bigger bag.
Oh wow. Okay, that's
Tied up
it's
with
not
not
much.
that yellow with the yellow hanger.
Yeah, a little yellow cord thing.
Yes. And he was like, here you go. And I was
You know,
looking at him
I have
like,
not had Crown Royal in like
I'm a
dude,
tequila girl, Stanley.
I'm 61, so at least 20 years. Tequila. Oh boy. Dude, oddly enough, I haven't had tequila since probably college. Well, I take that back. Margaritas or strawberry daiquiris I can do. But
Okay.
like tequila, like
Yeah.
unadulterated, like straight tequila.
Shots. Right.
I cannot know. I'm literally going to refuse. It's like a drug for me. It just, you know, I might even start speaking Spanish, and I never took a Spanish class.
Don't you speaking Spanish? Well, if it depends on. Now I'll say you might start speaking Spanish if we're drinking. If we're drinking Jose Cuervo.
I only know about 5 words.
Jose Cuervo. That's what cabeza.
Oh, those are 2 of the 5.
That's it. We've got to go into the 1800s and go there. I have to go top shelf. Top shelf is where you want to be. Then you won't speak Spanish. You'll probably speak French.
No, I honestly,
yeah.
They're you know, these days, probably the only, like, I can do like Kentucky bourbon or Tennessee bourbon.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't really deal with alcohol like you know, spirits that much. Beer is kind of my thing.
Okay.
It's not that I wouldn't deviate, but it's gonna have to be something kind of old man.
Oh, like a good I should say a good bourbon or good, yeah.
Like I had
I love
for
those
Buffalo
glasses.
Trace.
I love the glasses. Those are awesome. I love all that stuff. I know it's pomp and circumstance, maybe a little bit of pretentiousness, but I do like all the little sets and stuff. Like, you know what? I really would love to buy one of those, the old school, like, drinking carts with the diamond. Yeah. Like you pour the liquor in the casing and it's like set right there. Oh, I love that. I love that.
So what would you do if we just sat in these leather chairs and we're just bullshitting over some Buffalo Trace?
There we go.
I'd be okay.
Yeah.
I'd be perfectly happy.
I am not. I'm an introvert extrovert, as I've been told, but the majority of the time, somebody got the Titos here. Get your Titos.
You know, I didn't know Brooklyn drank. Damn.
Yes, a lot of women drink.
Mostly at Juneteenth.
She said on the blackest day of the year, that's when I'll drink
something. If you can't taste it, it's real good.
Oh yes.
Then you better be very careful of it. If you can't taste it, boy.
There's a drink.
I've never had Tito's, but you better be careful. And it is good if you can't taste it. That means it's smooth.
Ooh, with some bruschetta and some like toasted bread.
What you know about that?
What you know? What you think I don't know? I'm fancy. What you talking about?
Okay,
Fancy bruschetta lifestyle.
Do you bake your bruschetta? Do you make it from scratch?
Oh yes, I make it from scratch.
So you know how to bake bread?
Yeah. Listen, my family wasn't playing. They taught us all that. My mother told me at 13.
Well, damn.
You will not walk out of my house without knowing how to cook. I know how to make pies, the whole nine. Me and my sister both. So
respect.
Thank you. And yes, I do.
No,
I like
been
Italian
making bread
food
for like 10 years. But
Italian, and I like Mediterranean.
Good for you. You know what? I should have known.
You should have known what.
I literally have I'm gonna be doing sourdough tomorrow. I literally have
Ooh,
the
nice.
the starter.
Do you have a bread maker?
No, I bake it. I make it
Ooh.
like the pans. No.
Mhm.
And I have a couple what are they?
Yeah.
My wife had a bread maker and
Yeah.
I gave it away.
Oh, okay, I got you.
No, I use loaf pans.
Oh, yeah,
And then
yeah.
I've got these Brunt Moore things. Hold on one sec. Because they're knockoff crucettes, like Dutch ovens.
Oh, yeah, like cast iron, right?
Yeah,
Is
but
that
they're
what you mean?
enameled. They're
I got
enameled.
you. I know what you're talking about.
I got
But that
2
is
of
the
them.
best, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Cast iron is the best to cook in.
Yeah. It is because it holds a heat, but no, I don't, dude. I keep calling you dude. It's a verbal
It's
tick, apparently.
okay. I'm not worried
But
about it.
I have what do they call them? I can make baguettes like the crèche.
Ooh la la.
The French will tend to use like a cloth or something. But
Yes, they do.
From Amazon, I just basically got like a metal crèche. But
Yeah.
no, I literally
So you
can
French
make
out here?
baguettes. No,
Okay,
no.
I want some baguettes.
But
I want
you know
you
what?
to
I used
send
to
me
have
some
fun making this
baguettes.
stuff with my son.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
make
like
him do the
fun.
measurements, like, oh, we're gonna make X loaves.
I think you just like beating up the dough. That's what I think. Yes.
No, you know what?
Yes.
I literally, I
Oh.
don't need it on the counter. I can do it all in the bowl.
I'm gonna leave that alone, Stanley. I'm gonna
Since you
tell
want
you
to be
right
all
now.
fresh, I'm
I
good with
was.
my hands in a bowl.
It's a finger bowl.
You know what? It's a mixing bowl.
I
And
apologize.
I like
let me be
kneading the
good.
warm dough.
Okay. I know you said I was
Dough will
mature.
rise if you keep it warm.
Yes.
So
Dough
anyway,
will rise. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I needed that laugh. You are hilarious. Where did she go?
would you have a bad day? Kim's in the chat.
No.
You know, it's late
Okay.
for her. This is
Okay.
Kim
Okay.
is a young, well, she's probably, I think she's still in her early 40s. So, you know, she has things to do. She is an educational, she's way more complicated. She's not a classroom teacher.
Got you.
She
Got you.
is
Got you.
kind of like,
She just seems really sweet. That's
well,
all.
she's kind of like my sister in a way. By the
Aw.
way,
Yeah.
I need to get those two together. But she classroom teachers, but she's kind of like different.
I got you. Okay.
No,
I
she's
think
more
I'm
like a, you know how
Are you saying a facilitator, a proctor?
no,
Okay.
she is just like, hey, kids, I'm the philosopher king of this school.
That is not a title. Where?
You know what it should be?
What school? Would give
She
the
teaches
title.
it-
No, no. You don't have
I
to tell
think
me.
she teaches in like the New York City public
Oh,
schools.
yeah,
She's-
it's late there. It's
yeah,
7
that's
o'clock
like
for me.
no,
took
but the thing
7.
is those
Yeah.
New York and LA schools,
Mhm.
that's major league. You don't
Yeah, it
teach
is.
there. You don't teach there and be chopped liver.
Not chopped liver. How was your day? Did you have a good day?
Pretty good.
Good. I like it.
I've literally done nothing all day.
How is that nothing?
Now,
We're doing something right now.
you know what? I got a grocery order, and I'm
Yeah.
going to be doing. Me and my son are going to be doing some cooking for my sister,
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
she's a little under the weather. So,
Oh.
she and um, her husband will come over and get it. Um, you know what?
What?
It's
Well, see, you've
I
been,
haven't
yeah.
I haven't cooked for someone in quite some time. Um, outside of me and my son, and barely for my son. He seems to like junk food, but I actually got groceries. I'm actually planning a menu, and it's actually going to like be something. You know how when you cook, you care about the food,
Yes, that's what
and
my mother used to tell me. You gotta love it.
yeah,
If you don't, your feelings come out in your food. If your food
right,
is nasty, it's because you was being mean when you made it.
right.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, and this is going to be a little emotional, probably
Okay.
more than it should be. But
Okay.
my sister,
Hmm.
I know I've told you this before. She's probably the best friend, like
Yeah.
especially in my later years.
Right.
My mother, I probably take whether I like it or not. Um, I have her sarcasm at least. They taught me to love women. You like smart women. They were well, my mother was, and my sister is. They're whip smart,
Hmm.
and they like. I honestly think my sister actually like had a YouTube show. Oh
Yeah.
shit. It would be like Katie bar the door.
Oh
It's
my.
like
I like it. I like it.
you
Tell me
know,
when.
it's funny, when you're old enough, you just don't mess with each other like your siblings. I
Hmm.
try. And at this point, I just whatever. But dude,
Whatever is
when we
correct.
were kids, she was sarcastic, I'm sarcastic. Let's go
Yes.
battle. Not
Right.
physically, but hey, let's do some
Some mind
matching wits
games.
here.
See, I didn't have it. My baby sister, she was younger than me. I hung around a
Right.
lot of older people. And it would be hilarious because they were like, "Why is she so old?" Like they'd be like, "She's creeping me out because she's so old. She could just chill with the old people." And so I just those mannerisms, the ability to be able to be in a conversation is something I enjoy. So I love having conversations about different things, different people, different whatevers. I just think it makes you a better person when you introduce yourself to different things like that. When you're open to listen to other people.
Well, I'm not always open.
Yes, you
I
are.
think I think
Nobody's
I think
always. Yeah, that's okay though. Nobody's
but
always. I'm not always.
but let me tell you something
Mm,
that and honestly, chocolate, you'll
yes.
probably be able to talk me through this. What is wrong with these black men in these YouTube spaces? Now, I'm not God's gift because, I'm I don't have
You-
that kind of patience. And
yeah.
even with my sister or my mother, back in the day, dude, don't be talking silly. Get to the point.
Right.
My son, and I was making a joke earlier. Like my son, I know he's ready to go back to school because because I'm when you raise your son telling him that there's this bullshit about there are no
Yeah.
stupid questions. Well, let me help you out, son. There
Oh
literally
Lord.
are such things as stupid questions.
You did
Don't
say
ask
that.
me stupid questions. I
You did say
literally
that.
said it.
You
Oh,
did.
I did. I
Hmm.
raised him that way. Don't ask me dumb questions. Think about it before you. And
And there's nothing
but
wrong with that. I find it funny because I can hear my mother because
oh, really?
she was like my mom was an educator, like just a natural educator. And then she taught in the school system. So and we used to be so hilarious. And she used to say stuff like that all the time. She used to be like, yeah, there's no stupid questions but there are stupid people. And I was like, wait. She said, but
Well, that's
depending on the
somewhat,
question,
somewhat. But
she was
look,
always trying to
just
be diplomatic. Let's say that.
well, and oddly enough, if my wife had been around, I probably would have had to like run that through through my head because it might get
Yeah.
back to his mother. I remember my son and I used to play this game. Now he was still in the crib, and it was in our room. So I don't know. He was between 1 and 2, and he got moved into his own room maybe after 2.
Yeah.
But between 1 and 2, he just kind of he had his own crib in the corner. But my wife kind of worked overnight hours.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I worked odd hours. Like, I did 12 to 10 because I'm not a morning person. But
Gotcha.
anyway, I wake up at 7 in the morning and, my son would wake up. So, he'd be standing and, hey, daddy, wake up. So I go pick him up, put him in the bed with me.
Yeah.
And we got into this game. And to this day, it was hilarious, but I don't even remember. It was something we called the game Bite.
Oh, okay. Okay. Was it kind of like the dozens or something?
No, it was Bite. Like, hey, I don't even remember how it started, but it was like, well,
I'm sorry. I'm thinking somebody
you
biting
shouldn't bite
somebody.
me. You can bite a little hard and I'll go, ow, when it starts to hurt. And I have no clue. It was just, but we used to play it. It was Bite. So we tussle in the bed and he'd climb up on my knee and I'd flick
Oh,
my knee and he would fall and then
yeah.
it would go into Bite. Like, no,
That's just
don't
sweet.
bite too hard. And if it starts hurting, it's ow. If you hear me say ow, then stop, with the bite force. No, I didn't use bite
You know
force as a
what?
word.
I
But
actually use that
he'd do
for
it to me, I'd do it to him. And
I
I
do that with Roscoe.
oh, that is funny.
I tell
Well,
him,
do you bite
yes, I
Roscoe?
bite him. I bite him. Yes.
Oh, that's
I'll
even more interesting.
I'll bite him because he likes to. I've had him since he was 4 months old
How
and
old is he now?
almost 2.
Oh my
He's
Lord, he's
almost
not
2.
that old.
No, he's still a big baby. Sleeping on top of my feet. Oh gosh, I woke up. I couldn't feel my feet. I looked down. It's the dog. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well, let me tell you the upshot of this story.
Yes.
And I don't know that I could have even said, "Don't tell your mother." I honestly thought that, hey, this is Daddy and Trevor. It's our little morning game.
Yeah,
Eventually
yeah.
we'll get up and I'll make you breakfast, but it's kind of fun to tussle. So my wife calls me at work and she's like, what? He bit her. Dude. And,
That's so cute.
don't call me at work unless it's like really serious. But no, she wasn't exactly livid, but she was like, what have you been doing with this child? And when she described, he bit me. And I'm like, oh, dude, I'm literally going, that face. Oh,
Yes. Oh gosh.
I'm like, well, I had to
I
explain
think
it
that's
to her. And when I
funny.
explained it to her, it was so silly. Dude,
Yes.
I sounded like an idiot.
But it's so funny though.
Oh,
I'm
it was,
sorry. That's
funny enough,
hilarious.
she didn't find it that amusing. So I
Oh.
literally, when I got home, that evening, I had to tell him, don't do it anymore.
Aw.
I'm sure she said, well, you need to talk to your son. Dude, but it was fun.
Yeah, but
So it's like, well,
he was like, I'm gonna bite you.
he can't.
You.
No, but it was bite, and he would laugh. I would laugh. It's like that hurt,
But kids
hurt,
don't.
and then we would be laughing about
Yeah,
it. It's like,
but
oh, wait, he's gonna bite too hard. Oh, did it hurt? It
I
sounds
got
so
what you
weird.
say. I know exactly what you're talking about because, like, my brother, he was little. There was no other boys around, so I was the rough and tumble girl. So we would tussle all the time, and he was a little baby. And I know it wasn't real, but it would be so funny because I would go in his pockets. I would put my hands in his pockets. I would be like, "Give me your money!" Like I would put money in his pockets and rob him. It was great. He was a toy because I was 19, my sister was 13. He was a toy to us. We had so much fun. And then here I have Roscoe, who I believe was human at one point in life because he acts so weird. He'll eat anything. He doesn't care. And he thinks he's supposed to have whatever we have. Whatever I'm eating, he needs some. And I'm like, no. But yes, we bite because he likes to bite me. But I'll be like, soft bite. And then he'll do it. And like when I do my nails, he loves that because he likes to bite the nail. I don't, yeah. He's a wild guy. But he likes to play. Oh my, Stanley. Hello, hi 32323. Stanley, you should meet Chocolate's sister. Great personality. Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I try. I'm all right a little bit sometimes. Roscoe, you want to say hi?
Well, I imagine I will one of these days.
Okay. I'll see y'all right now. Because I told you I'm going to be outside. Yeah, traveling. Never know. Life can take you anywhere. If you wanted to. If you wanted to, I should say. But yes, I thought about you when I was like,
how can I refuse that?
you might like, don't nobody want this crazy lady.
No, ma'am.
Knowing what I think it would be fun. I think you would be surprisingly fun.
Well, I've the only thing I'm going to regret is, I rarely regret kind of being older.
Yeah.
But, flirting's fun too.
Oh. Hey, listen. I read an article about this couple. I'm not putting that on us. I'm saying that I don't think you're ever too old to do anything unless you are in the hospital and you can't get out of the bed, or you're in your house and you can't get out of the bed. But if you can move, you could do it. I saw this story about these. They were in their 70s and they both, it was the first time they ever
were in their 70s though.
Yeah, so wait, weren't you talking about a lady that's talking to a guy that was in his 70s? You were talking about somebody.
Well, yeah, but
was that different?
There are, and I'm not like one of these guys, if you're 25 years older. No, people do what they want to do, as long as they are of age. Like, look at, and I hate to bring this up, but, Trump, for instance, is quite a bit older than Melania.
Quite a bit.
And I don't want to get into that dynamic, but people choose who they want to choose. But my wife was one in my lifetime, at least. Not that it will never happen and all that stuff, but and let me pick on you.
Oh my!
And this is just hypothetical, but you have a life to live.
Yes.
I'm, besides the difficult personality, if I were actually, kind of. No, look, my the reason I say my wife was one in a million, she just had the ability to just go, you know what, whatever, and just walk off. Not everyone has that kind of patience, but the thing is she could be prickly too, but we just got along.
Yeah,
Um,
two prickly pears.
My family got along with her family. It was literally like
That's
once in a
awesome.
lifetime. You know, white, black, you know, it just didn't matter.
It
And
did. It was the actual.
well,
If you
I
could put
think
the
they
truth
talked
to
and
it.
said these are two odd birds.
Yeah.
And let's not disturb it.
Right.
Let
It
them
looks
go.
like it's working. Yeah, it's working. Oh man, I was asked the question earlier this evening about what I find like as good things in a like in a man or in a date or however, and like I explained, I like easy conversation.
Right. Yeah.
You
That's
know,
the well, you
just
know,
easy, even if it is that we disagree. Or we
mhm.
may not even see, like, it might be something you've never experienced or I've never experienced. There's still a way to talk to one another about it. There's
Right.
still ways outside of this. And I think people will realize down the line they're gonna have PTSD from all this arguing out here. They they don't. This is the same thing I would say, young or old. We don't give ourselves the opportunity, I don't think, to really enjoy in a person what they like and what you like, and that it's okay for you to be different and similar at the same time.
Let
It
me
doesn't.
ask you a question. Does that get easier with age though?
I think it gets easier with understanding yourself. I don't know necessarily
Okay. Yeah,
time
yeah,
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
still,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
But simply put, it's just I think that's what I mean when I say there's a level of freedom that I want if I ever get into another relationship. And it has
Mhm.
nothing to do with going anywhere. It has to do with that I can be myself and you can be yourself.
Well,
You know?
funny enough, and I'm going back a ways. Before I met my wife, we're talking, let's just say early 2000s. And what was it? Harmony.
Oh gosh,
Now,
yes.
when I moved up to the mountain, now let me tell you about this. This is early 2000s. Maybe my son was born in 2006, so this would have been around 2003 or so. And where I moved to, they did not have high speed internet. I think I had DSL. It was either DSL. It wasn't a modem, so it would have
Not
been DSL.
DSL. Oh my.
Oh, dude, I was lit. They didn't even have like if you dug anyway, it was up on top of a mountain. And this is
Go to date.
2003. They hadn't even and I wouldn't get satellite because I don't like the look of satellite dishes, etc. But my point is, I did, kind of the internet dating thing, and there was one woman that I met, and it was I met her in DC. She lived in Maryland. I lived in Northern Virginia. And, just the upshot of that is we went to this restaurant, like this Thai restaurant, right next to the MCI Center, whatever it's called now in
Oh
DC. It was
wow.
that basketball stadium, hockey stadium. And I'd gotten used to living up on the mountain. So we're in this restaurant and it was noisy. It took me a while to get used to the quiet, and then it took me a while like, oh damn, it's just too loud in here. But where I was going with this is eHarmony used to ask one of the questions, which I always found odd. When you're in a relationship, do you need a lot of time to yourself, or medium time, or little time? And when you talked about you need to be yourself, it reminded me, because I used to always go, no, I need a lot of time to myself. If it's in the next room, that's fine. I don't necessarily want to be out of the house. I want to be like in the same domicile, but I don't have to be talking to you constantly.
Yes, no, don't feel bad. I feel the same way. I could be in one
Yeah.
part of the house, and that's how we were raised. Like, we would congregate in one area of the house, laugh, joke, ha ha ha, and then everybody disappeared.
Mhm.
And then we would do that later on. And I was like that in my relationships. Like, I'm cool. We cool. It's established. And there you go.
Well, did the men ever get like, because I can go fishing, I can go hunting, I can do all kinds of things. Having my son, now my son's older, but when he was a kid, it's kind of like he's kind of like me, but I kind of get your point, and I kind of admire you for that. And I guess my question is, how did, over the years, did men, because you're particularly good looking, how did men react to that?
It wasn't what I thought it would be. Let me start off with that. Oh, good. I still got wine in this glass.
You better get some more.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Because now I'm interested.
Oh, hold on real quick.
And look at little sister Tina. I want to meet Chocolate
I'd
Sister.
love to meet you too.
Well, no, she wants to meet Chocolate. I thought she said, I want to be Chocolate Sister, but apparently I'm misread.
That's what she said. But I will tell you this. I had one of my exes tell me that he wasn't going to be considerate because I was considerate. And I kind of looked at him
Wait,
like,
say that again? He wasn't going to be what?
he wasn't going to be considerate because I'm considerate. Now, I'm considerate,
What?
but this is a true story, Stanley. True story. Then same man, he says, why are you being nice to me? Are we not in a relationship? Then, this was so wild. He pulled out a list, Stanley. A list with numbers of the type
Was
of woman.
it like, I love her not?
No, this was, here's the one type of woman I want. 1, 2, 3, like a list. And so he starts to read it. He starts to read it, and as I'm listening, I'm like,
Well,
it ain't me at
he
all.
wanted you to like meet the points on his list?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
When he pulled out the list, how long had y'all been dating?
Months. We
Oh,
had been
wow.
dating for months. And so, yeah. I'll tell you, I don't know. I knew how to pick them. Let's just say that. Don't take me to the track. I'm gonna lose the house.
Well, all I have to say is, why, if honestly,
yes,
there comes a point when you might have to do that, but I've literally never, like, that's what spending time together does. You don't need to make a list.
Well, see,
Now,
the
see,
thing
what would have been just
was-
desserts is you whip out a list about this is what,
but I never
this is
had
what
a
I
list.
want my man to be. And number
never-
one is don't ever make a list.
You know how I asked him, I said, well, it sounds like, because he was in radio and he was working for these people, and he asked me one night, he was like, hey, would you do, a show with me? I said, sure. So, we were just being us, like bantering back and forth, whatever. And they loved it. And that bothered him. Because he had been doing this for these people all the time. And then when him and I do it together, and then he went back to doing it himself, they were like, nah. You need to bring her back. I have been, unfortunately, in relationships that men wanted to be in competition, or they wanted to do the what is that? Lock me away in the tower, because some man is gonna look at me. You might as well just buy me a what is it? I don't want to say it wrong, because is it a burqa, or is it?
Yeah,
okay.
The head to toe thing with the
you might as well
slit for the eyes.
Yeah, you might as well. I think that's how I felt with in a couple of my relationships. And I am a person who is friendly. I will speak. I will meet different people. I do know different people from different lanes of my life. However, if I'm with you, I'm with you. And I never understood that. Like, they were so. One told me I was trying to consume him. That's what he told me.
I remember. Now we were at my house on the mountain, and my wife and I weren't married yet. We were. Look, I really it was love at second sight. It actually was love at first sight. I think for my wife, it was love at second sight. We were just a couple. We were at her brother's wedding, and I was looking for her, and we just talked. Who knows? At least a couple hours. I found her. We literally sat there. Who knows what we talked about? But after that point, it was a couple. However, I can remember her being because we didn't live together. I lived up on the mountain. She lived down in Fairfax, Virginia. She lived in the city, more or less.
Yeah.
So, but she's up there. She's standing on the porch, and my brother-in-law's work partner, this dude was like a California boy.
He said,
he was kind of shit. He was kind of Hollywood and all this stuff.
Got it.
He and my wife, they get to talking, and so she's wearing like a one-piece bathing suit with like a pair of jean shorts. Now this is years ago.
Right.
So they're getting to talking. And you know what? I literally had to walk myself through the conversation you just had. Like, look, they are just kind of vibing, but she's with me. And dude, now we weren't married. It was just like I literally had to have this internal conversation.
I got
you. Like, yeah, but she's with me. You got to fucking just go, do something else. My brother-in-law's there. We get into a conversation. But I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't even know I was a jealous person until that happened. And, she was looking good. He was looking good. And I'm like, fuck. But I had to and you know what? It was a blip. I don't think I think I might have teased both of them.
Yeah.
Thank God
It wasn't
I had that internal conversation.
right.
Because dude, if I had come off as what
Some men, some men would though. Yeah.
But I had to talk myself out of it.
Good for
I
you, though.
literally, dude, it wasn't torture. But the other good thing is, I met my wife when she was 37, I was 38.
Uh-huh.
So, there was some maturity.
Right.
I don't know if I wouldn't have made a fool of myself had I been 28.
Probably.
There's a certain level of maturity, and you know what?
Hmm?
As it turns out, why did I even have the thoughts?
Because it's natural.
Yeah, and
It's a natural emotion. That's all.
yeah, but
you
you're
walk
either
through it.
with your woman or you're not.
Yeah, and that's what I thought was crazy. Like what my father taught me and what my mother taught me as far as how men are. And what I learned that, if a man likes you, it's XYZ. If a man loves you, it's XYZ. That there was these particular things, and if he did that, that was enough. Those were the clues. Nothing. My internal understanding of relationships, that was me me trying to figure this out, because I was like, why do I keep running into these exceptional men? Like, what is it going on here?
Exceptional in a good way or bad?
Bad. I'm still single. Like I said, I'm not gonna pretend as though and say that my relationships don't have a huge reason as to why I'm single now. They are. I got tired. I can't lie about that. I got tired of this game.
Well, when you say you got tired, when did you get tired? Years ago?
Yeah. Oh, years ago.
Really?
Years ago. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's been about 10 years. 10, 11?
What?
Yeah. 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 What do you mean, what?
Well, I'm going
Yes.
to tell you something, and this is just, there are people who might hear this on a replay or something like that.
Yeah.
I get a lot of, well, Stanley, why haven't you been with a woman since your wife died? And for me, it's not that easy. Like, for instance, my son is still around, and look, now I've gotten lazy. however,
yeah.
Let me tell you something. And this is part of it. And there are men that are just going to go, well, you're a pussy.
Oh,
Dude,
no.
There was a woman that I was kind of interested in. And her sons were friends with my son, but I didn't bring that up. I literally asked him, well, hey, what would you think if daddy dated?
Yeah.
And you know what his response was? Little dick.
I guess I could imagine.
Well, you are who you train your son to be. He's like, I wouldn't like it at all.
At least he told you the truth.
But the thing was, if I then like an actual like effort I'm doing, dude, I heard him and I'm like, you know what? He's doing well in school.
Right.
Everything is stable. Do I really want to toss this pebble in my water?
Did you ever ask him why he didn't like?
No. You know what? Funny enough, it's a weird thing because in a way, my son is like me.
Yeah.
I knew why. His mother just died. His
right. He wasn't.
like,
Okay. I was wondering the timeline. Okay, I got you now with it.
No, he was maybe 9.
That's a long. Yeah.
And his mother died when he was 7, going on 8. So maybe I should have waited. But you know what?
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of performer anyway. And in a way, it just, I don't know. It's like, well, you know what? I don't, my wife and I never had this conversation.
Okay.
Like, she was never like, hey, if I die, because
Right,
honestly,
right.
I always figured,
Yeah.
I would be the one to go first.
Right.
And honestly,
Yeah.
to this day, I'm literally talking about this. I've just never, I'm
You're like a lot of people though.
really?
Yes,
Well,
you're
why do
not
these fools
alone.
keep asking me, why have you not had pussy? Because it's been a
I
while. You
get the
say 10
same.
years? Mine's like 13 years
Oh, wait a
or
minute.
14.
Let me correct
Well,
myself.
I'm not making a
No, I'm just
direct comparison.
yeah, I got you.
I'm just saying that,
Yeah, it's been
um,
it. I haven't yeah, uh it's been a minute.
but the
And
thing is when you're busy, time flies.
well, I stay busy, I think, because I can make the excuse if anybody tries to hit on me. I can say I'm truly busy. No. But
Well,
I'm gonna
I
tell
got my son into Georgia Tech on a scholarship. That's what
hey,
I've
you
been
was
busy
busy.
doing.
You busy. You busy, busy. You know what? And I'm gonna tell you, I personally, because people take for granted the fact that, oh, well, she doesn't have kids. Yes, true enough.
Mhm.
However, I was a part of raising them. I was a part of making
Right,
sure they had
right.
food and somewhere to
Yes,
sleep, and
yes.
you know what I mean? So like being the things that these dudes be hollering about, I'm like,
Mhm,
that's a normal every day. Like nobody gave me a pat on the back because I made sure my
mhm.
family ate. Like, why do you think you need a badge? Like, what is this? What is this? You lay down, and I'll be honest with you. I think the longest I practiced celibacy 7 years. Because again,
Well,
you know,
it's not like I practiced. I mean, tell me about that because I'm curious. I mean,
well, I
it's
mean, for
not.
me, the
It's
celibacy
well,
was
no. Tell me about it because
well, I don't count. Maybe I'm a cheater. I don't know, but for me, celibacy for me
you
was
mean
I'm
you're
not
human?
sleeping. Like, right, I'm not having any relations with anybody else, but from time to time, I might have relations with myself. And that is usually how that
Oh
works with a
well,
lot of people.
you don't have that. Doesn't count.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, some people believe that if you're truly celibate, then you
Well,
don't even do
ma'am,
that.
ma'am, are you a
Not the
Mormon?
ma'am. Not the ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
yes, it has been told, men and women both, that
Well,
you
I hate to tell you this, that doesn't count in my book.
I'll tell you, and that's another thing for me too. Just as I love to enjoy life, that is something that I want to like you when that's going on again. You know what I mean?
Right.
I want to like you a little bit. You know, I don't want to be like, get out of here. It's 10 minutes after you gotta go. You can't stay.
It is so funny that you say that. I I think part of it is I literally it was so weird. Somehow I made it to like 38. I fell for my wife, and oddly enough, she fell for me. Like I said, that one talk we had, we were a couple, didn't even, it was just like we were just one fucking conversation. It was just like, okay, I'll call you later. And that was that. We never were not a couple. Now there've been a couple times,
Yeah.
but not like we're gonna break up. She's just
Mm-hmm.
like, you know what? I'm going to visit my father.
Oh
I'll
shit.
see you in a week.
Right. I'm gonna let you breathe. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, I was the asshole. So anyway, the link is posted, folks. Bobby, tell us about Bobby says what? I folded her like clean clothes out the dryer. I don't even know what that means. Did you treat her nicely? Bobby, please don't treat her like cloth. Dude, you got to do better than that. So, folks, hit the like button if you're still there. I literally have talked to two wonderful women, Kim and my darling Chocolate Earth.
Oh my God, did you call me? Did
Well,
you
I said
call
my
me?
darling Chocolate Earth.
Oh, you did. You really did say that.
I did.
Yeah.
I'm not. See, this is the other thing about being my age. I'm not afraid of saying I like women. I'm not saying she's afraid of saying she's a darling woman. Some of these little YNs and old YNs at that, dude. If you like women, you like women.
No, that's simping. What are you talking about? And these are men in their 40s saying shit like this to
Yeah.
other men, which blows my
And I
mind.
am literally like, why would you even ask? Have
can't
I
have
had a woman? And some of it I volunteered. Like I look, it's.
But that's okay if you volunteered it, but that doesn't mean it gives perspective, because even though you might have
Well, I'm trying to help
YNs.
some of these YNs out.
Well, aren't you
Dude,
lovely?
Pussy does, and please excuse the crude language, but pussy doesn't define your life.
Well, it shouldn't.
Your life might define the kind of woman
Unless
that
you
meet.
have one. Now that defines your life if you have one, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
All
did
I
tell
have
you
to say-
I've been drinking, so for me,
Well, look.
excuse me, you've got
let's have fun. You haven't offended me. As a matter of fact,
Good.
it's fine. I'm a little loose. You're a little loose, and I'm enjoying the conversation.
I'm not loose at all, sir. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, not loose as in loose woman. I didn't mean it that way.
I know you didn't, but I had to say it because I'm horrible.
Well, that's fine. You said it, and we laughed.
Good. You have someone in the chat.
There are always one of the more interesting things about my chat is that I get a lot of people running through the chat.
I noticed that.
Relative to the number of subscribers I have, I will have most of my subscribers, and I'm sure it's not all the subscribers, but if I get like 334 views and I have 350 some subscribers, in theory, that means the numbers match up that way.
Right. That's you.
I'm not for everyone.
No one is for everyone. That's why we have such a vast amount of people that do this, because you might not be their cup of tea, but obviously you are people's cup of tea because people are here, including myself.
That is literally the goal.
That's right.
Yeah. So but the thing is like, if let me put it to you this way.
Okay.
And I'm not going to belabor the point, but I will get, and I'm kind of like just grousing here. But dude,
grousing.
people will go, well, oh, Stanley, you got 8 people in the chat. Well, a lot of what happens is people, especially at the beginning of the show, look, 10 people come in, they spend 5 minutes, but that's 10 views.
Right.
People don't seem to understand numbers in relation to other numbers. At the end of the day, if I have like 300 viewers, now numbers to ours,
Mm-hmm.
online. But once I start talking to someone like you, time melts away. Is
Oh,
I'm good.
well, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the
So am I, for that
conversation.
matter. As a
I
matter of
just
fact,
enjoy
I'm
talking
glad
to you.
too.
Hmm. I had to get a popsicle. You know how? Because I did.
Well,
I did.
what flavor, ma'am?
It is because 250 years. What are you talking about? It's red, white, and blue America.
Oh my
America.
God, really?
It is a one of those Neapolitan, like the red, white, and
There,
blue.
there is no doubt. I don't doubt your patriotism.
America.
Well,
Yes.
actually, Saturday, the
Mm-hmm.
Saturday show,
Mm-hmm.
probably, I noticed CNN is going to start coverage at like 7 in the morning.
Oh my
And I'm
God.
actually thinking about, starting fairly early. And
Okay.
this, actually, I need to just thank Brooklyn right quick. Brooklyn, this Saturday show is sponsored by Kimmy.
Oh
Brooklyn Watson.
yeah.
So this woman is literally like a saint.
She sounds so sweet. I love it.
She's a saint, and she is just ridiculously gorgeous.
Oh,
Yeah, she is phenotypically blessed. And
listen. I don't know. The sisters
then
be looking beautiful out here.
no, she's like really like you in a way.
Mm-mm.
It's like, wow.
What you mean? I've hit the wall. I'm my old
I'm afraid
pancake.
to tell you this, ma'am.
What are you afraid to
You have
say?
not hit a wall. It's so odd. There are women who, in some ways,
Mm-hmm.
let me think about someone like there are women that I've known who are actually more attractive. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
older, so things change when you get older.
Right.
But I can think of women like when you get that silver hair and stuff like that. It's a different sort of like, let's not say, when you're 18, ooh, shit, let's fuck. No, but it's like, well, no, there,
I just was surprised you said it. That's all.
I was 18, ma'am. However,
I'm the
there
monk
are
now, sir.
silver-haired foxes who are like, you know what?
Oh
It'll
my gosh.
be subtle. It'll be sweeter. We're gonna sit here. Yeah, we're gonna sit in this library.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
I wish it
It
were my library.
it looks like it smells of mahogany.
Oh, that and leather.
Yes. Old cigar.
But no, women and men too, when they get older, it's a lot more subtle, but it's also kind of sweeter. Look,
I got what you're saying.
the way it works is,
Mm-hmm.
men and women
Yeah.
at that age, it changes as you get older.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. It's not that it's less exciting. It's just a little bit just subtle.
It's exciting in a different way, though. That's all. The energy
Exactly.
just shifts in a different way. It might not be lightning strike, but you know how you get
Right.
that quiet lightning in the cloud? That's what I think when you talk about that.
In a way, it's like the difference between Boone's Farm
Hey!
and fucking
Where's the paper
and
bag?
a good smooth Scotch whiskey.
I'm sitting on the doorstep
You
with a
you
paper
sip
bag.
the Scotch, you
I'm
sip the
sipping.
Scotch, you pound the Boone's Farm.
I'm gonna pound the Boone's Farm.
But the funny thing is you don't wake up with a hangover when you sip.
Oh
the good
yeah.
stuff.
That's it. All it is, the difference is paper bag. Put your paper bag on. Don't laugh at that. Yay,
What paper bag
USA.
as
Wonder
in,
what?
do you mean paper bag as in,
Like old school
good
wino?
body, I'll put a paper bag on
Yeah,
her head?
paper bag. No, what? On the bottle. Put the paper bag on the bottle like a wino. I grew up with
Oh,
winos. Remember the wino?
do they still do that?
No, they're crackheads now.
Shit, they used to do that. Like,
Fentanyl.
I can remember way back in the day,
I don't think
winos
they
would
do the
bring that
winos.
paper bag into the barbershop.
Yes, the
What
paper
that
bag was
time?
life. And why was it always crumpled up? It's like, who crumpled the bag then put your they must have put it in there. Then you find out they recycling the bag. You like, oh, recycling the paper bag. And yes, I did it. I was sitting on my stoop drinking a 40 in a paper bag. Yes. I was the roundaway girl. 2 over Bosnia. In what?
FIFA.
Oh, that's right. The World
football.
Cup. Shh. What is it, my?
So, U.S. faced elimination, and
Oh yeah,
apparently,
good for them, I guess, over Bosnia.
I don't know. I think it's a good thing.
What you want?
No, it's funny. I actually like soccer. I like, football, but I didn't grow up with it. So, and I'm really not that much into sports at all these days.
Really? Yeah.
Oh
Well,
no.
I'm a
When I
football
lost,
girl. I do like football.
it went downhill
Mm-hmm.
back in the 90s for me, and it's been a slow decline. Honestly,
I know basketball
football.
has done that for me.
Oh no, basketball. Oh my lord. I remember back when
You have to look
like
under
the
there.
ABA merged with the NBA. I'm old.
Stop it. How? Okay. Are you over 75?
No, I'm 61.
Okay, then you're not that old.
Well,
What are you
compared
talking
to some of these YNs,
Yeah, no, still no, because some of them YNs are closer to your age, and they act like, and they not YNs, they ONs. That's it. They just
well, let me
ONs.
tell you something. All I have to say
Yeah.
is you are so sweet. But
you.
honestly,
Yeah.
you are, and again, I've had a
don't wanna
couple
get
Coors
you.
Lights, but damn girl. Nah, I'm dead fucking serious.
I know you are, sir, and I
Damn,
appreciate the I appreciate the
Oh, well,
compliment.
don't let me go too far. Keep me in check. But I
Oh, shit.
noticed when you came up with that lipstick on the other day. Damn,
Yes.
I noticed.
I mean, hey, every now and then. That's not a every day, but I like to jazz it up
But you
a
know
little
what's
bit.
so funny?
Mm.
Probably the first time I saw you on screen,
Yeah.
it was on Bob's show.
Uh-huh.
You look good without makeup.
Oh, thank
I was like, holy cow. Why do you think all those people on Bob's back then, and why do you do realize some of these YNs go crazy over someone who looks like you?
I've noticed.
And I please, you don't manipulate some of them.
No, because I'm gonna tell
Yes,
you why. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm gonna tell you why.
Oh, okay.
These YNs and ONs is crazy. Okay, you can't play with them. You can't be nice. Listen, I was stalked out here. Do you know I had men saying they slept with me, and they never touched me.
Right.
I had
that's
crazy.
that YouTube stuff.
No. This was before YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yes. my ex that stalked me on the internet for like 16 years. So I've had all kinds of
Wait, how
experiences.
many years?
16.
Oh, how does
16.
that work?
So, okay, how about creepiness? We're dating, and this was late 90s.
So he literally did. What happened in his 16 years? Did he get married? Did he have kids?
Yes,
Was he
and
just creepy for 16 years?
no, he went on and had a life. And I was happy for him. Like, we were kids, right? When we were together. And it just
Oh.
didn't work out. Like, when we first met, we were kids. And he was 17. I was 13. Working.
What?
I was working at 13. Yeah. I had a job. I had a whole job.
Well,
And different story. But anyway.
wait,
So, yes.
17 and 13?
Yeah, 17 and
my.
13. I introduced him to my mother and I was turning 14. So,
Oh, that makes it 1 year better.
yeah, isn't that nice? But again, think about this is the 90s and people still thinking it's cool to be, 17 is still a kid, So,
Well,
yes and no. It's not an argument. I'm just saying the thought process
depends.
is in my neighborhood, it wasn't that shocking for a girl my age to be dating someone older than her.
Were
It was
you
just a
fine?
part of it. Some would say. Let's say I
Okay.
developed early. I developed very early.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I had a
Damn.
whole my growing up experience was quite interesting. So he ended up going to the military
Mm-hmm.
and he tried to get me pregnant, but it didn't work. So he told me he could never keep
let me
anything from
ask
me.
you a question. He tried, but did you try?
I did not try because it was the 90s and we knew that condoms worked. So I don't even know why he was
So
playing.
how does he try and get you? Oh, he you know
He
what?
poked
Let's
holes
not
in
get
it.
graphic.
No, you're fine. We were kids. Yeah, he poked holes in it and admitted it.
What?
Yes. He wrote me a whole letter when he was in
Well,
the
the
military.
problem is that's not going to work.
He was like, I can't believe. He was like, I want to tell you something. And he was like, don't be mad at me.
No.
I was like, oh my gosh. And so he used to write me when he would be at posts, like, when he would have to stand guard, things like that. That's when he would write me. And then he would mail me the letters or whatever. And he was like, yeah, I want to tell you this. I tried to get
What
you
was your
pregnant.
reaction?
I actually took it to my mother because I
Oh,
couldn't believe
shit.
it. I was like, Mom,
Well,
please, am I understanding this right?
Oh, wow.
And then, Stanley, it happened again to
You know
me.
what? That was the right thing to do.
Thank you. I took it to my mother and I asked her, I said, Mom, I'm not understanding this. I mean, and she knew, like, we was fooling around. You know what I mean? Like, my mom knew that. And it wasn't because I was trying to be fast or anything like that. He was my boyfriend. Like, I knew his parents. He knew my parents. You know what I mean? We'd have been into each other's homes, that kind of shit. So, long story short, the last time we ended up breaking up around my 18th birthday. We broke up right before
When
I
he
turned
was
18.
what, 25?
He was 21. He was 21. He was 4 years older than me. You wow for that one. And so, but after that, he never left me alone. So 2000 rolls around, right? And I have a computer and I create my first email. And I'm going to tell you, not even a week later, I get an email from him. Hey, I knew this was you. I was waiting. You know, I have your social security number. I can laugh about it now, but it was crazy. Stanley, are you still there? I froze Stanley. Is it me? Oh my gosh. But yeah. Stanley, am I the only one here? Is it like frozen like in the
No. My earbuds just died.
Oh no, okay.
You fried them.
I fried your earbuds. What did you hear? Ah.
No, repeat the last part, but I don't know.
What?
4 years older,
Yeah,
that's probably right on the edge.
it
But
was. But my
on
dad,
the
my
edge.
dad
It's not
approved of it.
unheard of.
Yeah, my dad approved because my mom
Well, good for
didn't.
him.
No, he only did it because my mom said no. And he said yes. It was so insane. We took him to the airport. He came, hung out, because he was, in boot camp and stuff. So yeah. And what's so crazy is I went through that again almost 10 years later.
Mhm.
I was amazed by the same words coming out of this man's mouth. He was like, I can't believe you're not pregnant. It's like, why do you want to be? What? Like, why? It's
Well,
you have nothing. Like, I don't know. Like, who's talking about that? Like, I do
okay,
everything
well, let me
to
ask you a
prevent that.
question though.
What are we doing?
That literally sounds like he belongs on YouTube.
Yes, some of my
Have
exes.
you ever heard some of these? Have you ever heard some of these men
Yes.
on YouTube? Like, oh, you're almost 30 and you
Yes,
haven't
I
had
hit
kids
the
yet?
wall. Yeah.
The fuck?
I hit the wall. I'm going to be sad and alone with my dog. And
Well,
then
let
I
me
asked
tell
the
you something.
question. I did ask this question, Stanley. The
Okay.
people the guys who were saying this, I asked this question. I said, do you think that there's ever going to be a shortage of men that I would meet around my age, maybe 5-10 years younger, maybe 5-10 years older? Do you think all men die off at a certain age? Like, what are we talking about here? So I will never be lonely. That will never happen. And I said, stop putting that on us.
I don't even get your point.
It
And I'm
is
kind
that
of
we're supposed to be alone and sad because we don't have a man in our home. We are not
really?
married. Yes, that's
See,
all that means.
I'd have gone a bit farther. Well,
I
you know what?
bet.
When y'all peter out, I'll find me a good-looking woman. Dude, I would really mess with their minds.
Oh my God, I love it. But that was some of my plan. And yes, now I'm gonna have to admit that the wine is kind of taking over. It's been a while since I had any.
Well, why'd you start drinking wine? Just to come up here?
No. No, I
Now, see,
promise.
that would be an honor. Like you
That
just
would be
drank
great.
wine to come up.
Yeah,
It
but you
would
always
do all kinds of things to my ego.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I'm gonna go
Oh
with your
shoot.
answer. I'm gonna go with your answer. I
Well,
drank.
all I have to say, back to your child rearing point.
Yeah.
I was 41 when my son was born, and my wife was
Um,
40.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
and
Wow.
you know what?
Mm.
It was so weird because we I'm not gonna be graphic, but
Mm-hmm.
my only question when she told me was like, I'm surprised it took this long. Dude.
Like, I've
It
been
was like,
working so
dude,
hard.
dude, no, it wasn't even that.
Oh
You know
my.
what?
Yes.
When we look, it was
Mm.
all I have to say
Yes.
is
Not the laugh.
now
Not the laugh.
the better line would have been what
Uh-huh.
took it so long? What took you so But no, dude, I remember talking to my father-in-law,
Uh-huh.
and he was like, "Oh, I don't know why we were talking. This is a few years ago now." He's like, "Well,
Oh
yeah,
gosh.
you were obviously happy."
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
shouldn't you be?
she was a great mother. Like
Yeah.
like really good. And
And it sounds
look,
like you were a great dad.
I got him this far.
And
But
listen, is
all I
he
have
out
to say,
here being a crackhead, stealing stuff from people?
you know what?
No.
There are tons of bad fathers who are
There's tons of
totally
bad
sober,
fathers.
non-crack. Yeah. And you know,
And yeah,
um,
there's all kind of fathers. But please take your accolade as it is. Because as
well,
humans, we
dude,
understand,
you know
right?
what? Let me
You
tell you something. I appreciate your compliment, but let me tell you something.
yeah.
When my father, it is like, yeah, and you know, it was a little bit of a challenge. I was a single parent, and I will
Mhm.
never, you'll never hear me talk about single mothers.
I heard you say that before, and I
That
appreciate
shit
that.
was hard. Dude, do you know how
Yeah,
scared I was?
my mom, she was 19, me all by
Right.
herself. Then
And I was lucky. I was like, I was 48 when
yeah.
my wife died.
Mm.
So and I was scared, and I had a job. You know, I
Yeah, but
literally
this is a life, and
had
now
the kind of job.
100%. Yeah,
Yeah.
depend on you. And you stepped up and did that. Not every parent does that either.
You know, and that's surprising. They don't.
Mhm. There's a lot of parents who don't, Stanley, unfortunately. That's why we have a foster care system. Unfortunately.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you a story one of these days. And well,
Okay.
I'll tell you now. Once
Mm.
I tell you this story, we're gonna move on and talk more about you.
Oh
But
no. I'm boring. I'm nothing.
I'm literally, dude, I had to make the decision to pull the plug on my wife. Like, I wish my father-in-law could have done it. Or, dude, I had to make the decision.
Stanley.
It is literally, I can talk about it now.
Mm-hmm.
It was, do you understand? Like,
I guess my thing is, and I don't know why, I just had a conversation like this. You said that, and I know the comparison, that was your wife. But in the middle of COVID, I had to do the same.
mhm.
So
Yeah.
I can understand that level of how the fuck did I get here? Like, how do I make this decision? So I get it. I can talk about it. Yeah, like you said, I can talk about it now. I can laugh because it is the truth. That's exactly what I thought to my head. Like, I could not believe this woman was saying the things she was saying to me. She was like, "You have to make a decision." And da da da. Da. And I'm like, huh?
No, it was, let me put it to you this way. I was literally like, you don't, I was gonna have to make some decisions.
Got you.
It was
Got
gonna
you.
be a long recovery time.
Yeah.
Like, but as long as she's home, I'll
Right.
figure it out.
Yeah.
And I get a call from
Mm.
the nurse because I was
Yeah.
getting calls like several times a day. I need
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
Updates and stuff.
she's like, can you come in tomorrow? You know, at like 10 o'clock. And I'm like, why?
Oh, excuse me.
You know, I was visiting, you know, I had to get my son to school because we didn't interrupt school. So anyway, no, I walk in. Let me tell you something that was so weird. So I had an inkling.
Mm-hmm.
So my sister-in-law is like, well, Stanley, do you want me to come with you? Like, no, I'll just have to deal with it. And then I called her back a couple hours later, and I'm like, yeah, I think I'm gonna need you. Dude, I walk into this conference room, and they're like 8 doctors, and several of them were crying.
Oh wow.
Like, dude, and
Wow.
then, you know, some of the female doctors, but dude, my wife was actually pretty awesome. Dude,
Yeah, sounds like
dude, I fucking broke down. It's like, holy shit, the
Yeah.
fucking doctors are dying.
Right. Like I'm trying to be chill. You trying to be stoic. Yeah.
Dude, you hear these motherfuckers online talking about stoicism.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like
You
the
tried. You tried.
there
but
was one doctor who told me the story. Dude, she would have died. Like, this dude stayed up. Let me tell you another story, and
wow.
I swear I'm gonna get off of this. But
No, you're
they
fine.
gave the hospital. The hospital said, "Hey, look, you know, before you make the decision, there was like, you need to give her death with dignity." Because
No,
I
wow.
asked, well, is
Yeah.
there possibility? Like,
What
what
do
are the
we
consequences if I decide not to? Dude, it
Yeah.
was grim. So,
Wow.
you know, there is like, dude, and my father-in-law asked me, well, do you want her to have last rights? And I'm like, I don't think she would have liked that.
Yeah.
I mean, we were both Catholic, but you know what? But the problem is thank God my father-in-law was there, because dude, I was just stunned. Like,
Yeah, like how did it
how
yeah, how
the
did
fuck does this go from
Yeah.
Saturday night, we're laughing and talking, and 2 weeks later,
Right.
I'm having to make life and death decision. My father-in-law basically called his priest, and it's like, dude, so
Wow.
this is so my wife was on life support for like 2 weeks. And finally, it was going to be an end of life support. So
Yeah.
I asked my son, do you want to go in? Oh, god damn, dude. So the nurse was like, we're going to plait her hair. So I go in, and her hair is kind of plaited up like a bun or something.
Right.
I'm like, if my son's going to come in, my wife never wore a hair like this. Just undo it and, you know, about
Leave
her
it down.
shoulder.
Yeah.
And I asked my son, and we're going to have to move on, but
Yeah.
my son literally said, no, I
Gotcha.
don't want to see. And it was weird because he was 7.
Yeah. Because he knew he didn't want to remember like that, maybe. Maybe that's what his thought
And
process
he
was.
knew. Well, the problem is he may have
Oh.
known more than me.
Oh.
It was a hoot. And that's great.
Wow.
So once the decision's made, I'm walking out of the hospital, and my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law's wife, is like, well, you know, he can come live with us. So my brother-in-law, my father-in-law, and my sister-in-law, like my wife's father,
Yeah.
brother. And I'm like, what the fuck are they thinking? Like,
Yeah.
so my sister-in-law's like, yeah, because we lived on the same mountain. It was
Right.
like,
I got you.
15-20 minute ride.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I guess, she just assumed I was gonna
Yeah, you was not
let
gonna be able to. Yeah.
and to this day, I still wonder. So I looked at my father-in-law, I looked at my brother-in-law, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
Stanley, you don't even know where his bus stop is. So I looked at her and I went, well, the boy can tell me where it is. He speaks English.
Right.
Dude, I grabbed his hand and walked off, and I was waiting for one of these motherfuckers to say a word.
What in the
I think
world?
the men were like, yeah,
Right.
dude,
Get your baby.
like, do you understand what my parents would have done? Dude, my I'm
Ain't no
not
way.
I was never scared of my parents, but god damn.
They'd have,
It's
yeah,
like,
they'd have done some talking to you, sir.
my no, there would have been no talking. It's
Oh
like
shit.
my mother was still alive and kicking. Dude, it would have been, you know what? We raised your dumb ass. You're a failure. Give me the kid.
Oh
Dude,
shoot.
my mother would have she would have burned down the world. Like, who the fuck did I raise?
Oh my goodness. I
But
just love that you said burn down the world. Yes.
well, you know what? And my father would have gone, well, fuck, I don't have to say anything. She's just gonna do it.
Burn it down. Right. Oh yeah. He's right, but yeah, he with his wife. He
Dude.
like, I got it.
No,
She doing
my
it.
mother, I call her Hurricane Dolores. Oh, fuck no.
Yeah, you wasn't having it. She wasn't having it.
No, it
having
never. I think she probably found out about it some years later, but no,
Oh, yeah.
her son wasn't having it. Like, what
Well, of
in the fuck?
course. Yeah.
Dude. But see, I have that kind of ego. Guess what's gonna happen? I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna fuck it.
You're gonna
Boys at an engineering school. Georgia Tech is no joke. I did
No.
it myself.
Yeah,
And
you did.
all I have to say is
Mm.
black men, motherfucker, better have some comp. And I am drunk, so please. But no,
I've been
I
drunk.
have that kind of ego. Of course, he's gonna thrive under my fathership. But you know, the thing I say about single parents, that shit's tough.
Oh, yes, it
You
is.
know?
I shout out to all the single parents. Like I said, my
Yeah.
mother was married, but she was a single parent.
Mhm.
Raised 3 babies. We all don't. My sister doesn't have kids. I don't. My brother doesn't. He has a girlfriend, but yeah, I think we all made that decision to kind of to just change trajectory, that we offer different things to the world other than the fact of me having babies for somebody. And I think it's the highest honor if you like the person, love the person you're with. But like, I don't want to just drop puppies or kittens. I don't. And I'm gonna be honest. A lot of it had to do too with proximity, because the guys in my hood, that's what they believed in. Having several baby mothers, you living with this one, you living with that one. It was always chaotic. And I was like, if that's what I gotta go through, then no. If it's
Well, you're my brother's age.
yes.
I think some of these men still have that same
They do.
ideology. Your buddy, it's a joke, so don't take it seriously. But your buddy
Uh-oh.
CM, he literally says, "Well, Stanley, I have more children than you do." And
But what does that
my response is, "Well, I have less children than you do and 0 baby mamas. What the fuck are you talking about?" It's that
Why?
weird shit about,
But
hey,
that's what I'm saying. Men will come up.
no,
Well, wait a minute.
men like
Having
him. Most men aren't like that.
I'm not gonna say most. I didn't say that. I'm saying that there
Well,
are
no. I'm saying it.
demographics.
I didn't say you didn't say it, but
Oh, okay. I just
look,
want to make sure I didn't
think
say
people like no, absolutely you didn't.
it.
Look, I love looking at the circus act.
I know.
And some of these motherfuckers on YouTube are a circus act.
I think they act out their dreams and fantasies out here. Like some of these people, guys who are like as they consider big names in these circles. You know, as you go up each level, you have your group. But I find the worshiping of other men very interesting. And that's, I mean, by definition, that's what it is. But
Now, let me look at Brian Nichols.
I
and
did.
I hope he's making a joke, because
He's
sometimes
not.
he can be a bit of a joker.
He know he
Having a
ain't.
family and children is the highest satisfaction for the women.
For women. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I want to tell Brian what my highest satisfaction is. My highest satisfaction is having an amazing hamburger next to my bed, some true crime on television, and nobody asking me for nothing. And I'm laying in the bed, eating in the bed.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, that's his highest satisfaction too. He does the same thing. Except he has like a veggie burger.
Oh, okay. That's my sister. Listen, I'm a girl that grew up on meat. I'm one of the few, I guess one of the few left, because all my friends are lactose intolerant and they
Well,
turned
meat
into
has nothing
vegetarians.
necessarily to do with lactose, but
No, it
you know,
doesn't. I just was
you,
thinking
you
about
need your protein.
and moving to be vegetarians or eat in that plant food. I got you. I'm with it.
Well, you know
I'm
what?
with it.
I will actually make like a blend it from scratch, the black beans, because I'm kind of curious, but I haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah.
No veggie burger. Yeah.
He says no.
I can't tell, old man.
I will tell you this. I think I'm hungry.
Are you now?
Oh, I snorted. I'm doing too much. Okay, I'm a little too relaxed. When I laugh and I
that's all right.
snort. Oh my, sir. You be on here
Well,
snorting.
well,
No, I'm
you
just
you
playing.
must be relaxed.
I am very. Thank you very much. I'm glad I came up. I've enjoyed this
Well,
conversation.
no, you can't imagine. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I wish we could make this a nightly thing.
Look at you, Stanley. I hear you. I hear you. Well, I think too, the wine has gotten to me, and before I say anything,
But you
that's
gonna
completely.
oh really? You gonna
Oh,
say something
really?
you regret? Ooh, boy.
No, no, not regret. I mean what I say. I just don't want to say too much. Not superstar. Oh, wait, not a superstar with cheese. Oh my God.
Now,
Carl
what does that
Jr.
even mean? What's a superstar with cheese?
Carl Jr.'s horrible burger
Oh.
place.
No,
With a
Hardee's
superstar
and
with
Carl
cheese.
Jr.
Oh, yes, they are together. But the
Yeah.
Hardee's in North
They still
Carolina,
exist.
yes, in especially in rural America, places like that thrive. Like Hardee's is still in, Bojangles is still in existence. Do you remember Bojangles, the chicken place?
Oh yeah, they're the bland chicken. More famous for their biscuits than their chicken.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I don't remember. But I used to love Hardee's breakfast biscuits when I was a kid. Ooh, they used to be so good. So I learned how to make some of my own. I don't make them as much anymore, but I love breakfast sandwiches. That is so random. Okay, I'm gonna say goodnight. No, I'm just being random. It's all day, but I've had so much fun, and I'm gonna go and eat something and probably go to sleep. And I will talk to you soon, sir.
Okay, well, I can't tell you how much I enjoyed it.
Yes.
Don't be a stranger.
I
Just
won't. I
come up
won't.
when you want.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the invite.
right.
I'll see you later.
Yes, ma'am.
Night chat. Good night, chat.
So I actually think I'm gonna wrap this up, folks. It is gone to 7 hours and 37 minutes. Tomorrow is Thursday. It's kind of sad because I really wanted to see these. There's a whole a whole show of conservative Black women who were cute as hell. But so we go. Can't have everything. So Brian, who kept the chat entertaining with your veggie burger ways. And Bobby and the rest of the folks, if you happen to hear this on the replay, please make sure that you hit the like button. If you're new to the new to the channel, please subscribe. It might be your thing, but it might not be. It's always a toss-up. So I'm out. I actually think I might go to CM's channel to troll a little bit, and if he wants to be a dick, that will literally not be a surprise. So I should be back around I think around 4 o'clock. I'm gonna try and tick this back up to 3:30 or 4, but don't hold me to it. Might even be something I do next week. So Saturday show we can talk about more tomorrow. See y'all later.